some great golf on display with Tapik High leading the pack at 11 under par. And Rahul, how do you feel being back here? We're back here, I think, after a little break of about 2 months, and I'm pretty excited to be back.
Absolutely. So am I, Shaurya. Thank you for the introduction for this morning and where we are at. We are very excited for this year. In fact, the PGTI has put up a nice calendar, and we have just finished the Q School. So we also have a new batch of young stars, upcoming stars on the PGTI tour for this year. So the Gujarat Open would be the first tournament that these upcoming stars will be playing, coming straight from the qualifying school, which has just finished last week.
Yes, a fresh pool of talent, and we can see that on the scoreboard this week. There seem to be about 5 to 7 players from the Q School who've managed to make the weekend round. So as to speak, the cut, and that's very positive. You're seeing a fresh crop of players. Obviously, it's more competitive. You're seeing the leader at 11 under par, Tapik High, getting some form back, and what a beautiful venue. For the Gujarat Open this time. Stunning golf course, very challenging golf course, and it's definitely going to have the cream rising to the top this week.
Absolutely. In fact, Kalahar Golf Club is one of the finest golf courses in the country. It's designed in a superb manner. The greens have a lot of undulations, flanked by a lot of water hazards on the sides of the fairways, which does add to all the difficulty quotient of the golf course. While we look at our screens, we are looking at group number 4 for the day. Karthik Sharma playing alongside Digvijay Singh and Anish Nangia. As we can tell, there are a lot of new names this week coming into the tournament. In fact, just before them, we were looking in the first fairway at the champion from the Q School, Varun Parekh, who actually shot 16 under par to win the qualifying school this year.
Yes, this is an interesting group. We have the wily old fox, Digvijay Singh, a seasoned professional, a many-time winner on the PGTI and previously on the other tour, and an Asian Tour winner as well. So it's very good to see him in the fray, making the cut, and obviously playing alongside the youngsters. And the youngsters will have a thing or two to learn from Digvijay.
Absolutely, almost sandwiched between the young guns. Looking at Karthik Sharma now.
I think the combined ages of the other two players would be less than Digvijay. So that's a testament to how good he's playing even at this lovely young age.
Absolutely. Karthik Sharma.
They're on the first hole. There are no easy golf holes on this course. You really have to earn each par, if not a birdie. So it's a testament to how well Tapik High is playing this week, because he's at 11 under par and opened up a 2-shot lead. There's a lot of good golf in the offing. We can see it was very competitive. The cut has gone at 5 over. I think this is one of the highest cuts that we've seen in the last 3 or 4 years. So it's just showing you how difficult this golf course is playing.
Digvijay Singh, the veteran, now on the tee.
Still looking,
former Panasonic Open champion.
Still looking in fine fettle. I mean, obviously, when you look at him, you can't tell his age. And he definitely is doing well.
One thing that has aged very well is his pre-shot routine. Actually, it's still kept it very, very constant, and that's the mark of a really good player. Keep the things that work for you as a constant. As we can see now, this is a fairway of the first hole. The hole is a dog leg from the left to the right. The players usually aim slightly left of the bunker. And that's the ideal place to be after your tee shot, after which you do get an approach shot, which could be anywhere around 150 to 125 yard mark, with a really, really undulating green. Looking now at Anish Nangia.
Anish Nangia coming through the Q School this time and finishing 72nd on the Q School, but doing a lot better here. So he would be elated with his performance so far. I think that would be a thrill to just get to the weekend rounds, Rahul, to be having the opportunity to make the cut and earn that first paycheck. It's going to be very exciting for this player.
Absolutely. In fact, it is exciting for every player to get their first paycheck from the tour. Anish Nangia, of course, since he's finished 72nd, would be having a conditional card. But if he plays well in the first 4 events of the season, he does get a re-ranking benefit and could end up entering into many other events through the year.
As you saw that graphic, was showing you the aerial view of the first hole. A very nice view, and we'll see more of those as we go on today, and that'll let the viewers have a more in-depth idea of what this golf course is and how the layout is, and make for a more interactive viewing today.
So, Shaurya, you were also supposed to be going to the qualifying school this year. How was that for you?
That was a comedy of errors, to be honest. I was so excited that yes, I'll get an opportunity to play amongst the young lot, and unfortunately, God had different plans for me. So my plans were waylaid by COVID-19. Just got contracted that a few weeks before the event, and just had to err on the side of caution. Obviously, we have to take our health seriously, and unfortunately, my heart has to wait another year before I can try and play with these players. So, so happened. So, ladies and gentlemen, obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic is still going on, and it's important to follow all appropriate precautions. And a golf course is probably the best place to be out there and enjoy, because there's so much distance between the players.
In fact, hats off to the PGTI for the way they have been conducting their tournaments, making sure that all the players are vaccinated, as well as taking regular RT-PCR tests to make sure that each and every one is safe and sound when they enter a tournament. Looking now at the course, got a lot of water hazards on this course. We're looking right now at the 9th green, and that's the water hazard on the right side of the fairway.
The ninth, also a very challenging par four at 440 yards. There really no birdie holes are there here, Raul. Even for the longer hitters, I think there are no given birdie holes. Really has to be earned here. I think even a par is a good score on this golf course.
So I think the golf course does offer you a lot of birdie opportunities. The golf course does have a lot of birdie opportunities also for the longer hitter. This is the kind of golf course which will reward the person who is really good with their iron play, knows how to make good strategic iron shots from the fairways, and that is what will really get them close to the hole. The greens have a lot of undulation, so you definitely want to be on the good side of the hole to be able to try to attempt a birdie. So that is the challenging situation over here. And yes, the fairways are quite wide. The players can get a fairly, can try to really go hard at their driver shots off the tee boxes. But once they're in the fairway, it would require them to be planning their way through pretty much as if they were, planning a game of chess around the course.
Yes, very well said. So, ball striking is definitely going to be at a premium. And while we have a look at the fairway, let me just also update you regarding the top scores so far. We have Tapi Ghai, who's leading at 11 under par. We have Kapil Kumar, the seasoned veteran, at 9 under par. I mean, he's very young, but he's been around a while and a very good player and doing pretty well this week. Then we have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, the winner previously last year at Dick Boy at 7 under par. Yashas Chandra at 6 under par, tied alongside Sunit Chaurasia and Shankar Das, as well as Ranjit Singh and Arjun Prasad. So there's a lot of traffic at that fourth position. Then we have Noida-based Amardeep Malik at 5 under par, alongside Karandeep Kochar and Rohan Dhole Patil, who are rounding up the top 10.
I also noticed that you were practicing quite a bit in Gurgaon as I ended up bumping into you over there.
Yeah. Yes, actually, I was all in my preparation mode at that point in time. But I think, I think in the end, all is well that ends well. I think good that I didn't get to go. Otherwise, I would have been showcasing my game. So I think we're all better for that, and maybe I'll put in some more practice in next year. As I say, Rome is never too far, Rahul.
It's good to see you. Except minus the booth that we are sitting in while we are commenting on the tournament happening on our screens. So it was always nice to meet people whom you actually meet for work in different places out there in the open, trying to play golf in a more easy atmosphere. I think that's what also golf is all about, right? It actually brings people together.
Yeah, I think another thing that I sort of learned about the game of golf, I think we are always lifelong learners, whether it's the game of golf or the game of life. We're getting a little philosophical, but yeah, it's the early morning. So what I realized is that, when I was preparing for this, taking time out and from work, I was so excited. And that's what competition does to you. It's not just about golf, it's about competing with the best players at a national stage. That opportunity, I think, if anybody gets, you should exercise that, because that'll keep the juices flowing, and you have an opportunity playing on such beautiful golf courses, competing with the best.
Look, Kalahar Blues and Greens, as it is called, it's a golf course. The blues are the water hazards, and the greens, of course, are the greens that the ball tries to find on the golf course, but usually ends up finding the blues, giving us all the Monday blues, so to speak, on each and every day. Talking about Monday blues, are you having a few blues out here, Shaurya, yourself? Because you're back in the commentary box after quite a few months.
If anything, I'm only getting the jitters, to be honest. It's like being on the first tee again. You have the nervousness. You sort of plan and then you execute. So I think being in the commentary books somehow feels similar to being on the tee. And as we go and have a look at these players going through the round, it's almost feeling these emotions ourselves, and there's excitement as well. So no blues so far, but I'm sure the players would be hoping to avoid the blue expanse of water here. I think very aptly called Kalahar blues and greens. Many a shark lurking around here.
The man in the blue on our screens right now is Mohammad Nawab. Mohammad Nawab is from Patna, an old timer on the tour, and we've seen him after a hiatus of almost 2 to 3 years.
Yes, I'm not too sure about the choice of color. If you wanted to attract that, but yes, let's see whatever works for him. Mohammad Nawab, yes, he has been on tour for quite a few years, off and on.
Playing alongside Alap Ayal and Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow. Sanjeev Kumar as well has been multiple winner on the PGTI and a really stellar champion.
Yes, a very good group. Alap, obviously a younger player. So as you can see around the tee, there's a little bit of rough. So I'm expecting that around the greens as well. That's going to cause a lot of problems for the players. So as you had stated previously, ball striking will be so much more important this week.
Uh, Alap Ayal now from Mysore. You notice the younger crop is a lot fitter as a player. They're a lot more meticulous about their golf swings and the way they go about their business. Have you noticed that?
I think it's just that youngsters are taking this a lot more seriously. They're actually treating it like a profession that has to be worshipped, and that's you're seeing it from their approach. I know a lot of players, especially when I've gone to different ranges. When I was in my futile attempt to try and prepare for this school, I saw a lot of the younger players and the kind of meticulous approach that they have to the game, and they're also motivated by the likes of Shubhankar, because Shubhankar may be all of 22 years or 23 years, I think, at most, and he's achieved so much success. So these younger players look up to that, and they know they need, if they need to compete internationally, they know that the most important thing is their physicality, because all said and done, golf is a pretty physical game. To be able to hit that ball a long way, and let's see if Sanjeev Kumar can do that. Very fluid swing.
Very flat swing, also quite fluid, but yes, very, very flat
Well,
at the
handsy
back.
as well, yeah.
Yes. In fact, that bunker on the right side of this fairway, a lot of players can carry that. It's about 285 or 290, if memory serves me well, to fly that. And that could really land up a player with a lob wedge or a sand wedge into that green.
Yes, coming back to the point that power doesn't hurt. And I think another thing, how players are taking their fitness more seriously, is because the equipment, the ball, everything is sort of accentuating the distance they can hit it. So they know that if they can maximize their physical potential, then there's no stopping them in terms of getting to the 300-yard mark or 310. In fact, Tiger Woods actually made a statement that they should actually consider dialing back the ball because it's going too far. Not a problem that I have, to be honest, but yes, it shows you that players are taking it seriously, and I think golf is more interesting to watch the long balls. It's good to see the Indian players also be able to hit the ball that far.
Yes, but I think that the people that who are really benefiting from this, the advent of technology, are going to be club golfers to straighten out the golf ball. But the players who are using the technology for distance, are players who can really compress the ball very hard. So it's only really benefiting a very very small number of people. If you look at the scores from club golf, they actually haven't changed over the last 30 years. So the advent of technology has done everything to the game of golf, made it easier to play, gets the ball going further, but scoring somehow still remains a huge question.
I think obviously, as they say, you drive for show and you putt for dough. But maybe I think that's actually a twofold question because you're seeing golf courses also sort of adapt to the longer hitters. Like this golf course, almost at 7,500 yards, is an absolute monster. So I mean, no matter how much technology you have, you still have to navigate the tough golf course conditions. But I think obviously it has made a difference, technology. And as you say, the longer players have been able to milk it more because they have more compression. So they actually get more out of the advent of technology. Whereas a medium hitter will not see that kind of a difference. So maybe what is happening at the top of the heap, they are able to get more out of the game, whereas the players who are not really able to extract the most out of technology are just maybe still there struggling here and there about. But I mean, we don't have quantifiable numbers for it. Maybe players have improved. You'd obviously know, you work with a lot of players, and how amateurs, at least they have the option of changing their heads. And previously, maybe 10 years ago, you couldn't quite do that. If you're hitting a fade, that was the end of it. Now you can actually make changes on the head, and you can put the weight on the other side, and that does make a lot of difference. It's about that sort of malleability, and make things easier that way. But I think choice also confuses. So maybe it's a double-edged sword.
While you say that, actually, it brings me to the point that what you're talking about is the changing of the club head on the shaft at any given point of time that you want. And I think technology needs to invent something where you can change the head on your shoulders for actually scoring and the strategy of the game. I think that's where the better player, the professional golfer, really excels. How to use his potential to the maximum is what he has excelled in.
Yes, absolutely, and I think that may be one of the art that is sort of slowly going out of the game of golf, because you used to find a lot more players who were more cerebral and just about navigating around a golf course, shaping shots. That kind of skill has been reduced because the newer golf ball doesn't really move too much, and it's a lot more about power. It's not so much about the way you shape the ball. And so you see a lot of the older players still play like that, but that kind of game is not rewarded anymore. I think that skill, like players being able to work the ball from left to right, and right to left, that's a skill that doesn't really reward too much. Now you can actually play a golf just with one-sided movement. So that's a change where it's moving, and I think all sports are moving that way. If you look at tennis, players have gotten fitter and the game has changed. It's not that slow long volleys, it's a lot more about power. So I think that's where each game is going, and maybe in a few years time it'll revert back to the former, and it's how sports keeps on oscillating, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, things do evolve and things do change as we move along with time. But the one thing that, the advent of technology, even then, the players have to be really, really smart around a golf course. They have to map their way around it, because you can hit a ball a long way. You can hit good shots, but at the end of the day, you've got to end up making chip and putts, and you've got to get the ball close to the hole and make those putts. So there's a lot more than meets the eye in the game of golf. Now, looking at Alap IL, a lot of players do prefer putting themselves a little bit into the left corner of this fairway. Just also gives a much better approach towards the green.
Now Alap IL going for a second shot. Let's see how he's able to navigate the conditions and hopefully get himself a shot at birdie. Look at our calendar this year for the PGTI. A very exciting calendar ahead for a lot of the players, a lot to play for. We're here in the Gujarat swing after the culmination of the Q School, which was won by Varun Parekh at a scintillating score of 16 under par. To me, I mean, a massive victory with a handsome margin. And he's in this week and he's at 4 over par, making the cuts. Obviously, he's riding on that history and form. And then we have, as you speak about the calendar, after this week, we have the Glade 1 Masters, very interesting event at a beautiful venue, and followed by the Mujib Bhosho Chattogram Open at Chattogram, Bangladesh. Then you have the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship at Tollygunge Golf Club, and then the DGC Open presented by MasterCard. Then the Asian Development Tour event at the end of March. There's even the international events here, which is a good thing given the conditions currently. So that'll be something that a lot of the players will be looking forward to. And the Valentine's Championship, a little bit of a mixed, different format. It's going to be a very exciting event as well. And towards the mid of April, you have the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship at Chandigarh Golf Club. And then towards the end of April, you have the Delhi NCR Open. So there are a lot of tournaments. I mean, you're looking at almost 3 tournaments every month, and actually more, almost 3 to 4 tournaments every month. So it's a very jam-packed schedule. So I'm sure the players would be watering at the mouth to have this opportunity, and handsome purses. This week we're playing for a purse of 40 lakh. So there is a lot to play for the players.
I think it's quite exciting for the number of tournaments that the PGTI has been able to bring about on the calendar for the players. So it is a nice packed first half of the season. In fact, the ADT PGTI joint sanctioned event, as well as the Asian Tour event happening along with PGTI at the Delhi Golf Club, also are going to be star-studded events. These are the tournaments that international tournaments haven't happened in the country for the last 2 years, and glad to see that they are all back. And we are back on our screens with Karthik Sharma, the man who needs no introduction. You could just look at him visualizing his golf shot and you know who he is.
I'm really fond of his pre-shot routine. He looks almost like an archer or a shooter. Somebody's getting ready to sort of pull the trigger, and you've seen a good string of results by this young man.
He's actually put up a good show on the PGTI in the first few years of him turning pro, and he's back here now. He's been quite a rookie on the tour, and has really proved himself so far. But I think this might be the year where we might see Karthik Sharma actually knocking on the door and maybe get himself a victory or two.
Yes, absolutely. It's also good to see some left-handed southpaws in the mix. It definitely adds a lot of flavor. The lefties are supposed to be more creative, bringing a different aspect altogether. The way they see the golf course is diametrically opposite to a right-hand player. So much more different. Now we have Giriraj Singh Khadgar.
Giriraj actually won the PGTI Q School pre-qualifying this year with a score of even par.
And finished 46th on the PGTI Q School final. So obviously he had a couple of good rounds in there, and good to see him here making the cut.
Yeah, that last round in the qualifying actually derailed him to get himself just outside of the number which brings the full card for the players. What we're looking at is also the practice putting green at the back. Mohammad Sanju now from Calcutta on the tee. Mohammad Sanju, of course, has been making a lot of effort into his golf game. I met him a couple of months ago in Calcutta, practicing very, very hard. He was trying to get his form back, and looks like confidence is coming back.
Yeah, Mohammad Sanju able to put a lot of cheese on that golf ball. Has a lot of compression. Sort of a homegrown golf swing. His brother, actually his cousin brother, also a caddy in the start and has helped him a lot on the game. So Mohammad Sanju also very good with the short game, but also great prolific ball strikers. That's kept him in the top 60 for quite a few years, and let's see for him to continue and scale new heights.
That cut path that we are looking at actually on the left curves towards the practice area where the players go to warm up. and you'll see a lot of golf carts coming back towards the tee box because that's where the players are warming up and coming back. And then the putting green right next to the tee box actually gives them another place to hone their skill just before and get their putts dialed in just before they go onto the course.
A little bit about the PGTI for all the viewers who are joining us. Also, dear viewers, do note that as we progress through the day, we'll tell you a little bit about golf and how it's played and how tournament rules and how a tournament is conducted. So, even for the ones who are new to the game, please do bear with us, and we'll definitely run you through the whole rigmarole of how a tournament happens, how the scoring is done, and believe you me, you'll be fascinated, and the golf bug will definitely catch you. And we are here at the premier domestic golf tour in the world. The PGTI now also has world ranking points. So in addition to being a domestic tour, it's also one of the most premier tours in Asia. And to give you a few points about the PGTI, the Professional Golf Tour of India is the controlling body for professional golf in India, and it was formed in September 2006. And the great thing is that it's body that is run by the players. So there's a lot of feedback from the players that comes in, and the objective of PGTI is to promote professional golf in the country and create more competitive playing opportunity for its members. And it's obviously doing that. The calendar is testament to how far the PGTI has come, even in these very trying circumstances. We've had a good tour for the last 2 years, and now this year is a solid year for 2022 calendar, and let's see that continuing. And to give you a little bit more idea is that PGTI became an open tour in 2018. What that says is that there's no cap on the number of foreign players that are allowed, and that's why that the leaderboard is peppered with players from international countries. And obviously, owing to COVID, this has been reduced a little more, but we have seen active participation by international stars. In fact, we've had players from America, Europe, and so on and so forth. And this year also we've seen a very good international contingent participate on the PGTI. And obviously, another feather in PGTI's cap is that from 2019 onwards, PGTI became a part of the official World Golf Ranking OWGR system. So this is something that not many tours in the world have, and that gives the opportunity for our Indian homegrown players to be able to get those very elusive world ranking points. And there are five positions that get these points, and obviously these points are worth their weight in gold. And what that enables is for players to move up, in the hierarchy of international world ranking. And you saw Udyan Mane was able to actually get to the Olympics right from the domestic tour. So there are points and offers. If you can play well, you can move off to international tours, get opportunities. And as we spoke of the Asian Development Tour now coming here, unfortunately, the Indian Open will not be happening at this point in time owing to COVID and the difficulties faced by it. But still, we are seeing other international tours like the Asian Development Tour come here and have those events. And obviously, we sure that maybe later in the year, the stellar events like Indian Open and so on and so forth will be back. And the PGTI has also held international events which have been jointly co-sanctioned by European Tour, Asian Tour, and we've also been venturing to other countries, which is something that is definitely not done in other domestic tours. We've ventured to Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal. We're going to Bangladesh the week after next for an event. So it's just showing you the international flavor of the PGTI and the effort. Our motto is obviously taking Indian golf global, and we're standing true to that. looking where we see Karthik line up for his second shot. So you can see that bunker on the right was about 285. So Karthik is hit it well over 300 yards. He's one of the younger lot of players who are able to generate that power. It's a very flat ball. When you see the conditions firm up, I see that players like him can actually even hit it further. Beautiful view there of the first hole.
See, of course, the PGTI is putting up a great show, but no tournament and no tour is successful without the support of the sponsors. And PGTI has actually got some very, very supportive sponsors over the years. And Tata Steel is the PGTI tour partner, along with Rolex and Incredible India, along with also Amrutanjan Fruit Nick Electro Plus. So the sponsors are a very, very important player in the entire game of making sure that tournaments can be put together for the players and a great show can be put together for our viewers. So Tata Steel Group is among the top global steel companies with a steel capacity of 33 million tons per annum. It is one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers with operations and commercial presence across the world. The group recorded a consolidated 20.41 billion in 2018 financial year. The Tata Steel is the main sponsor on the PGTI, and also Rolex. The association between Rolex and golf dates back all the way to 1967, since the time of Arnold Palmer. Looking back on the tee box, we are looking at Trishul Chinappa from Bangalore, playing alongside Mohammad Azhar and Akash Modi. Nice fluid swing there by Trishul Chinappa. Trishul's been a professional golfer for a few years now, and he's been finding form slowly and steadily. Mohammad Azhar on the tee box, playing the third round at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship. The PGTI is also supported by American Express. American Express is a global integrated payments company that provides customers with access to product insights and experiences that enrich lives and build business success. Their mission is to become essential to their customers by providing differentiated products and powerful backing to help them achieve their aspirations. Incredible India also is one of the sponsors on the PGTI. Look at the screens, and Akash Modi from Mumbai. Incredible India is the name of an international tourism campaign maintained by the Government of India since 2002. Incredible India is actively involved with promotion of tourism within the country and has developed tourism in many parts of India. Amrutanjan Fruit Nick Electro Plus, of course, is a health drink and is the hydration partner of the PGTI, helps the players stay upbeat and fluid with their golf swings through the day and through the weeks of grueling tournament golf, playing 5 to 6 rounds of tournament golf alongside a lot of sunlight and undulations on golf courses. So it helps them stay afloat. Gujarat Tourism, of course, is the main sponsor for this week's tournament. Aao Padharo, they say. the words of welcome in the language of Gujarat, because it is here that these words ring truly, and the guest is God, and the people of Gujarat are gregariously friendly, inviting, and will entice you to come again and again. Gujarat Tourism, of course, presenting this brilliant tournament at the Kalahar Blues and Greens, flagship golf course for our country, brilliantly designed, and one of the finest courses that we have seen across the country. Course, of course, is has the best of greens and a lot of undulations. A lengthy golf course will tend to get windy as we move along the day, adding to the challenge of the course which already exists out there. A lot of water hazards, a lot of bunkers in the fairways, and greens which slope quite a bit. In fact, some of the greens have huge swales, almost 45 degrees or so, taking the ball really, really fast in case you were having a downhill putt over there. An uphill putt could really seem like you're making that ball climb up Mount Everest. One of the unmissable experiences while traveling to Gujarat is of attending its fairs and festivals, which the Gujarat Tourism has been trying to host to promote tourism in the state. The famous fairs and festivals in Gujarat are the Navratri Festival and the Darbar Fair. Beautifully choreographed dances and riots of colors, as well as folk performances, are the main celebrations during these fairs and festivals.
One of the great things about this lovely state is obviously the cleanliness initiative. And I remember whenever we traveled here, it's been so beautiful, serene, and clean. And that's something obviously that even others are looking to emulate. And no place cleaner and greener than a golf course.
Absolutely.
Just being out there, gives you a fresh perspective on life and things. And I think even for our viewers and players who play the game of golf just for recreation, they must try and get out there as much as possible. I think your greatest thoughts come to you when you're playing golf. If you're working or you're a businessman, you can always have the best innovations come when you're actually playing the game of golf, and that's why it's called the networking game. But here, we are not here for networking, ladies and gentlemen. This is very serious business. It's the first tournament of the new season of the PGTI calendar for the year 2022. And leading the pack here is Tappy High at 11 under par.
Followed closely by Kapil Kumar from Delhi at 9 under par, and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh at 7 under par. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course, carrying a lot of form from last year after winning that first tournament of his in Digboy around the end of October last year. Followed closely again is Yashas Chandra, tied alongside Sunny Chaurasia and Shankar Das, as well as Ranjit Singh at 6 under par. Arjun Prasad also at 6 under par, followed by Amardeep Malik and Karandeep Kochar, as well as Rohan Dole Patil at 5 under par. So Rohan Dole Patil, the rookie on tour, is bringing up a little bit of his form, which he's started collecting off at the Q School. So Shankar Das seems to be back in the game. Shankar, of course, we haven't heard of him at the top of the leaderboard for almost 2 to 3 years now, and it's nice to see him back atop with a pair of 69s over the first 2 days at the tournament.
Yes, it's always good to see experience come to the fore. And, as we look at the leaderboard, he spoke about Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. He's such a dynamic player. The ability to shoot 10 under par rounds, on the final day. And obviously no score is unattainable for him. So as I look at this leaderboard, obviously it has a good mix of youth and experience. I certainly feel that, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is one of the front runners. Tappy Guy, obviously a winner previously. But if it comes down to just form and the way he's able to accelerate over the last couple of days, I think Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is somebody that can definitely, put a dent to Tappy Guy's hopes this week.
Unlike what we've seen last year, though, we see that that the disparity in the leaderboard this week is a little bit more than usual. In fact, we also saw the golf course definitely is providing a huge challenge. Even the Olympian Udayan Mane as well as international player Mithun Pereira weren't able to get to the weekend rounds of the tournament. And Udayan has actually been at this golf course and based himself here for quite some time. Although now he's back to his hometown, but he has spent quite a few years playing over here.
I think the character of the golf course, the way it's made, is that every mistake is going to be accentuated, and it's going to, as you said previously, good ball striking is going to be rewarded. So if a player is maybe not on his A game, the difference can be, it can be maximized. It's magnified, in fact. So I think that's why you're seeing that the leader and the cut is almost 16 shots apart, and normally you see that it's about 10 to 11 shots, and the difference can be attributed to the degree of difficulty of this golf course and how penal it can be if you're not playing well, and obviously if you are playing good scores there. So there's a lot of range of dispersion of scores here which is possible due to the degree of difficulty. So I think this is a phenomenon that we don't see too much in other golf courses where it's more of a chipping putting contest, but here it's a pure game of ball striking, then it's putting control, then it's navigating the wind conditions if the wind picks up. So there's not just one difficulty, there's a host of factors which can derail a player.
Talking about long hitting and good ball striking, Abhijit Singh Chadha is no stranger to that. In fact, is one of the longest hitters of the golf ball in India, and that is the player from Chandigarh. Abhijit Singh Chadha, of course, has been playing a lot of good golf of late, playing alongside his good friend Angad Chima, again from Chandigarh, and Maniram Sharma, not too far away from Karnal.
I think there's going to be a lot of bonhomie in that group. Obviously, not a long hitter, but he's a very wily customer. Maniram has been seen to pull off good scores, and last year he had a pretty decent year. I think missed out. I'm not too sure of. Just maybe finished 60th, I think. But the year before last, he's somebody who is, I think, also coaches and does a multiple few other things. He's also there. I think working with the police academy at Karnal. So obviously he's a very multifaceted sort of player, and he really enjoys his game. And it's good to see being able to compete with players like Abhijit Singh Chadha, who are thoroughbred golfers. You see Abhijit Chadha, you see an athlete, and he's able to belt the ball over 300 yards.
Maniram Sharma also, he's a very, very affable person, very funny guy. He can actually surprise you with some really low scores on a few days. Abhijit Singh Chadha, most likely, I think he should be going over that bunker because he definitely has the yardage to go above it.
A good look at those bunkers, quite a few of them to navigate, but if you can't carry them, you have a shorter shot. So obviously somebody like Abhijit Chadha would just want to go over them and utilize his length.
Going back to the tee box now, you're going to look at Angad Chima.
Pretty similar sort of game, maybe not as long as Abhijit Chadha, but he can definitely get the ball out there well over 300 as well. So, and pretty similar build, athletic, almost a mirror image, the two players of each other. Creates a lot of lag, does Angad. Very good forward press before he hits. It reminds me a lot of the USPGA Tour player Sean O'Hare, very similar sort of swing. Yeah, now you have the legend Maniram obviously being disturbed by something. It's not us, ladies and gentlemen. We are far away, safely tucked in our studio. But Maniram here, braving the conditions, always has a smile on his face, and has asked our cameraman to move, and move we have, because we're here for the players. Here we have a look at Maniram. Really goes about his business in a quick manner. There's Maniram. Currently sitting at 1 over for the tournament, so obviously he's not going to be challenging for the victory, but looking to gain some points and make a good paycheck. There we have Maniram, sort of a restricted sort of a swing. The movement is not that fluid, but it seems to work for him. As they say, there's more than one way to skin a cat. And for those of you who are joining us, ladies and gentlemen, we are live at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism. And we are live here on WA Cricket by the ABP network. And this is the second year running that the ABP network has its partnership with the Professional Golf Tour of India, and we're bringing you live golf. And that's the first time that it's happened that we have live golf being covered in India. So that's obviously a watershed moment. And this is an initiative which is definitely going to do a lot for the growth of the game of golf. Not just professional golf, but even juniors and amateurs who are able to see the best golfers in action. And as we saw last year, there was also a pro-am event where a professional and an amateur could sort of compete on the same stage. So there's a lot of different permutations and combinations in terms of the tournaments that we bring to you. And this week we are bringing to you the pristine Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Club, a golf course that I must definitely recommend that if you ever come to Gujarat, you must give it a go and go to Ahmedabad and play this extremely challenging but yet immaculately conditioned golf course. It's very well manicured. The fairways, the bunkers, everything is just an image of perfection. And maybe you were just able to improve your game of golf there. As we see the caddies walk alongside their players, the caddy is a very integral part of the overall relationship, and he's a vital ingredient in the player's success. And normally the caddies are at a certain percentage. Normally it's about 10% of the overall paycheck or a minimum guarantee, and mind you that for many of the caddies, this is their only source of income. So it's not just a player, it's it's actually dependent on a player. So sometimes that can also weigh in heavy on a player's shoulder. And when you disappoint, when you don't play well, you just don't disappoint yourself. You disappoint your team, your caddy. So it seems like an individual game, but there is a team behind the players, and obviously the caddy, somebody who's cheering him on. He's like his man Friday, his best friend, his coach, all in one. And I've seen many players actually don't have a coach, and the caddy is their coach as well. Their set of eyes. So the importance of a caddy in the professional game cannot be overestimated. He's a very, very vital cog for the player's success.
Absolutely. In fact, the caddy spends the most amount of time with the player. Not only can a good caddy help the player practice better, he also helps him, map his way around the golf course better. The caddy and the player share a relationship where both of them have to understand one another. And once the caddy tends to understand what is it that the player needs, then he can help him make the right choices, the right decisions, the right strategies along the golf course. Let's suppose that I could have a personality wherein I like to go for go for a two on a green, no matter even if I'm really far away from the hole. But my caddy knows that what is my downfall from a position like that, as well as maybe he knows that I'm not hitting my 3 wood so well right now. Maybe he knows that the wind is not supporting, so it'll be difficult to reach. And that is the time that a player can be stopped from making a bad decision. And a good caddy really does that and makes sure that the player makes good decisions along the golf course, takes care of pressure situations as well as he can guide him to sort of stay calm within those situations. And that really what the teamwork brings to the fore. I remember one of my caddies back in the day when I was on tour used to actually, by the time I would have finished lunch, he actually had made a calculation in his mind about what were the errors that we made that day, and what is it that we needed to focus our practice on that evening post lunch. And that was great teamwork, because by the time you finished your round and you've not even had the time to analyze it, there's your other team member who's already sort of made an analysis of what is to be done hereforth, so that we can prepare better for the next coming days and as well as the next week tournament.
This story is a little astounding. Your caddy almost feels like he's, Albert Einstein. Like he made calculations right after round.
Absolutely, absolutely. In
My,
fact,
my caddy would be in a different state of mind after my round. They would just be aghast. That what am I doing with this guy? My fortunes are tied to this guy. No, 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 sir. But
no,
yeah, yes, I have had a few analytical caddies as well. But I never knew that they were doing calculations after the round. You
it was
never
quite
know.
amazing because it really did make my job a lot easier. It kept me very very calm, and I wasn't wasting my time post my round. Instead, we knew where we had to spend half an hour, go back to the hotel.
You think we need somebody to, sort of do the calculations for us here, and we need a Man Friday here, somebody on the bag to tell us, yes, this is what's happening.
For calculations, I usually use a calculator, but for
What do you think the players are actually discussing right now? The distances, that, ladies and gentlemen, is the group of Manu Gandas, Sunit Bishnoi, and Abhishek Kuhar. A good group of young golfers. Now on the tee, we can see Abhishek Kaur in the foreground. We have Manu Gandas here, very quiet player, not very emotive, sort of goes about his business. I think he would make a great poker player as well. Doesn't give away much.
absolutely, I think there's very he's also going to be a really really good match play player because almost nothing is going to affect him.
Talking about match play, yours truly was a very good match play player. I would kill them by attrition. I think a lot of my opponents would lose hope by the time it will be the back nine. Just mentally drain them out with slow play.
Yeah,
I've had a fantastic record at match play.
I'm sure, and you basically had a 15th club.
Maybe have a look at Manu. But ladies and gentlemen, always try and keep it brisk and quick. The golf course is somewhere where you don't want a traffic jam. It's somewhere because, anyways, it's a long day. You want to just walk quick, enjoy the golf course, and keep it rolling.
Do you think the COVID was a blessing in disguise? Because otherwise, penalizing you with a fine from the PGTI for slow play, I mean, that could be a really, really heavy bill to pay.
But that could help the PGTI fill up its coffers even more. But yeah, to be honest, I was really looking forward to it, especially given this golf course is such a fantastic venue. Not just the tournament, but also this stunning venue. But yeah, I think the players are better for it. I would have caused a little bit of a traffic jam, but not if the referees could have helped it. So I sped up quite a bit. I've become a little quicker, and maybe next time, next year in Rome, as they say.
Sunit Bishnoi with a very different and new routine, as we saw, is the way a performer would get onto the stage, touching the floor and respecting it, and that was well done by Sunit Bishnoi, respecting his dance floor and his place of performance.
Yes, Sunit, definitely quite the performer. Finished second in the Q School at 8 under par, so he knows his golf course. He plays well here, and believe you me, I've tried all this. I've tried to respect the golf course, tell it that I don't fear it, but to be honest, everything has sort of fallen flat. Abhishek Kohar, look at that turn, magnificent. Really belts the ball a long way. Abhishek Kaur can get it about 300 yards in the air, and that's why I think he's one of the only players we've seen with a 3-wood. Why take out a driver when you can hit 300 yards with a 3-wood?
Sunit Bishnoi, of course, is a rookie on tour. He has just turned pro last week and joined the pro ranks. So he's started off his campaign pretty well with 72 and 73 for this tournament, and a couple of red numbers would definitely help him spring up that leaderboard. Anyone getting into red figures this week will have a good chance of finishing top 20. Unlike what we saw last year, with just under par wasn't cutting it. You had to be in double digit under pars to be able to finish atop leaderboards. And this week the challenge is going to be, of course, the winds and the undulating greens of this golf course.
I personally prefer golf courses like this, which test the mettle of all of the players, where the separation between the better players and the players who are struggling is noticeable, and that actually tells you that what players need to work on, which players are actually coming to the fore. And obviously, golf is a lot about different kind of golf courses, but a golf course like this is really good because you're able to separate the wheat from the chaff, so as to speak, and the better players definitely shine through, as we're seeing on our leader group right now. Tappy Guy, obviously yet to start his round, is at 11 under par. Some of the other players today who are out on the golf course, we're seeing a few good scores like Vinay Kumar Yadav is at 1 under after 3 holes. We have Varun Parekh, the winner of the Q School, at 1 under par after 3 holes. Obviously, there are some players who started well. Let's see how the rest of their day goes. As we see the panoramic view of the first fairway and the players and the caddies both striding down there. We can see Abhishek there walking towards the right hand side. So Rahul, how have the last 2 months been for you? What have you been up to? And have you had the opportunity to hit the range apart from just teaching others?
I actually did end up playing a couple of rounds of 9 holes with my students, and that was a lot of fun. In fact, as a complete surprise, I actually shot under par in a couple of them, and I was wondering whether I should go back on tour or not. But then the very next day, I also shot a 6 over in 9 holes, so I said I better hold my horses.
That's what golf is. You can be a king one day and a pauper the next. But you never know unless you roll the dice. So that's what they say. Shoot your shot and take your chances. And that's what these players are doing here. Now we're seeing Abhishek here in the bunker. I think he would have been wanting to go to the left. That bunker is almost a 290 carry, so maybe that strategy sort of backfired there. Would have been better off going with the driver and clearing that bunker, utilizing all of that burly strength that he has.
Actually, the thing is that you have to place a 3 wood definitely left of this bunker. So driver definitely would have been a better player, as we can tell. Sunit Bishnoi has crossed over the bunker and gone on the other side of it. So he would have nothing but like 100 yarder shot into the green now.
That's
And so
incredible.
has Manu Gandas. He's also on the other side of the bunker. So clearly, it is something that players can do. And Abhishek Kuhar is no stranger to long hitting. So he can definitely clear that bunker quite easily.
When I see this, I see that golf is changing. And what is your take on that? It's definitely becoming more of a power game. These kind of drives would never have been imagined earlier. Players trying to take on bunkers at 290 yards, maybe only one or two players in the field. But now you're seeing all the youngsters. That's how they play.
I think it's it's a great change to see. I think Indian players are turning into athletes now. We are seeing that the new crop of players is not only prepped up in terms of technique as well as good golf swings and good games, but overall they are also much better athletes. Abhishek Kuhar actually hasn't landed up in the bunker. His ball is on the slope of the bunker, providing a little bit more of a challenge. We can't even see the ball. So he has had to go in steep into the ground to be able to clear that ball out. That'll be a difficult one to stop on the treacherous greens of Kalahar Blues and Greens.
And soon enough, we'll find out where his effort landed up as we have a look at Manu.
This golf course, of course, one of the toughest holes on this course on the front nine. The stretch really comes in on the seventh and the eighth. Uh, if I'm not wrong, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually the fifth, sixth, and the seventh holes where the golf course provides the first challenge on the front nine. Of course, the second hole also is a long par three with about a 220-yard shot to be navigated up to the green, and with a huge swale off the front right off the green. Going into the holes like the fifth, sixth, and the seventh. The fifth is a par five, although it might not appear to be the toughest hole, but even layup on that hole is a difficult one, and the slopes of the green need to be navigated well. Sixth is a huge par four, where after a driver, the players would usually have a long iron into the green with a water hazard on the right side of the green and a huge slope on the left side. Most of the players would end up using the left side slope to feed the ball back onto the green. And of course, the seventh hole is an island green par three. A very picturesque hole, but of course, when the wind starts to pick up over there, the picturesque almost goes out of the window.
A great run through for us. As I look back at the scorecard, the sixth hole actually measures 525 yards, and that's supposed to be a par four.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. In fact,
is that a hole that a lot of players maybe might not even reach into? Like 525 yards is normally the average par five.
Yes, it reminds me of Bethpage Black, where a lot of players were finding it difficult to reach 2-1 on a lot of par fours when the US Open happened there for the first time.
I think the same can be said even for the longer. I mean, maybe the longer hitters would get a long iron, but 525 yards, and if that's blowing into headwind, I think you can well forget about the green in two. It's going to play like 600 yards.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Shaurya. In fact, a lot of players will not be able to make it onto the green in two, of course, depending on the wind. But yes, the hole is a challenging one. It also not only does it require an accurate tee shot, it also requires a very accurate second shot. You don't want to be dropping anything from the fairway onto the right part of the green because the ball really wouldn't be able to stop. So everyone tries to feed it in from the left side and keep that hazard away from play.
That's quite a challenging hole, and obviously we're going to see that as our telecast continues. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we're live at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism. The first hole turning a little bit to the right, a dogleg, an interesting hole indeed for the players to get off to, but still a generous fairway and somewhere where they can actually just freely swing. As we have a look at the group of Kshitij, Navid, Kaul, Prakhar, Asawa, and Gaurav Pratap Singh.
Appears to be Prakhar Asawa on our screens as we speak.
Prakhar, another product of the Q school, finishing 60th, getting his B card, and now doing well to make the cut here and playing really well so far. So it shows you that each year that the new fresh lot of players that comes with the Q school actually do challenge. You're seeing the players up the leaderboard and obviously challenging experienced golfers like Gaurav Pratap Singh here, who is doing pretty well this week at 1 under par, GP as he is fondly called by his friends.
Gaurav Pratap Singh, a former winner on the PGTI.
This would favor his preferred shape from left to right, looking on a little anxiously.
Gaurav is looking for his tee also quite anxiously at this moment. Seems like he's lost his lucky tee on that first tee box this morning.
Seems a little befuddled finding that tee, but that's all right. Should be able to find his ball. That's the priority, and the new changes in the rules only allow you 3 minutes to find your ball. That's you blink and you miss. That's what it is. Like 3 minutes.
Should there be a time to like how long you can look for a tee?
I think so. I don't see Gaurav in the picture. I think he's still finding his tee. We'll soon know if he's found it or not.
Talking about finding teas, and also still trying to find our footing within this new role of commentary, aren't we?
I think we feel like seasoned veterans. I don't know only our viewers can, but for our viewers, we really love to bring this game of golf to you, especially to children and people of all ages. That you watch this game that you love, and the opportunity to watch our top professionals in India who are doing us proud and playing all over the country, and then taking their game abroad. What a beautiful picture they're setting.
Absolutely.
I'm getting a little poetic, but that's my attempt.
Absolutely. In fact, this is one of the finest golf courses. Extremely beautiful. And imagine, owning one of those villas over there along the sides of the fairways on this golf course. You have this huge personal self. I mean, just almost like a dream.
Absolutely, it definitely is a dream, and just get out of the porch and hit your golf balls into the water hazard, and that's how it's called, Kalahar Blues. But yes, obviously, it's a golf course has some great real estate around it, and that's a different topic altogether. But for the players, their focus right now would just be on the green expanse that is in front of them and the challenge and the target that they have. They would not be looking at the villas. Definitely not be wanting to hit onto the villas, because that's going to be a 2-shot penalty. So yeah, and obviously draw the ire of the owners.
I remember there's this one villa on one of the holes which has a little swimming pool in front of it, and I was just coming off a bad hole, and I honestly just wanted to jump in to that pool and just keep my head down inside there for a while. Also, considering it was almost about 37 degrees and about 80% humidity that week, I really wanted to just jump in, as my scorecard was looking a little too bluer than I'd like it to be.
Yes, we all want a red scorecard. So just to tell you a little bit about the scoring and how golf works for all our viewers who joined us, I think, and for the other viewers who know how the game is played, our apologies, because you might want to skip this next part where we're talking about the game. Don't skip the production. Maybe just what we're telling you about the game of golf. So the game of golf comprises of playing 18 holes over a vast expanse of land. And what these holes are is that you have a teeing ground somewhere where you hit the ball from, and you have where the hole is located. And each hole has a stipulated number of shots that you must take in order to complete it. And there are only 3. And these are called the par for the hole. And there's a par 3, 4, and 5. There are only 3 kind of holes. And sometimes you have a par 6 in some golf courses. But normally the norm is a par 3, 4, and 5. What you'd see a par 3 is normally anything less than 200, between 100 and maybe 225 yards. A par 4 is anywhere, above 300 to maybe 500 yards now with the international game, or 525 as you have here. And then you have a par 5, which is normally between 500 to 600 yards. So, and that distance actually allows the players to navigate and get on the green and try to make a putt. If you take the stipulated number of shots, it's called a par. And if you aggregate 18 par, level par, and so it's zero in golf. And if you take more than the number of shots, it's called a bogey. 1 is called a bogey, 2 is called a double bogey. So you keep accumulating them, and over 18 holes, the number of shots that you normally take on average is called your handicap. So professionals, they have a 0 handicap, or as they say, professionals don't have a handicap apart from their own ambition. So, and amateurs normally, when you start the game, a handicap of 18 is a good measure after about a year or so. So that means you take 1 shot more on each hole than you're supposed to. And golf is a time-consuming sport. A professional tournament can take up to 6 days, and each round takes about 5 hours. So 4.5 hours normally. So as a recreational golfer, you can just play 9 holes, and tournament days you can play 18. But believe you me, ladies and gentlemen, once you start the game of golf, you'll be absolutely hooked onto it, because there's so many different variables to this game. That's why it's called the greatest game ever, and you must, if you get that, the greatest game ever played. It's about the story of the U.S. Open champion Francis Vermette, and makes for a great watch. And maybe watch the best. What's that movie where the guy hits the really long ball? I forget the name. Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore.
So you can learn a little bit of golf from these Hollywood movies.
In fact, both great movies in their own right. Greatest game ever played, in fact, is one of my favorite movies ever. And I mean, the other one is more of the comedy side of the game. In fact, one of the documentaries that I really liked was Sevi. Sebi, the movie it is called. It's probably available online somewhere. But it's a great movie on the life of Sebi Ballesteros, the Spaniard, who is also a former major champion and one of the legends of international golf. We're looking now at one of the few legends of Indian golf, Syed Saqib Ahmed on the tee box, former winner in Cochin, playing alongside Samar Dwivedi.
That's he was a great Spanish matador. What a player he was. Unfortunately passed away to health complications and cancer, but his legend lives on, and players like them, they sort of become immortalized. Players like Sevi, Jack Nicklaus. Sevi was he had his own flair. Had his own fan following, a great character, a personality, and obviously had great fan following all over the globe. In fact, even in India here, we used to follow Sevi for his flair, his style, and he used to, if there's something about golf that it teaches you, and it's sort of emblematic of life, is that how to make the best out of a worst situation. And Sevi was the embodiment of that. You hit it all over the park, but you try to get the ball back in the hole. So recovery is also a very big part of this game of golf, and that's what you must also try and do. Like, if you veer off your plans or your path, there's always a way back, especially in this game and in life.
In fact, talking about scrambling and saving your pars, back in 2006 or 2004, I might be mistaken with the year, but Tiger had one of his finest years of golf, and a lot of people thought that Tiger's ball striking was the one that was on point. It was actually, he was number one in scrambling statistics for the entire year. So he would end up making pars and birdies from the rough. So even if he didn't make it in the fairway, he was actually salvaging the good scores.
Yes, obviously it's the short game. The importance of the short game cannot be overemphasized. And yes, you're right. Tiger had a phenomenal year. That year. Now, as we look at Syed Saqib Ahmed, he's at 1 under par for the tournament, playing alongside Samar Dwivedi and Anshul Patel. Saqib a little unorthodox in the way he stands. Maybe the ball is a little bit on the back foot, wants to compress it a little more, hit it a little lower, and maybe with a sort of a sweeping draw. It looks like he's sort of aligned for that. Again, going with the 3-wood.
So you can say that the ball position is sort of complementary to his technique of the golf swing. So to maximize his output with the shots, he has figured out what are his matchup points in terms of his swing. So he prefers to keep the ball back of the stance because of some sort of idiosyncrasies or maybe the movements that he has in his golf swing. So each of us can also learn from that and sort of adjust and play golf to the best of our own potential, by doing things like these. Samar Dwivedi, another good ball striker.
Yes, truly. I think comparison is the root cause of all evil and discontentment in this life. And obviously in the game of golf, you can't really look at what the other person is doing. Each person brings his own unique abilities to the fore. As we have a look at Samar, who can hit the ball a long way. Tall, athletic player. So, based out of Gurugram. So obviously you want to do what you can do best. Obviously, you look at somebody like Mithun Pereira, who's an accomplished player. He's done well really on the PGTI and on the Asian Tour at times, and he can barely hit the driver more than 230 yards in the air, 235, and he's still able to compete. And that's actually, I find it very fascinating to see him compete. And unfortunately, he's not here for the weekend. But that's the kind of players you can have a big, broad mix of players. But I think now we have a look at Anshul Patel, the lefty. Lefties are like a sight for sore eyes. You really like seeing lefties in golf. They're so different. You think of Phil Mickelson and the other players. I think being a lefty, their heroes would always be lefty golfers. Like we as righties, it's a very weird thing if you think about it. Like when we were growing up, I would never really imagine a player would say that I want to be like Phil Mickelson when I grow up. You would always have a right-handed player to emulate. You would say Tiger Woods or maybe Ernie Els or somebody else, but you never think of a left-handed player. So for a lefty, they need their left-handed idols, because there's no way to relate. It's actually almost a different game, because how do you emulate the swing style? It's so different. I feel like when you look at Phil Mickelson's golf and compare it with somebody else, or Steve Flesh or the other lefties, there's just no way of comparing. I mean, obviously they are the metrics, like how far you're hitting it, what you're doing, but it's kind of like a different game, and it's so much more different. It's not like a lefty batsman in cricket and a righty. To a certain extent, maybe true. Like, you see a lot of left-handed batsmen in cricket have that flair. Like Saurav Ganguly was called the god of the offside, and these kind of epithets that go along. And so lefties are supposed to be more creative, and that's what's seen in golf.
Well, there is hardly any left-handed players out there. In fact, that's why left-handed players' inspirations are also very less. And luckily, we have Phil Mickelson available there to be one of the best idols that anyone could have. In fact, what do left-handers do really well? How do they actually learn their golf swing? They actually learn their golf swings by mirroring a right-handed golf swing. So similarly, a right-handed player also could try to do that. Unfortunately, right-handed players have a lot of options, so they don't even look at that. And I think we're only looking at two left-handed golfers on the PGTI this year. While I think over the last one decade or so, these would be the first two left-handed players to actually come out on tour.
Absolutely, I can't recollect anyone
I
else
think the
that.
last one was Aditya Kanitkar from Pune, whom I saw was a left-handed player on the tour, and he didn't really be on tour for too long. He only played a couple of tournaments, and he runs his own academy over there.
I've not really seen any left-handed player come to the fore and perform like how these players are doing. So that's actually, but these are the things that you can't quite like. These are maybe, these are some of the things that happen over the years. Some year maybe you might see a couple, and because the percentages of left-handed players in golf as a whole are very few, and that's also owing to the lack of equipment for lefties, and now maybe equipment is more prevalent for left-handers, but maybe it's just naturally we're more attuned to maybe swing right-handed. You come across a lot of players. I would say that out of 100 players, maybe you would come across one or two lefties.
Exactly. So you actually there are not many left-handers out there, right? So how many people do you actually see writing with their left hand? So there are not enough people out there who are left-handers. So the percentage of the players that we see are going to be far lesser.
Exactly, and it's something that I mean, in other games, like let's say in boxing, that's why they call it a southpaw, and a southpaw is supposed to have a great advantage because many of their opponents are right-handed, and they cannot quite sort of foresee a knockout punch being from the left hand, and that takes a lot of visual sort of adjustment. And in golf, that's not so true because you kind of you're doing your own thing individually, and it's even when you're going head to head, it's still about your shot. The opponent quite can't quite influence you apart from maybe get in your head with a couple of mind games, as Lee Trevino put a fake snake on the tee, and that reminds me of one of our great Indian amateurs, Gagan Verma. He used to do that to us when we were amateurs. He'd carry a rubber snake and sort of put it in our bed. So yeah, obviously there was a lot of lampooning also going around, and but that's, I think in amateur golf, the mental aspect comes a lot. You try to psych out your opponent, but in professional golf, people are so focused on their own game. Actually, they almost have blinkered vision.
Karandeep Kochar also seems to have found a little bit more form this year. Last year, towards the end of the season, he was finding a little bit of difficulty in carrying on his game the way he had through the first half of the year. Looking back now on our screen is Syed Saqib Ahmed from Bangalore attempting his second shot on the first hole at Kalahar Blues and Greens, the Gujarat Open 2022. Some good start on the golf course. Karthik Sharma already at 1 under par through 3 holes has taken his score from 3 over to 2 over par for the tournament. Varun Parik as well as Vinay Kumar Yadav with good starts, both at 1 under par to start the day. Samar Dwivedi from Gurgaon has actually hit it way past that bunker. Must be having like a knockdown wedge into the green there. In fact, Gujarat has a lot of things for tourism. Gujarat's attractions, in fact, include the Asiatic lion, the Gir National Park. There are 4 more national parks and 21 wildlife sanctuaries in Gujarat. So the rich biodiversity of wildlife reserves is characterized by scenic landscapes, dense forests, mountain streams, waterfalls, and rivers. In fact, there are also a lot of bird sanctuaries in Gujarat. In fact, some of them are Khijaldia Birdthole Lake, Nal Sarovar, which is right next to the Kensville Golf Club, Porbandar, and the Great Indian Bustard Sanctuary. So a lot of stuff to do there in Gujarat, and hence, the tourism of Gujarat is actually taking over now as one of the finest destinations in the country to visit.
Yes, absolutely. What a wonderful viewing this is, and there are a lot of things to do in Gujarat in terms of tourism and sport, obviously being one of them. And in addition, obviously, there are many beautiful statues and things that you can have a look at.
Next on the tee, on the first hole, we've got Om Prakash Chauhan playing alongside Abhinav Lohan and Sachin Besoya. Om Prakash Chauhan, a multiple winner on the PGTI Tour.
A very good group here. Om Prakash Chauhan, OP, one of the most consistently good players. He's consistent and also at a very high level. He's always under par, always there and thereabouts. And I really like the way he sort of manufactured his game, sort of a self-made technique. He used to play a lot alongside the other Indian star from Mau, Mukesh Kumar. And he's learned a lot. If you see, he has a similar sort of swing, sort of over the top kind of fade that he hits, and a very controlled power fade. Already a multiple time winner on tour, very consistent. A great future ahead for this young man. Doesn't really waste much time, so sorted in his swing.
Om Prakash, a very, very consistent player, always hits a fade kind of a golf shot, but also a superb putter. So he has a few tidbits here and there wherein you feel that it's a homemade golf swing, but also there are a lot of things about his golf swing which actually are superb, like the way he moves his body through the shot, in fact the way he compresses the ball, and actually hits quite a powerful golf ball up in the air. In fact, Om Prakash Chauhan is not only he's a multiple time winner on the PGTI. Abhinav Lohan now from Faridabad.
Worked with Mike Bender, who was Zach Johnson's coach, and has a very similar sort of swing. Has a sort of catapult kind of motion that he has on the ball. Very quick, sort of a drawing, penetrating flight that he has. I really like the players who hit the ball flat, although they should have the ability of hitting it high. But I feel that these kind of players are very good from 100 yards and in, able to just flight it down and get it to the stick.
In fact, Kalahar is the kind of golf course where you don't want the ball to be too flat. You actually want it to go pretty high and long. In fact, you can say the fairway design is very reminiscent of what American golf courses are like. So it's wide fairways with undulations as well as water hazards on the sides. Although it's wide, so you can go and try to get a little bit more yardage on a couple of your drives, depending on what kind of a hole you're playing. But even then, even if you've got yourself to 310, 320 yards, you still have to map your way through for the next shot that you have on this golf course.
So Abhinav, there you hear it. Please hit it higher today. Let's keep the flat ball flight for another time. Let's try and elevate that a little bit, and that sort of takes me back years when I saw our top professional Arjun Atwal hit the ball. I remember back in DGC, and I was very impressed to see him hit the forehand so high. And I think that's one of the qualities that stellar, better players. I've always seen that if you want to really identify good ball strikers, just ask them to hit a 3-iron. That's just a very. It doesn't need to be long, but if a player can actually compress a 3 iron and hit it high, you know that he's a good player. You know, it's extremely difficult to hit a 3 iron high, but obviously players in yesteryears were hitting 2 irons. Tiger used to have a 2 iron, so you can well imagine the strength and the compression that he used to put on that ball to carry it 275, 280 in the air and be able to stop it. So it's extremely tough in golf. You always need that speed, that agility, that compression to hit the long irons up in the air.
In fact, one of the toughest things to do is to take a bladed iron and a bladed 3 iron and knock it up really, really high up in the air. It's one of the toughest shots that I've tried. In fact, one of the tests that my coach had taught me was, if you really think you're hitting the ball well, take a 3 iron and hit it off the turf and try to launch that up as high as your 7 iron. And that was really it was one of the most true blue tests ever that I have tested on myself while practicing.
Yeah, that's a very good way to actually sort of gauge. It's a good litmus test if you're actually doing well or just feeling that you're doing well. You were a good ball striker, and you had the ability in your playing days to be able to hit that 3 iron high. I remember
Yeah,
playing
yeah.
alongside you. What are some of the things that you tell our viewers that is there anything apart from speed and strength that can actually help you compress the ball? Like, is there something more club fitting, or what can a player do if he is hitting the long irons flat? Is there some secret that you can share with our viewers?
I think the first thing that each one of us make the mistake with when we see a long iron down behind the ball is that we think that we need to help the ball get up in the air. So I think that's the first mistake that we would make. So that could not only lead to a bad contact, but even if we catch it, the ball will never be really compressed and doesn't really get the complete launch that it requires to get. So even with a bladed 3 iron, you actually require a more descending sort of an action, and you need to be more on top of the ball instead of trying to catch it from behind. So very similar to hitting a 7 iron or a pitching wedge, you have to stay on it and have a more descending blow on the ball. And it is the descending blow and making sure that you are moving through the shot that actually helps you get that. But yes, you do require a little bit of power and compression to get through to hit those kind of shots. It's not impossible to hit a 3 iron high, but you have to make sure that you don't let your eyes play the fool on you and make you feel like you're staying left behind the ball. In fact, you have to stay on top of it for it to actually launch up really high.
So there you have it, right from the horse's mouth, how to hit it high, and that's something that you should try on your weekends and see how you can actually get the ball airborne. It's a lot more fun that way. But there are many golf courses where you can actually navigate. I mean, if you're not able to hit the ball high, don't get disheartened. Obviously you can go for club fitting and lighter shafts, and sometimes actually good. Like, obviously there are certain advantages to hitting the ball high, but nothing can replicate a good flush consistent strike. So even if you hit it low but you know where you're hitting it, I think you can navigate any golf course in the world, because you're hitting a 3 iron, you don't need to hit it to 10 feet. You hit a 3 iron, you hit it anywhere on the green or where you want to miss it, that's good enough. So if you can just, in golf it's very important to be able to capitalize on your strength and make sure that your strength always stays with you, and then you're able to improve upon your weaknesses.
Absolutely correct. In fact, in case you're not able to hit your 3 iron high enough, even when you're trying to stay on top of the ball, you can always get yourself a hybrid, and those can launch pretty high.
Absolutely.
So that is the way technology can benefit all of us. So that if you can get yourself a 3 hybrid instead of a 3 iron, that would actually help get the ball airborne much quicker than a bladed 3 iron would. He's looking at Sachin Baisoya in the fairway on the first, going for his second shot on this hole. Om Prakash Chauhan, of course, didn't carry that bunker all the way, but he was on the front lip of it and has already played his shot from there. Some of the local names playing this week are Anshul Patel, Jay Pandya, Shravan Desai, Arshpreet Thind, as well as Varun Parekh. Varun Parekh, who won the PGTI qualifying school just last week. Uh, Back on the tee box on the first hole shortly while we look at the ninth hole from our camera angle right now. Ninth hole, of course, a picturesque golf hole with an undulating green and that water hazard which runs all the way from the fairway all the way to the green. Looking back at that bunker on the first hole, we're also uh, got this week Tappy Ghai, who's leading at 11 under par. So we're waiting for him to come on the tee shortly.
As the
That's the
players.
putting green where the players warm up just before their tournament. Of course, as the day ends, they will also be using the same putting green to, hone up their skills a little bit better. We're looking at the PGTI employees right now, Wilson Parcha, Ranjit Singh at the back of that camera angle on the putting green, marking his golf ball. We have Sudhir Sharma from Greater Noida, playing alongside Jairaj Singh Sandhu and M. Dharma from Bangalore. Jairaj Singh Sandhu, also a new player on the PGTI, and he's also a southpaw, as you like to call.
Yes,
Another left-handed player.
good to see more of those. Jairaj coming through the Q school and playing pretty well, finishing fifth in the Q school. So obviously has a lot of good form, and obviously he's riding that, and he's two under par for the week. So still not out of it. Just 9 shots behind, and with the way this golf course is, Jairaj seems to be quite a tall player. I think well over 6 feet tall. So I think using those long levers, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a long hitter. Yes, there's a lot of
Yep.
speed. You can see that finish, very good turn, and able to find his tee as well.
I like the way he's actually, wound up slowly in the
Yeah.
backswing and then sort of collected power
Yes.
through into the ball.
There you have M. Dharma, and in the background you can see Ranjit Singh, the veteran, on the putting green. M. Dharma,
Another
shooting
veteran on tour?
yeah, young veteran,
Young veteran, of course.
playing like an old veteran and doing really well. He's somebody who's been improving year on year, and I look for him to do well again this year and sort of take his game. He's also playing on the Asian tour, so
Absolutely. In fact, one of the most consistent players on the PGTI. He's really aging like fine wine. His game also seems to be aging just like that.
absolutely. There you have it.
Over the years, I've seen M. Dharma improve his, game slowly and steadily. In fact, each of the years we see him improving his scores, and he's always around the top of the leaderboard through and through. Very, very consistent player, and I think I've seen that for well around almost a decade now.
Yes, he's
Yes, I've been around that long.
that's about the time that I haven't been there. So I've been there before that. It's been almost a decade, maybe more than that, that I've hung up my full-time professional golf boots. But golf is something that you can't quite forget. To be honest, it's there's something different about a professional tournament, or I'm sure every other tournament, even amateur tournaments. But to know competing with the best to make the cut, they say everything second finishing second is just like first loser, but that's not the case in golf, because it's you're competing with 150 players each week, and even to make the cut and finish in the top 20, 30 is a worthy achievement. Obviously the better players always aim to win, but not everybody can win in life. It's also about the journey and doing well, and I think that's the opportunity that a career in professional golf, if you're doing really well, it gives you that opportunity. You can always gauge your improvement. There's so many statistics. Golf is such an amazing game. It gives the mind so much to think about. It can torture the soul, and it can it really do so much, and it can curdle your blood at times, but it also can give you some great moments when you have that perfect drive and that perfect shot, and that's something that you can sort of show off to your friends, maybe just record it as well, and look back in time that yes, this is how good I was. So it gives you that opportunity, and being an individual sport, and also having that little bit of team element, because golf does have that as well. You have match play, you have stroke play. So there's so much to golf. And in these days, being outside in the vast green expanse, being able to enjoy yourself is what it's all about. And talking about that, we would like to speak about one of the associate sponsors this week, American Express, which is a globally integrated payments company that provides customers with access to products, insights, experiences that enrich lives and build business success. Their mission is to become essential to their customers by providing differentiated products and powerful backing to help them achieve their aspiration. And obviously, Amex has some great cards as well, which can get you on the golf course. So that's another added incentive as well.
Absolutely. In fact, the card can actually help you play in many golf courses across the country, and probably even get a lesson or two each of the months. So that's an added advantage if you have one of these cards from American Express. We look at the screen on the right side, where we see the design of the hole. We see that the tee is slightly on the left side, just before that blue mark that you see, which is the water hazard on the right of the tee box, which is pretty much only for cosmetic purpose. And then, if you see that bunker up there into the fairway, that's the bunker that we have been seeing on our screens, just on the right side of where the player is right now. So that is the bunker that players are trying to navigate, either go over it or go on the left side of it. And thereafter, of course, the green, which has a lot of undulations.
Yes, a very interesting golf course, and a lot of challenging holes. As we go further on in the day, we'll be covering some other holes as well to give you the perspective of what the players actually face.
Sudhir Sharma, in fact, the one on our screen right now on the left side of the fairway, has been tinkering a lot with his equipment of late over the last 2 months or so since his off season. And just before the beginning of this season, in fact, we had a long discussion a couple of days ago about equipment and about club fitting and all of that. So that was a good, fun conversation that I had with him. I think he popped into the workshop where I'm at on a daily basis. So he came in to probably get his wedges flattened out, and we were having a huge discussion about the equipment that he's playing and what he's moving into and why he's switching it and all of that. So that was very interesting. In fact, he just recently moved to a lighter driver shaft. Said that it's actually helped him add speed to his game.
You want to say hi to our viewers here, ladies and gentlemen? That's us on your screen, your hosts, as we run you through the rest of the day. And while Rahul was talking about tinkering with golf equipment, remember this great saying by me that when you hit a bad shot, it's never you, it's always the equipment. That's how we come back another day. It's never you. It's like Jack Nicklaus used to say that he never used to think of negative things that used to happen. He used to just ignore them. I don't know if that's like basically not seeing the truth which is in front of you. That might be a wrong thing as well. But a reporter asked him after a tournament on the last hole when he three-putted. He said, "You just made a three-putt." He said, "No, I never three-putt." But he said, I just saw you make a three-putt." He said, "No, that was not me." So that's the kind of impervious attitude maybe that champions require. And you can try that if that works for you, and definitely leave a comment here for us on Facebook or Twitter. And just to let you know that we are live here, you can follow us on WA Cricket, and you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and even on YouTube. So we are there everywhere. And the great thing about this, ladies and gentlemen, you don't need to spend even a single rupee to watch this. Just land up on WA Cricket by ABP Sports and enjoy this fiesta of Indian golf.
Absolutely, it's terrific, the turns that Indian golf has taken over the last 2-3 years, where we've got live telecast of the PGTI, and it's a great place to be, with the game growing. Everybody being able to watch this tournament and all the tournaments on the PGTI live from their homes. The players can be followed by their fans. The new upcoming players can learn a lot more about the tour. The kids, the junior players can watch their Indian players playing and learn a lot from them. So it's a lot of advantages of having this live telecast. So it's brilliant thing that has happened for Indian golf. The PGTI has taken great steps with the support with, in partnership with ABP News, and this whole thing that can completely change the way we have perceived the game of golf so far. On our screens now, we've got Amardeep Malik playing alongside Pawan Kumar and Karandeep Kochar.
Amardeep Malik always flamboyantly dressed, taking his fashion as seriously as he takes his game of golf alongside Karandeep Kochar, the numero uno. So here we have a look at Pawan Kumar. This is obviously, these are the groups that, the winner could emerge from here. They're at 4 under par, and two players tied at 5 under par. Look for one of them to actually make a good charge on that leader group today. These are good scores on this challenging golf course. It's far from over right now. There's a lot to play for, and these players know it. Pawan has not won on tour yet, has been good. He blows hot and cold, but he definitely does have the potential to sort of mount a challenge. Now look at Amardeep Malik. Amardeep Malik there in his pre-shot routine. There you have. Amardeep Malik has been on tour for quite a while. He's been a winner on a tour, very good amateur career as well, and has grown from strength to strength. Has played on the Asian tour as well regularly, and I think these are the years that are supposed to be some of the best years for a golfer, maybe mid to late 30s. That's where he would be, and so the next 5 or 7 years could be the golden years for this golfer. Still keeping himself very fit, works a lot on his fitness. And let's see if that has paid off. Okay, a player picking up the tee is always a good sign because when you're disgruntled, you sort of just let that be. Karandeep Kochar, and very good player, consistent player on the PGTI. Karandeep likes to dress in black and white. You see him sort of frequenting that kind of a combination a lot. I think golf has a lot to do about what a player likes. It's not just the game, it's also what makes a player feel good and what they're comfortable with. Like you see Tiger Woods actually going with the red and black on the final day. A lot of players have these superstitions where they like to wear certain clothes. Currently finished number 2 last year on the order of merit, where we saw Udayan Mane, the Olympian, finishing number 1 on the final order of merit. So Karandeep was able to amass 51 lakh and 800 rupees. So obviously shows you that if you do take your golf seriously and play well, there's a lot to earn, and the better players know that. And this year, with a complete full tour, you can see that last year we had the number 1 player amass 58 lakhs and 72,000. This year you can actually see the winner maybe get up to 1 crore. There's a lot to play for. Prize money is obviously increasing year on year, and that's a testament to what the PGTI, the associate sponsors, the umbrella sponsors of the PGTI have been able to do for the game of golf, and give these players the opportunity to make a great living just playing the PGTI in India, and also be able to venture out now.
Now on to the 18th hole of the Kalahar Blues and Greens. We are looking at the group of Vikrant Chopra playing alongside Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan and Bishmad Pal Singh Sira.
As we have a look at Vikrant Chopra trying to navigate this hole and make par. Good shot there. Vikrant is pretty good around the greens and from the bunkers. You've seen him; he's been very consistent. Vikrant, after a stellar amateur career, has had a good pro career. It's not been able to win yet, but he's been thereabouts. I think he has close to more than half a dozen runner-up finishes, maybe about 8 or 9. That's something that he would be looking to change, hopefully, and playing alongside Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan. So doing well, making the cut. Aditya also a long hitter of the ball, works a lot on his game. Let's see if that's something that is going to hold him in good stead right now. A tricky little chip shot.
So my apologies, ladies and gentlemen. This is hole number 9 of the golf course. The pin from on the front edge of the green. Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan bailed out on the right side, about 20 yards right of the green. Of course, the third player in this group, Bishmat Pal Singh Sira, is also newly turned professional golfer just this year.
Bishmat Pal was able to finish 21st on the Q School, so doing well, and here he is. He's in the final 2 days of the tournament, so it's good on him. It's just showing you the new talent that is coming through. So many players coming through. The CGTI giving the opportunity for these players to showcase their talent and be able to compete with the stalwarts. And Bishmat Pal seems to be using the aim point method. There you see he's discussing with his caddy where the apex point must be for this putt. So he'll align on that point, and then obviously he expects the green to do the rest. I think this is birdie putt. If that's true, that's a fantastic shot on this difficult hole. The caddy telling him the point. What's also important is that one thing that the caddy can't tell you is gauging the marriage of the line and speed. That's something that just experience has to tell you. You have to know how the greens are rolling, and then it's not just about line. It's a lot about golf, especially putting is almost like artistry.
Absolutely, it's almost like putting a thread through a needle. That's what this this aspect of the game is about. So a lot of pressure is exhibited on this part of the game to actually put a score together. Having said that, in fact, greens like the ones at Kalahar Blues and Greens, in fact, require a lot more precision, a lot more understanding of the speed and the line combination to be able to hold putts.
He seemed to have got that puff. Oh, as the commentators curse, that looked in all the way. He must be disappointed with that. That was a good putt, nevertheless. Just missing out. Oh, yeah, Vikrant Chopra with his broomstick putter.
You're probably one of the few players across the world with a broomstick putter. You'll probably hold them up in the in 10% of golfers across the world who's using them.
Let's see if Aditya Rajkumar. Now we have
Rohan Dhole Patil alongside Sunny Chaurasia on the tee box, and Yashash Chandra would be their third player.
Rohan, again, a player from the Q school. So showing you that the Q school graduates are actually contending, not just playing. They're right
Absolutely.
there in the mix.
Absolutely. Things are changing on the tour. I mean, it seems like they're already gaining a lot of experience from their stint on the amateur tour, maybe playing for the country, maybe playing international events and gaining some confidence along the way before they actually come into the pro ranks. And I think that really helps players to be able to come in and be able to perform.
Yes, a great opportunity. And you look at players just coming to the Q school, and it kind of takes you back. It's a wonderful phase. You're brimming with excitement. You're looking for the opportunities. I, it's a great time to test your mettle against the pro golfers. For the amateurs, it's a big thing to turn professional, then compete. It's a very special time for all of them. Not all of them will go on to be great players, but it's the journey that they will always look and reminisce. And who knows, they become great players, or if they don't, then they can always give their hand in commentary, which is not too easy either, ladies and gentlemen. Tell you to be honest with you, let's not make light of it. It's very serious business here. We're bringing you a very, very important tournament, the start of the 2022 season. We bring you the Tata Steel PGTI qualifying. Sorry, my apologies. We bring you the Tata Steel. Just a minute. We bring you the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 22 presented by Gujarat Tourism. So you can see that, the pressure gets to the best of us. We can always have four pars, but like in golf, if we are able to recover, then that's what really counts. And we will recover at this beautiful golf course, Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Championship, with a handsome prize money of rupees 40 lakh that the players are competing for.
Sunil Chaurasia, another player who's been making strides atop leaderboards through and through the last 2 years. So Sunil Chaurasia, I would expect him to probably be able to get a W this year on his career list of tournaments played. Sunil Chaurasia starting the tournament on day number 3 at 6 under par with scores of 68 and 70 on the first 2 days. Sunit, of course, is the nephew of the legendary SSP Chaurasia. But make no mistake, Sunit actually is out there making a name for himself. He will have to live in those shadows for some time, but he has really made a name for himself on the professional golf tour. You're looking now at Yashash Chandra from Mysore. Players being very, very meticulous about their golf swing and the way their pre-shot routines are to be done. Each of the players have their own peculiar way of playing golf and their own golf swings. Everything is very individualistic in this game. There's no one size fits all kind of technique that works out. Yashash Chandra from Mysore.
Looks like he's aligned for a draw, it seems. See where it pans out. Now, how do you like, what kind of golf courses do you like? Do you like, normally you always have par fours, or sometimes you have par fives, par threes. Do you have any preference in terms of what kind of hole you want to be teeing off on, or does that not matter to you?
Anything that is not extremely tight and does not, appear to have jungles on the sides of the fairways. I mean, except that, everything else is fine for me. I do like challenging golf courses, something like a Royal Calcutta Golf Club, something like a Kalahar. I actually do enjoy them. I would say that Royal Calcutta and KGA Golf Club would be some of my two top favorites in India to play. One of the reasons for that is that they offer you to hit different clubs off the tee. They offer you to hit different shapes of the tee box. And also you have to think your way through the golf course. They do tend to pick up a lot of wind. They have got great greens, but also you have to place the ball really well to be able to create a good score. So I like golf courses that basically keep you on your feet and thinking through the round.
How do you remember the Delhi golf course tee off? I think that always
you know what I meant.
That always used to get each of the players jittery. I think this bunker is going to see a lot of traffic here. Very tough to get up to the green.
So me and the Delhi Golf Club haven't had the best of relationships. In fact, I personally have never had very good driver skills. I've hit the ball long, but I've never been one of the most consistent and straight hitters of the driver. So whenever I'd go to Delhi Golf Club, I'd have to, take out my long irons and I'd have to actually leave the woods at home. Otherwise, I'd be in the woods. So I'd rather leave the woods at home than me being in the woods.
That's a good choice. The latter definitely working out, as we can see the ninth hole on our screen, and there you can see us as well. And we see the player that having to contend with maybe a 10-12 footer turning right to left. So obviously it's interesting times we're seeing. In terms of scoring, what we can see so far, the players have done well on the first 2 days. And today, if you have a look at the leaderboard, some of the players, most of the players are actually struggling with over par rounds. Only Vikrant Chopra is at one under par for the day after 9 holes. We have Varun Parekh, the winner of the Q School, at 2 under par after 6 holes. Karthik Sharma, the lefty, 1 under after 3 holes. But the rest, there's some pretty high scoring, to be honest.
Shamim Khan with a great effort on that chip shot from the right side swale, sort of like a bailout area on the right of the green, leaves himself about a 6-footer to save par on the ninth hole. Playing alongside Sagar Raghuvanshi and Vinay Kumar Yadav.
You can see Shamim Khan on the green, very nonchalant, but you expect the ball to go in. He's very relaxed, and I think that's the difference. He accepts, the result, whatever it may be, and it doesn't take much time. It's just, he's very good at putting. He's able to see the line. He has that innate ability to be able to recognize what the putt is going to do before it. It's almost like an strong intuition, and he always dives them in, and he putts really well on quick greens.
I would reckon that's true because he's won multiple tournaments and he's been an Order of Merit champion. I'd reckon that he'd be really good with a lot of things in that golf game of his.
Yes, absolutely, you're right. But that's our job as commentators, to wax eloquent.
In fact, one of the things about Shamim that inspires me quite a bit is that this thing that we have today about distance. He, in fact, does not have a long distance driving or a high compression ball coming out of that club, but he really knows how to move his way around the golf course. In fact, he can play any kind of a golf course, be it a wide and open and long challenging course. He's the kind of person who can make birdies there. And you give him a tight golf course and he's the kind of person who can make birdies over there. And that's very, very hard to find, to have that kind of versatility in your golf game.
Yes, absolutely.
What a great putt there by Sagar Raghuvanshi. Appears to be a birdie on the ninth hole for Sagar Raghuvanshi.
Sagar Raghuvanshi also coming through the Q School. So obviously a lot of qualifying school graduates. I think maybe close to 7 to 8 players from the Q School have made the cut this time. There you have Shamim's trusty caddy there, looking at the line. As you can see, the big cloth on the caddy shoulder is to clean the golf clubs, the ball. As contrary to what you have in amateur golf, you'll see players actually, in friendly golf, you see players change the ball on the putting green. Professionals actually have to play with the same ball throughout the course of the hole. The only way they can change it if the ball has been damaged. So you have to putt and play with the same ball. You're not allowed to change it during the course of a hole unless it has been damaged. So that's another tidbit for you. Just grazing the hole there.
Back on the tee box with Shankar Das, Ranjit Singh and Arjun Prasad. Shankar Das, former winner on tour, and we're seeing him after a long time atop that leaderboard. I'm sure that's a place that he has missed, but there's no stranger to success. In fact, one of the things about Shankar Das that strikes me the most is his individuality with the game. At the moment he gets within 50 yards to the green, he actually switches his grip into cack-handed. And he actually plays his chips and pitches in a cack-handed fashion. Anything within 50 yards is another grip, and above 50 yards, another grip. I mean, I personally would even forget that when I was playing golf.
Yes, absolutely. But even with that unorthodox kind of game, he's done well. And this is a very interesting group, to be honest. I'm really happy to see Ranjit Singh at 6 under par. Maybe this is his time. He's always been there and there about such a long career, a storied career, and not won yet. It could be Ranjit. He's a good ball striker, is Ranjit. And he's been there and he's playing along the young lad Arjun Prasad. Let's see what happens in this group. I'm very interested. Maybe the winner could come out of this group. Shankar Das, obviously, a lot of experience. Not a great ball striker, but gets it done. So this could be Ranjit's week, maybe.
You never know, right? You never know. This golf is such a funny thing that you don't know which week is going to be whose, and it'll be great to see Ranjit put a W on his career sheet. And of course, none of the players here right now are out of the game. Arjun Prasad also has a superb chance to get himself a W on his career list. We have Arjun Prasad this year flanking a new haircut. Last year he was giving us the look of long hair, and this week we are seeing that Arjun is back to keeping his short hair.
Good swing.
Supporting him at the back is his father, standing under the umbrella out there to support his son in the tournament. Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh.
Ranjit Singh, very good experienced player. Very funny character. Cracks a lot of jokes. A lot of the jokes that he cracks can't be actually told on air, but but nevertheless he's a great player and great for the game of golf. A very jovial character. I've never seen a frown on his face. Always has a positive word for the rest of the players. He seems to have changed his stance a little bit. There's something different about his stance. There you have Ranjit, fit and agile. Ranjit's brother also used to play on tour, who's actually now relocated to the United States of America. Very good player himself. And now you have Shankar Das. You see a very unique, different kind of a player. The grip is very different. He seems to be going with a conventional grip.
Yeah, because that's over 50-yard shot.
So confusing. Shankar would be maybe in his late 30s or early 40s. Maybe I'm not too sure. But obviously somebody who's done really well on tour. Very wide stance. Seems to be swinging it a little harder. That's good. Maybe
one of the things that you would notice about good players is that they really don't spend too much time on the tee boxes or any of the shots that they play. Actually, once a decision is made, it's made, and then they execute.
Are you trying to say something?
No. Oh, did I just say something? I wasn't trying at all. I was saying it.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, just get on the ball, watch it, and hit it. Don't take time. Don't waste time. Time is precious, so is life. So try and take a few seconds only to hit a golf shot, and that way you don't get the ire of the rest of the players and field.
Ninth hole, tee box, Shravan Desai.
That's giving you a very good view of what the players face. In fact, what the player is going to face later, and the flight and everything else you'll be able to track from here. Very interesting view. As long as the cameraman doesn't get hit, everything is fine.
With the background of those stunning villas. I mean, it's Shravan Desai now taking his tee shot.
Hit it so fast we couldn't quite see it.
Like I said, that's what good players do.
Exactly, that's what I'm going to be doing next year.
So you just mentioned that you're going to be hitting the gym to gain some speed. Is that the kind of speed you were talking about?
Any speed for me is welcome, but I would hope some speed on the driver.
Playing alongside local lad and the winner of the Q School, Vikrant Chopra.
Vikrant Chopra also hits the ball really long. In fact, he has sort of effortless power. He's one of the few players who doesn't really seem that he's working too hard for that power. I've seen him on the range in Eagleton many years ago. A lot of power. Seems to be going with a 3-wood. Smooth swing there.
Smooth swing for Vikrant Chopra on that 9th hole. Wide fairway on this hole, but a difficult second shot because the pin's up the front. There's a deep bunker on the front side of the green, and left of that is the water hazard. And I'm pretty sure the tournament director is almost plotting that flag onto that left top of the green come tomorrow.
Yeah, it could be that could be quite the flag. I think you really need to be in position there to even think of going for the flag. Many players will be just happy with the four here, with the bunker, the water. There's a lot to contend with. Seems like that's a really good three-wood hit by Varun. That's right down there.
In fact, one of the widest fairways on the golf course. I was quite surprised to see Varun Parekh hitting three wood off the tee box. So maybe he's hitting the driver so long that might be getting close to the hazard. There are a lot of players who do actually hit it that far. I mean that's what length can do, right? I mean you also have the flip side of it, wherein you have to change the club opposed to what a lot of other players must be doing on that particular hole. In fact, getting into the back nine of this golf course, the golf course actually turns into a completely different challenge starting hole number 12. So 12, 13, 14, 15, they seem like those are four holes which have more of hazard and less of the green. So there's more blue and less green on those four holes. In fact, one odd miscue here and there can really cost the players quite a bit. Having said that, they also have advantages to themselves. The holes also have opportunities for the players. At the same time, the hazards are so close to the fairway is sloping towards the hazards, and if the wind direction is not favoring the player, it can be quite a difficult task. Shravan Desai and Varun Parekh, they're having a little bit of a laugh. Both players practicing mostly in Ahmedabad. The 15th hole, in fact, if I'm not wrong, 15th or the 14th and the 15th holes are very difficult and challenging holes. In fact, the 14th hole has got an OB line on the right side, a couple of villas. I mean, that's the place that you don't want the golf ball to go. There's a hazard on the left side and a really, really tiny fairway.
That's
Shravan Desai has hit it past Varun Parekh. Varun Parekh will be taking the shot first from the fairway for his approach shot. And as you can tell, the range finders is something that is now allowed on the Pro Tours, helping the players save some time and also
making
gives
the
them
game.
more accurate yardages.
Shravan Desai definitely has got to drive quite a long way out there because Varun Parekh hits his three wood almost close to 300 yards. So that's a big drive by Shravan. The rangefinders do give you exact yardages. It's taken out some of the effort, the artistry. I feel earlier you'd have to make more effort for the yardages. There was a little bit of guesswork and where you're going to drop it. Now you're able to get the yardages. That's maybe too much technology for my liking, to be honest. I think players, it does help speed up golf, but it also takes away a little bit of the mystery.
I think speed up is the first thing that they would be concerned about when they talk about you. But usually, I think that there are a lot of golf courses where the rangefinder approach does not work very well because the greens don't support it. Some of the greens might be a little on the harder side. On those holes, you really can't be darting the ball toward at the hole directly. So you need to be more sure of where the undulations are, how to use the slopes, and all of those things. So just to have a dart number on you actually requires a completely different kind of golf than we usually see across in the country. We see a lot of undulations, a lot of different hardness of the surface on the golf course, and different ways of spinning the golf ball. So it's a very, very individual thing, and it's something that might work for some and might not work for some of the others. It's a nice view there for all of our viewers to be able to see what the players are actually facing on this particular hole. What a great shot there by Varun Parekh, leaving himself a nice look at birdie from under 10 feet.
A beautiful view of the hole shows you that the treacherous steep bunker and the water further to the left definitely would come into play tomorrow with the flag, which will be on the left side, sort of tempting the players.
Shravan Desai is aiming straight at the flag, making a nice swing there at the ball. So we look anxiously at where that ball lands up. Shravan Desai has given himself a birdie putt from about 25 odd feet away. So it's a little bit further off for a birdie attempt. He's not going to be very happy about that. But nonetheless, he's on the dance floor. Time to put up a performance. Both the players are playing alongside Manish Thakran. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu now on the tee box. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu will be playing alongside Kapil Kumar and Tapi Ghai. That would make up the leaderboard for this tournament. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course, starting the tournament, starting the final round, starting the third round, my apologies, at 7 under par. And Kapil Kumar would be starting at 9 under par. And Tapi Ghai has been leading at 11 under par. All three players with red figures on both the days.
You see the caddy and the player discussing and strategizing for the day, looking at the pin positions. A lot of the golfers like to play the holes backwards, where they want to be after their first shot and set up an ideal angle to the approach shot. Obviously, that also requires the skill that you're able to execute the plan. And the better players rely a lot on their plans. They make notes about their shots. So their diary is a treasure trove of information that they sort of carry with themselves. The leader group, it's a great feeling to be there in the leader group. For the final group, you can imagine so many players competing, and the last three golfers who are there, and also there's a special privilege playing the leader group. You have the marquee plaques also, walk the players, sort of the attendants walking with the plaques, and they show you the scores as well. So that's pretty good. Warren Parekh seems to have missed his birdie.
Apologies, that was Manish Thakran's ball, which is close to the hole for a birdie putt. Warren Parekh seems to have, left himself about 2 feet away for a par. Shravan Desai. Shravan, player based out of Gujarat. And so is Varun Parekh, a local lad from Ahmedabad. Warren Parekh already 2 under for the day for this third round, so definitely he's using moving day well. Shravan Desai just about missing that birdie putt, a superb attempt there nonetheless. We now look at Manish Thakran, who will be attempting his birdie putt. So Shravan Desai would tap in for par. And stay at 1 over for the day and 5 over for the tournament. A superb putt there by Manish Thakran. That would give him a birdie on hole number 9. That would help Manish Thakran to reduce his score from 4 over for the day to 3 over and get his total down from 8 over to 7 over par through the 9 holes of the third day. Varun Parekh cleaning up for par on hole number 9. Back to our leader group, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, a power player, uh, would really relish this sort of opportunity here at his golf club because he's got all the tools required to go deep, and the last 2 days are very, very flourishes. So there are a lot of players who actually relish the opportunity to compete and try to win a tournament, and he's able to take that risk on as well and able to execute. So a lot of exciting golf ahead for us. He reminds me a little bit of Sergio Garcia. That lag, that very good lag that whip, almost like a whip that he generates, and you saw the confidence on him. He just hit it and was able to pluck the tee out.
Absolutely, times his arms and the body pretty well, even though they move separate of each other. But he does get them back onto the ball in a really really fine fashion, and it has been working very very consistently for him. Kapil Kumar now
Very
from
different,
Delhi.
very different kind of swing compared to Yuvraj Singh. Not a power player by any measure, but obviously getting the most out of his game is Kapil.
Absolutely, plays a pull cut through and through the day. Probably the only shot he plays throughout the round, and does a superb job of it. Execution of what he does is so stunning. He does actually make a lot of birdies around the golf course. His iron play is superb, and his putting, of course, is something to look forward to. Tappy Guy, our leader.
Tappy guy with the shades on, never really know what's going on. Sort of keeps that sort of poker kind of demeanor on and doing so well. Previously a winner on tour, I think about 3 to 4 years ago, and would be looking to replicate that kind of action. And he has the ability to shoot low scores and does do that off and on. Let's see if he can string together 4 good rounds this time.
Nice swing there by Tappy Guy. He's one of the fittest people on tour.
Fitness definitely playing a part, and what a beautiful view we have here.
This is the 8th hole of the golf course, the par 5 8th hole. Really, really stunning hole. The complete water hazard on the left side of the fairway. Players need a big drive to get across to the other side, and thereafter probably need a 280 odd yard shot to get 2 on, which is very, very difficult. So most of the players would end up playing it as a 3-shotter. First, on the tee shot, you see that water hazard on the left side. So that's the first challenge that the players get to, see and navigate across. And thereafter, there's another hazard that starts on the right side of the fairway and goes all the way up to the green. I think the hazard begins at about 120 odd yards short of the green, and then goes all the way up till the end of it. So 2 water hazards on this hole, players having to navigate both of them. A huge bunker on the side of that second water hazard, and deep bunkers in the fairway straight up front, as you can tell. Really like pot bunkers. If a player makes it inside one of those bunkers, it's a difficult shot, not only to get out, but definitely to give themselves a chance for a 3 on to this green after laying up is quite difficult, because you can't really take out a lower lofted club from those bunkers. So the players have to almost hack out of them. As you can tell now, the huge water hazard on the left side running all the way into the second part of the fairway, and then that water hazard on the right side. So, adding to all the difficulty on this golf course.
592 yards. I think there'll be quite a few players on tour who would be able to get there. Maybe players like Abhi, Chadda, Yuvraj. But would they take on that risk on such a long hole?
I think some of the players do have the advantage, and they should be taking on the risk. Again, will be depending a lot on the wind conditions as to where the wind is blowing from. So if the wind is probably blowing left right from the headwind side, then I think it does not make much of a sense for any of the players to go for it. But suppose the wind was playing more from the right to the left, or the wind was more down. In that case, it would actually make sense for a lot of the players to take on the challenge.
What was your strategy when you were playing that hole? Would you take that on, or somebody used to lay up in two, or if you were able to crack a good drive, were you able to get there in two?
Yes, I think my strategy was pretty much either based on the wind and the kind of drive that I was able to hit. So in case I had caught a good driver and the wind was in my favor, then I would definitely go for it. If it wasn't, probably the best of my drives, or the wind wasn't favoring me or my game for that hole, then I would definitely lay it up. I remember on an occasion. Maybe I think it was one tournament or maybe two tournaments where the wind was completely from the other direction. So I was actually playing a fairway wood off the tee box to be able to keep myself safe from those bunkers, and then I had to, sort of lay up, even though the wind was favoring me, but it was left to right downwind, and I think my driver was reaching those bunkers, so there was really no point because I couldn't even get a three on from there.
Okay. Interesting. So strategy obviously plays a big part in how you sort of navigate a golf course, and that holds true even for our weekend warriors. It's important to play to your strengths and maximize what you can do. As we see the player on the ninth hole, that's I think that's Digvijay Singh.
Yes, that is Digvijay Singh having a few troubles out there.
He knows all the rules. He's able to take out the stake. If it's impeding upon your play, you can actually do that, and he's done that. Let's see what he can do. He can chalk up some of that short game magic.
Yeah, is that his drive that has landed up on the corner of the hazard?
I doubt it. It's going to be two there. It's next to the green. That would be a 400-yard drive if he'd be there. Let's see what he can do here.
That slope is going to make the ball start quite a bit left, and I think he's already figured that out. He's looking to aim quite a bit right off the flagstick.
Lucky for him not to go in the water, actually.
There shouldn't be a problem for Digvijay. Digvijay does play a right to left shot, so it suits his eye line quite well.
So having a look at the scores so far today, we see that Digvijay Singh at 1 over for the day so far. So having an okay round, not the best of days for sure. And we have some few players who are doing well. Varun Parekh at 1 under. Karthik Sharma at 1 under for the day. So yes, a few scores. Kshitij Navid Kaul at 1 under for the day. So far so good for Kshitij. Let's see what he can come up with.
Sarthak Chibbar chipping from that front part of the green and navigates himself pretty well to just under 2 feet to tap in for par on the ninth hole. So that's a pretty stellar shot by Sarthak Chibbar. It's one of the tougher golf courses to be, executing nice chip putts on. But having said that, Digvijay Singh now in the bunker after that shot from the corner of the hazard. Digvijay, of course, I'd be looking forward to this shot. He's one of the finest, wedge players out there that I have seen ever. Really dials in those yardages very, very well. Keeps that ball flight very much in control, and one of the better players from the bunker. It's like he found a stone in there. You could stones are movable obstructions from bunkers.
It's going to be an interesting shot by Digvijay, an artist from around the greens. Look for this to have a little bit of spin, then release next to the hole. I reckon this should be close. Seems we have jinxed him. Seems to have hit a very bad shot, gone over the green. Looks a little disenchanted.
Yeah, seems like Digvijay has been having a little bit of a hit and miss kind of a day. And even on the first hole, he wasn't very happy with himself, seemed to be.
I think this hole is definitely, everything is coming unstuck here. So this could unravel his entire round. So should try and make up and down there. I think that should be for double bogey if I'm not too wrong. So it wouldn't want to drop more than that.
Anish Nangia also not really getting the best of results from that situation.
I think this is what happens in golf when you're having a really bad hole. You tend to sort of let go and
It's like a
you know,
snowball effect, isn't
yes,
it?
exactly. Especially on that hole, and then you sort of throw caution to the wind, and then then how your entire round follows through after that.
Very uncharacteristic of Digvijay. I mean, with the wedge, usually he's one of the better players out there. Seems like
I think
the
he's
game isn't going the way he would like it to today.
I think he's sort of reeling under the effect of those bad shots, and he just wants to get done with this hole. And actually, sometimes that does happen when things are not going your way. You just want to get through, done with it, and hopefully he can make this putt, which should be, I think, for his double bogey, and sort of mitigate the disaster because you wouldn't really want to make more than that.
Having said that, I also feel that sometimes it's very and I know it's not the best of holes for him right now, but he is a former champion of the Panasonic Open, and he's also been a very very long-standing professional golfer. Has had a stellar career on the Indian tour as well as on the Asian tour, and with the kind of success that he has had in his golfing career, I think it's very important for our viewers to also notice that how professional golfers do also have bad holes and bad days out there. They could have a strugglesome day, not getting the wedge game on, not being able to hit the driver well, not being able to hold any putt in the hole. I mean, there's n number of things that do happen through the day, and I think that really helps us put things into perspective about this game. And everything is an equalizer. A great part there by Anish Nangia, who would be able to save par on hole number 9. So he would make do with that shot, which was a bit of a miscue. So yeah, I mean the players do get a lot of the players can have a few ebbs and flows with their game, but this is what the whole thing is about. You will have good days and you will have the not so good days, and then be able to put them all together. Digvijay Singh now attempting that putt. Sarthak Chibber now stepping in. Akash Modi on hole number 8, he seems to have taken the approach of hitting an iron off the tee. So he's definitely going to be taking on this green in 3 shots. Par 5 with a right to left sloping fairway. Hazard on the left side for the tee shot, a hazard on the side for the second shot. An overall challenging hole, double dog leg. Each of the players in round number 3, also known as the moving day, trying to make moves atop that leaderboard. So each of the players trying to do the best that they can today to make it further up that leaderboard on this day. Back to watching the players on hole number 9. On hole number 9, we are going to be looking now at the group of Mohammad Nawab playing alongside Alap Ayal and Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow. The players seem to have hit their tee shots already. We look back at the tee box and we see our sponsor boards, Gujarat Tourism, as well as American Express out there on the tee box. In fact, Gujarat is the birthplace of Mahatma Gandhi, fondly called as the father of the nation. There are several points of tourist interest in Gujarat connected with Mahatma Gandhi. In fact, these include statues, museums, and ashrams. The Gandhi tourism circuit, which also lets you follow the life of the Mahatma Gandhi. Some of the best places to see related to him are Sabarmati Ashram, National Salt Satyagraha Museum, and Kochrab Ashram, as well as the Gandhi Smriti. This is the bridge that players are crossing to go from the seventh tee box to the seventh green. It is an island green par 3, plays about 170 to 175 yards as the yardage number. And when the wind picks up, it can be one of the most treacherous shots that a player has to face. You can also follow PGTI on any of the social media handles. On Instagram, we are there as PGT of India. On Twitter as well as PGT of India. Abhijit Singh Chadda. He's found himself on the putting service on the seventh hole. That's always a welcome sign on that hole. So seems like the winds haven't really picked up yet, as you can tell. The water is very, very still. There only seems to be a slight breeze on the golf course. Abhijit, of course, has left himself on the fat side of the hole on the right side, the pin flanked on the left side of the green. Maniram Sharma and Angad Chima also on the dance floor. Angad Chima looks like he's at about 15 feet for birdie. Maniram slightly further away. Abhijit Singh Chadda, similar distance, about 15 to 20 feet away. Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow on hole number 9. Wind seems to be from the right to the left on this hole, and Sanjeev Kumar hasn't really hit the best of shots. Seems to have come up slightly short of the green in the left part of that bunker. Alap Ayal meticulously going through his pre-shot routine as he lines up for that second shot. Alap Ayal is 1 over for the day with a total score of 4 over par for the tournament. PGTI, the Professional Golf Tour of India, is taking golf across different states of the country. In fact, even co-sanctioned events with the Asian Tour and the Asian Development Tour being hosted over here, thanks to the PGTI, which actually brings about professional golf to the fore of this country. Alap Ayal. Alapayal also would come up slightly short of the green. Seems like the wind is just about picking up, and the players haven't been able to judge the wind very correctly on this hole. Wind seems to be from the right to the left, coming slightly head, and both the players coming up tad bit short of the yardage that was required. Maniram Sharma now.
Very interesting hole, this one with the island green. A par 3, which is definitely a risk and reward par 3 where the players can actually get close to the pin. And here with the group of Angachima, Maniram, as well as Abhijit Singh Chadda. Let's see what they're able to conjure up here. Maniram going first. Oh, beautiful putt. Just skirting the hole should make his par. As we have a look at the score so far, Maniram at 2 over for the day and 3 over for the tournament. Angad Chima is doing pretty well today. 1 under for the day and level par for the tournament. So he'd be looking to make this birdie. I think this is a very makeable putt for him. Should break a little bit from his left to right. Angad has been, when he's playing well, he putts well. So it's a lot about momentum with this player. It sort of feeds into the rest of the game. Looks like he has made it. Oh, unfortunately, just underrated a bit. Would be remiss for that, but we'll take the par nevertheless. You can see how well manicured the greens are and how true the ball is rolling. When the players have such conditions, they really do enjoy playing and competing. Golf is obviously about winning and competing, but it's also about enjoying the game. And on courses like this, trust me, the players really do enjoy themselves and having the opportunity to play here, especially if you make the cut for 5 to 6 days, is an experience in itself. Now Maniram with what would be an uphill putt, breaking for him from his right to left, should be easy pickings for this golfer.
Players cleaning up very, very quickly from that green. All the three players taking very, very less time. Ala Payal from the front part of that green. Abhijit Singh Chadda, the big driver of the golf ball, actually going with a driver on this hole. We saw also a couple of players actually taking the approach of playing it as a three-shotter. Abhijit could actually fly all of these, the hazard as well as the bunker on the right side, especially, and give himself a shorter shot towards that green. In fact, his ball flight also is very well suited for this.
That's quite a luxury to have this sort of length that you can actually fall back on. Definitely makes the game a little easier, but you have to earn it. And that's why I say that, Greg Norman used to say that first, when you learn the game, learn to hit it hard. You can always learn to hit it straight later, but you can't always learn to hit it long because that's what you build when you're young. And he's definitely done the right things. Oh, I think we've
Not very happy with the takeoff of that ball.
seems to have missed it to the right. Only time will tell where he's gone. Hopefully, should be safe.
Hole number 7, the island hole, looking at the tee shot now of our next group, which has Manu Gandas, Sunit Bishnoi, and Abhishek Kohad. Be interesting tee shots to look at. In fact, one of the finest holes in the entire country. Very difficult hole when the wind picks up. Manu Gandas would be taking on that tee shot next. Should be going in with something like a 7 or an 8 iron for that flag location today. Steady swinger of that golf club. Manu Gandas from Gurgaon. Wind seems to be now picking up a little bit. It seems to be a right to left wind on this hole as well.
Very tempting flag, but a tricky flag nevertheless. Good shot by Manu. Players would probably be going with an 8 iron in this condition.
Yes, I think it's an 8 or a 7 iron to that flag location. It's about 175 odd yard shot. Cannot be exact on that number, but it usually plays around that number for the players.
But with the tailwind, so probably a lot of players going with the 8, the longer hitters, maybe even a 9, like Abhijit Chadda. But I think it is flirting with. If you go for that front flag, you could find yourself in the watery grave as well. So prudence would be to maybe play it 15 feet past and spin it back. Beautiful view. We see one ball there, peppered next to the flagstick. There we see the players crossing that bridge. It reminds you of the Swilken Bridge at the Augusta Masters. Not exactly similar, but same kind of hole, a tricky hole. As we go back to hole number 9, we are with the group of Karthik Sharma, Giriraj Singh, Khadgar, and Mohammad Sanju. Players would be facing anything from about 130 to 175, 80 yards, depending on their length of the tee. You can see Giriraj here, maybe going in with a 7 iron here. Oh, what a brilliant shot by him. Beautiful shot. Not stopping there, getting a little bit too much roll. Maybe it might just start rolling back here for the player. And this could turn out to be nice if it catches the slope. Well done there. He'll have about 25 feet for his birdie. So important to be able to control your distances in professional golf. This flagstick being at the front is it's a little tough for players having a longer iron coming in. Now we have Karthik. Should be a little easier for the left-handed player. Will be able to fade it from the right to left and get some purchase and spin on this shot. As you see, the hole from the bird's eye view is 441 yards. So depending on the drive of the player, Karthik has obviously hit a good shot. Should have maybe about anywhere between 100 and 120 yards. He's gone with a very measured sort of an approach there. Good shot by him, spinning it to about 15 feet, and will have a realistic chance of making birdie.
Amardeep Malik has gotten off to a good start with the 2 under par for the day to begin with through 3 holes, and that would take him up to -7 for the tournament. And Yuvraj Singh Sandhu also has started off with a birdie on the first hole and has taken himself up to -8 for the tournament, while Tapi Ghai, our leader, has actually started off with a bogey, making it a 2-shot swing between Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Tapi Ghai. A couple of other players who are playing to under par through the first 9 today. M. Dharma, 1 under through 3 holes. We've got Manu Gandas, 2 under through 6 holes. And we are looking at him on our screen right now. He has found the putting surface on hole number 7 as well. Kshitij Navedkol also 1 under par after 3 holes. Angad Chima at 1 under par after 6 holes. Sanjeev Kumar and Karthik Sharma also 1 under par for the day with their total scores being at 2 over par. So atop the leaderboard, we are seeing a lot of movement. Most of the players staying around the par figure. A lot of them getting into early under par numbers on this moving day. That seems to be a right to left downwind on this hole. It's like the players have a bunch of pitch marks over there to navigate.
The players would be looking to make birdie here, right, Rahul? This actually, although not a very easy hole, but one of the holes that is sort of gettable with a short iron, hit a good shot, and maybe try and make a birdie putt from about 20-25 feet.
Yes, I think in this much of a wind, all the players will be pretty comfortable. It's the winds pick up a little bit more than this. It becomes quite a challenging hole because the ball starts to climb up in the air, and very difficult to control the yardage considering it's an island green. So there's no leeway really for the players.
We have Manu here. Greens would be rolling at about 10 and a half, 11, between somewhere between 10 and 11 this week.
That's usually the speed that Kalahar usually plays at.
Any quicker than this, they'll become unplayable with the kind of length the golf course has. Then you have extremely quick greens, and if the wind goes up, it's a nightmare. Not that it's any easy right now. There you have Abhishek Kohar in the foreground. This putt, we've seen this putt trail a little bit to the right, and speed is so important if the player has to give this a chance to go, and just leave it on the higher side and let it trail off back to the right. Manu has seemed to have it a beautiful putt. He did everything correct there. The ball didn't quite do its job and go in the hole. Otherwise, I think everything else was perfectly navigated by Manu there. So Manu would clean up for his par. We have a look at Suneet Bishnoi, the qualifying school graduate. Let's see if he can make his birdie. And one of the advantages of having played the Q school is that they would have played multiple tournaments here, the pre-qualifying and then the qualifying, and now this tournament. So obviously, that is an added advantage for the players who came through the qualifying school this time, because they've had so much more exposure to this golf course, and then it becomes so much more easier for them to navigate the conditions. As you have a look at Suneet there, look for this putt to break a little from his left and then eventually sort of trail off a little bit to the right, maybe. Let's see what happens on this putt. Speed is going to be everything. So important on these kind of putts that it's a marriage of speed and direction. You can't really force these putts in, and that's one of the things that the amateurs and juniors, everybody is actually watching us right now. It's so important that you do your research, get the correct line, and then you can commit to it. So important. A lot of the players actually spend a lot of time refining their speed management. As we can see the leaderboard there, he has unfortunately left it in the jaws, required a little bit more speed, and hence it trailed off. Now we have a look at Abhishek Kohar, the last to go on the screen. Abhishek also has fine touch around the greens. This is one of the hallmarks of longer hitters. Sometimes they have very good skill around the green as well. And Abhishek is one of the players who's good with his hands, can generate a lot of spin around the greens. Very good bunker play from the rough, very imaginative. Let's see if his putting is able to give him a birdie here after that brilliant shot. Mind you, there's no mean feat given this flag where it's placed. You require a lot of spin and control to be able to land up here in one. And anything less than a birdie would be a disappointment for him. Oh, how tantalizingly close. That's very agonizing for the player. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast. You had a great shot, but you just have to walk away with the par to the next hole, and he'll move off to the par 5 and try his fortunes there. And par 5 should suit him because he's a long hitter. The 8th hole being all of 592 yards is definitely going to require 2 lusty blows to get there. In 2, most of the field, I would think 90% of the field would be happy to get on the green. In 3, as we go back to hole number 9 and we have a look at Karthik looking at a birdie putt after that brilliant shot that he hit. This putt would trail off a little from his right. to left, and he'll be looking to make that. Karthik seems to have left it. So speed management again, obviously something that is coming to the fore. Players are sort of giving it too much respect, and that's one of the things that happens when the greens are very quick. Because if speed is too firm, the putt actually just rolls off by, and that's the beauty of stroke play. You can't just try and get your birdie, because in the process you have to ensure that you also make par. So in stroke play, there's always a lot of controlled aggression, whereas in match play, you can throw caution to the wind. So it's a very different format. Majority of the professional tournaments all over the world are stroke play. I would say about 95% of them. And that's why the players tend to get mentally drained by the end of the round, because they're having to focus on each shot. It's not like you can just go all out on anything. It's always controlled aggression, percentages, bailout areas, and so on and so forth. As you have a look at Manu Gandas trying to emulate that sort of pre-shot routine, and we're seeing a lot of players hit these one-handed shots here. It's obviously the fear of the water on the left. It's sort of always lurking in the background, so the players have to be careful of getting it in the fairway and also hitting it long. And I think doing any one of those tasks is good enough, but doing them both together is obviously quite a challenge. Now let's see if Sumeet is up to it. Sumeet Bishnoi, the Q School graduate, who we saw on the previous hole as well, teeing it up in the center. A lot can be told about where a player actually puts his tee down. So if you see a player, golf is a game of opposites. So if you see a player going towards the right of the tee, means he's wanting to hit a fade that peels off from the left to the right. And Suneet is right in the center. So you can also have a look at the stance. From what it looks, he's set up for a fade. So he wants to be able to move this from left to right. And even the finish, you can tell that it's set up for a fade. So you can tell a lot from the body English of a player. A little hard for us to capture the ball from here, but you can tell a lot by the reaction of the player where the ball would have ended up now. Abhishek Kuhar obviously making this a 3-shot hole, not wanting to risk anything here, and just because that's another thing, having the advantage of prodigious length, you don't really need to hit a driver. He can well hit this 3-iron 250 yards and then probably hit another one and just hit a wedge down there. Very nonchalant, not feeling any pressure. That's a good shot. Maybe it took about 2 or 4 seconds to hit that shot. An extremely quick, brisk player. That's a good strategy on a very long hole going with an iron. Now we have a look at Gaurav Pratap Singh on the 7th hole, which players would be looking to birdie today. Gaurav likes to hit it left to right and puts a lot of spin on his irons. Let's see if he's able to do that on this instance. And that's a beautiful shot. About 15 feet past the flag. He would be happy with that and give himself a realistic opportunity at birdie. Gaurav Pratap Singh playing outside Prakhar Asawa and Kshitij Navid Kaul. Gaurav Pratap Singh currently at level par for the tournament and 1 over for the day. As we have a look back at the 9th hole. Very interesting hole, this 9th hole. You have to get your drive in the fairway, otherwise it's a very treacherous second shot with the water there and the bunkers. So you see a lot of players end up bailing out to the right side and trying to just take their medicine, make par, and move on from there. This is the group of Trishul Chinnappa, Muhammad Azhar, and Akash Modi. That's a good shot right there. Will roll off to about 15 feet, leaving himself a realistic birdie attempt here at hole number 9. And for those of us who are just joining us, we are live at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism. This is the first tournament on the calendar year for the PGTI, and we are here at the wonderful golf course Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Club, boasting a prize money of 40 lakh. We have players from all over the world this week. a very good international contingent as well. And atop the leaderboard, we have India's Tapi Ghai at 10 under par now. And the foreigners have not fared too well this week. So obviously the conditions are favoring the Indian players. I think this is one of the few times that we've not had a single foreigner make the cut. So unfortunately, the conditions are very trying. As you saw, the cut going at 5 over par. Kalahar is one of the toughest venues that we have in the country, and maybe one of the most challenging golf courses in the world as well. It's measuring at 7,500 yards with a lot of water bodies. The rough has grown up and has not been really cut down. So the rough poses a challenge as well for the players. And as you can see from the walk that the player faces, there's a lot of inundation, long holes, a lot of accuracy required. So it's not going to be easy. Any under par round here is worth its weight in gold. As we look back at day two, we saw a lot of foreigners like Kunal Bhasin from Australia missing the cut. Mithun Pereira has also missed the cut. MD Akbar Hussain from Bangladesh missing the cut. The pair of players from Bangladesh, Samrat Sikdar, Mr. Shakwat Hussain Sohail also missing the cut. And MD Seyum missing the cut from Bangladesh. Sukra Bahadur Rai from Nepal missing the cut, and MD Moj from Bangladesh missing the cut. So you see a lot of the international contingent not doing so well here. So definitely favoring the domestic players. I'll tell you that the Indian players have really improved over the past few years, and the standard of golf has improved, and that's visible right now in this stellar field. We have Indians who are flying the flag high, and let's see which among them will claim the top 5 positions where you're able to get the world ranking points. So those are going to be very important for all the players here as we go back to hole number 7. And we're live with a group of Kshitij Navkol, Prakhar Asawa, who's a Q school graduate, as well as Gaurav Pratap Singh, a seasoned campaigner and a champion on the PGTI. One of the things about watching golf is that if you're a new entrant, it's an absolute maze, and a lot of things that golf has, and can keep you really occupied if you're able to understand the game. And that's what we keep doing here on this channel, that in every hour and a half, we'll run you through the basics of golf, so as to make sure that when you switch on to our channel, you're not confused by what game you switched on to. You were expecting cricket, but you have golf, and believe you me, it's as entertaining, if not more, as cricket, and that's what we're here for, to run you through and be your guides as we show you the live golf right here from Kalahar Blues and Country Club. That's a difficult shot on hole number 9 for Trishul. And you can see how difficult the game of golf is. Look at that ball. It's traveling back and it's not done yet. So the shot was not that bad, but he's been penalized probably twice. So the ball has gone back again. Now his work is cut out. He'll have to hit another short game shot. So this is what happens when the greens are slick. You have to ensure that you're able to miss it on the right side, and you're able to execute the shot that you're thinking of. Else you could find yourself, as Trishul does, in a spot of bother. Now, from the fairway, he would have been thinking of par or birdie, but now he's, facing a lot of work just to make, bogey. It's a good shot right there. Immaculate conditions here at the Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Club. The greens are rolling very well. The fairways are perfect. The weather is fine. You couldn't have asked for a better showcase for these players. And obviously, they're trying to make the most of it. And at this point in time, Tapi Ghai is our leader at 10 under par. As we look at hole number 9.
Abhijit Singh Chadda going with the big stick on hole number 9, followed by Angad Chima now on the tee box, who also appears to be going with the driver. Both the players hailing from Chandigarh. Abhijit Singh Chadda currently at 1 over par for the day and a total of 3 over par for the tournament. Angad Chima playing to 1 under par for the day through 6 holes and with a total of even par for the tournament. Angad Chima catching hold of some amount of ground on that leaderboard today. Hopefully he can take that from strength to strength through the round, while we still have Tapi Ghai leading the tournament at 10 under par, just 1 shot ahead of Kapil Kumar and 2 shots ahead of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Amardeep Singh Malik. Amardeep Malik catching on at 2 under par for the day, taking himself to 7 under for the tournament, has already jumped up 6 positions. The only way he can go from here is 2 more positions up to number 1. Akash Modi on hole number 9. Akash Modi playing to 1 over par for the day and would be coming off just a little bit shy of that birdie putt on hole number 9, playing alongside Trishul Chinappa. Mohammad Azhar putting for par now, about 6 feet away from the hole. These are the kind of putts that really make or break your day. Azhar easily putting that ball in the hole from there. Trishul Chinappa now putting for bogey, meticulously looking at that line. I would take Chinappa up to 3 over par for the day and a total of 5 over par for the tournament for him to move into now what is going to be the back nine of the third round. Big drive there by Abhijit Chadda and Angad Chima. Anshul Patel on hole number 7. Wonder how the wind from the right to the left feels for a left-handed player. Should be able to start that ball in the middle of the green and let the wind do the rest of the job to get it close to the hole. That's a great shot there by Anshul Patel, giving himself a great look at birdie from about 10 feet away, and his fellow playing partner is just about 15 feet away from the hole. Okay, one of the other players has actually landed up just on the left edge of the green. Kshitij Naved call. One of the players that you can just tell by the routines they follow. Not very happy with that drive, of course. Let go of the driver. Kshitij Naved call is currently at 1 under par for the day, and total of 1 under par as well for the tournament.
Look at the 8th hole. You're looking at Gaurav Pratap Singh. Look for this to be a left-right fade for Gaurav. Obviously, Gaurav would be playing this as a 3-shotter, I think. But he does have the firepower to get there in 2 if he gets a good drive.
Wind is playing a little left to right on this hole, so it does definitely help a lot of players to be more aggressive off the tee box because the water hazard on the left side almost sort of gets out of play for a lot of them. Prakhar Asawa, very aggressive golf swing, going with a hybrid club over here. Prakhar Asawa seems to be taking the safe three-shot approach. Safe for some, smart for some. Kapil Kumar is maintaining himself very well at even par right now, with a total of -9 for the tournament. M. Dharma also catching up at 1 under for the day and 4 under for the tournament through the first three holes of his round. Syed Saqib Ahmed as well following suit at 1 under par for the day. There we have a look at our leaderboard with Tapi Ghai atop at 10 under par, Kapil Kumar at 9 under, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 7 under, and of course, followed by Shankar Das, Ranjit Singh, Arjun Prasad, Yashish Chandra, Sunil Charasia, and Rohan Dhole Patil. So, yet again, we have a very young leaderboard over there. The Gujarat Open, of course, a tournament which is supported by the Gujarat Tourism as well as by Incredible India and the Sports Authority of Gujarat. So the government really coming to the fore over here and supporting golf and actually thinking of golf as a sport for the masses, and that's what this is all about. Great shots there by the group of Maniram Sharma, Angad Chima, as well as Abhijit Chadda. Great shots.
As you have a look at the seventh hole, what are the memories that you have of this hole? Anytime that you went for this front flag?
I think I would always go for the front flag. The only flag that I wouldn't go for over here in case there was too much of a left-right wind and I had to attack the top right flag. That's the only flag that I wouldn't really go for considering my own ball flight. Other than that, I would pretty much go for almost each and every flag. Samar Dwivedi is the gentleman who will be putting from 15 feet away for birdie over here. Anshul Patel is mapping his own way and should be able to get a good enough read, especially during the last of Samar's spot. Syed Saqib Ahmed has missed the green on the left side, but has already come atop now. It seems to be that Samarth is playing for a right to left break over here. I mean, judging by the way we see things on screen right now, it appeared like the putt was going to be left to right. Clearly, he has the right read. Just a tad bit extra than was required. Samar Dwivedi, just a little tap me in for par. Anshul Patel should have got a good read from that. Seeing that putt, I think Anshul's ball will break about 2 balls from the right of the hole. I can only judge this by looking at Samar's putt. Otherwise, if you were to ask me the line sitting over here, I would have completely judged it from the left. Definitely stuff that happens on the ground is very different from what we see here. Wind seems to be picking up as the water seems to have more
Should
waves in it
break.
than it did earlier. Anshul Patel just about coming shy of that hole. Looks like he underread that. Samarth overread that. We have Syed Saqib Ahmed now putting for par from about 3 feet away. He had missed the green just by a whisker on the left side.
Syed Saqib's putt is going to break a little bit from his left to right, and we've seen that the players have not been able to get this right so far. Although that's a pretty short putt, and he should be able to navigate that successfully. But we're seeing that players are not able to make many putts as well. Today seems to be a very difficult day in terms of scoring for them. We have a look at Kshitij.
Kshitij has put himself in one of those bunkers on the right side of the eighth hole fairway.
Such a long hole, and then you add to the treachery are these bunkers.
Absolutely. In fact, one of the toughest bunkers, and you have a long iron in. You have to lay up and give yourself a decent chance to have a birdie putt on the next hole, on the next shot. And I think that all of this just adds to the challenge of the golf course. We're back to Abhijit Singh Chadda on hole number 9. Using the claw grip, something that he has found himself with just a few months ago. He's been really enjoying putting with that. In fact, had another conversation with Abhijit a couple of days ago, and he was telling me how the claw grip has really helped him improve his putting stroke and the consistency on the greens.
Okay. Anything that helps the golfer out is always welcome.
Absolutely.
I really like this hole, the 7th hole. It's a little bit of a risk and reward. We've been seeing some good shots here, but the players have, on the whole, been a little conservative, maybe playing to about 10, 15 feet ahead, which is to be expected.
I think this really suits Abhinav's ball flight, especially the right to left wind conditions. And
What a
there we
beautiful,
are. There we are. And
you called it.
Abhinav actually has given himself about 8 feet away for birdie. What do you think the line's going to be? I think I've got a
This
little
is
bit of
great.
idea now from Samarth's spot.
It's going to just maybe in the end trail off a little bit to the right. But beautiful shot. I think it just shows you that Abhinav is on top of his iron game.
I'll put my money there on Abhinav making that putt, and I think it's going to be a little bit of like a right inside or right edge kind of a putt coming in. Sachin Besoya now from Delhi.
Seems to have hit some sort of a wayward shot.
That was really unexpected. Looks like Sachin Besoya would find himself
In the water?
in the water. Om Prakash Chauhan now. This also does play a part on a player's mind, right? When one of the fellow players actually ends up miscuing a shot and then you're right off the bat on the next shot, it could leave a few thoughts in your mind reeling around.
Yes, absolutely. But I think the better players are sort of not sort of don't pay too much heed to that. They're sort of so immersed in their own game, as you would see OP here.
OP is definitely one of the better players out there.
Hitting a brilliant shot. So he would be trying to take a leaf out of Abhinav's book and not really look at where Sachin went.
I think the other way around, actually, Om Prakash will give the line to Abhinav on this one.
But Abhinav has led the way, and 2 beautiful shots, and the third one is a little bit of a mystery, which we will find out where he's landed up. Okay, hole number 8.
Saqib Ahmed, just the right time to use all the power that he has. Looking now at the green, or at the tee box of the 8th hole. Players have already hit off and heading out towards the fairway. Syed Saqib Ahmed has taken it on with the driver, and he's one of those few players who can actually take it on all the way up to the green in 2 shots. One of the longer par 5s that players get to play, playing today to a little bit of a left-right downwind kind of a scenario. One place that the players do not want to be is the fairway bunkers. Other than that, the players do get an opportune chance to go for the green.
I think it's playing the yardage placed about 590, and with the wind, it might be playing closer to maybe 560 with the tailwind. So it's reachable for the players, even the mid to long players, if they are able to do a good drive, might be able to get it there in two.
Absolutely. In fact, the other challenge is that it's a double dog leg. So you have to cut the corner off the hazard on the right side first, and then you have to cut the corner of the second hazard from the left side after that. So the whole actually has way more challenges than just the yardage.
Obviously. And so positioning is at a premium as well, in addition to just being able to hit it out there. So we also saw, we saw Abhishek going with an iron off the tee. He went maybe with a 3 or a 2 iron off the tee.
Right.
And why would a player be doing something like that on such a hole which is so long, and you sort of put yourself at a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of distance? But is it just to assure that you're able to have a third shot for birdie?
So I think yes, absolutely. Some of the players, their eye line maybe does not suit a dog leg to the left. Maybe a water hazard on the left is something that they don't like to navigate across. So that is one of the things that the players face. The other thing that could be the case is that some of the players with their ball flights end up landing up in the bunker with their yardages. So they're better off actually laying themselves short of the bunker, give themselves a decent chance to put the ball into the fairway thereafter, and then take it on with their third shots. So confirming themselves a birdie putt, so to speak.
What is the yardage that we have to the bunker?
I think we are looking at about 270 or 272 to reach the bunker.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's obviously in reach for everyone.
Yeah, and about 290 to fly. So that's quite a fly yardage to have for any of the players to get it there. So there'll be a handful of players who can fly at 290 plus. So those are the players that you see really going at it with the driver.
So I think now the game is changing that, all the hazards normally are between 290 and 300 to fly. So is that what you're looking at? Is that the distance requirement has gone up so much that
yes,
if you have to really take advantage of a hole, you need to be able to fly to 290, 300?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, back in the day, there was a tournament that happened at Bethpage Black, something I touched upon earlier today with the length of the holes on this golf course. In fact, a lot of the fairways at Bethpage Black begin past 290 yards, which basically means that a player who cannot fly it up to 290 yards does not even make it to the fairway after his driver shot, no matter how good he hit it. So, that's the kind of challenge that there is out there today. Of course, there will be courses which a shorter hitter can play much better, or a straighter hitter can play much better. There will be courses which, will reward the person who can hit it a far way. At the same time, golf does play along as an equalizer. So there are a few courses today where length is very much required. Going by one of the books that I've read by the statistician Mark Brody, distance is actually a great advantage for players, because a person who can hit it about, let's say, 330 yards and maybe he's hit it wayward, versus a player who hits it 260 yards but keeps it in the fairway. The difference between the two is that this gap of 60 yards is good enough for someone to either be hitting a little pitch out onto the green, versus someone who is actually so far behind that is actually having to hit a 5-iron to a tucked-in flag. So, it has its advantages and it has its disadvantages, but more so, it is today's golf. It does play as a huge advantage to have the power pack.
Yeah, I can't really see any disadvantage in being able to hit it far. I mean, that's how the game is changing. It's not what it was maybe previously. You're looking at a lot more power players, because you understand, because without it, you're not going to shoot those deep underpass scores. You can still make cuts and contend and be there and thereabouts, but I think shorter hitters really have to play error-free golf, and that's a very stressful way of playing golf.
I think the longevity of career over here is also something to be looked at. I think someone who is definitely around the 280 to 90 yard mark is someone who has I've noticed has a more long-standing golfing career. I've also players who swing it more rhythmically to that distance actually end up having a longer career than a player who's actually violently getting to that distance. This is something that I seem to have noticed. Players like Ernie Els, Louis Oosthuizen, they do get to those numbers, but they get there in such an effortless fashion. So longevity is also something that one should look at, not only just the yardages. Getting to that yardage in an effortless fashion definitely helps people to make a longer career out of it. Abhinav Lohan now on hole number 7 attempting his birdie putt from about 8 or 9 feet away. Abhinav, a superb putter. Oh, he just about missed that with a little bit of an extra read there. Very disappointed with himself. Sachin Besoya is back to the putting surface after being in the drink. If I'm not wrong, Sachin needs this putt to save bogey on this par 3. And he does it, and he does it. Really well done by Sachin Besoya, saving bogey on hole number 7. Sachin Besoya is currently at 1 over par through 6 holes, so this would take him to 2 over par, and his total score would go to even par now for the tournament. We look atop the leaderboard. Leader still remains Tappy Ghai, followed closely by Kapil Kumar, who's keeping himself steady. Amardeep Malik and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu are following closely at 7 under par. Looks like the scores aren't extremely deep, but the course is very, very challenging, and I think that each of these players is going to be providing a formidable challenge to the leaders over the next 1.5 rounds that remain for the Gujarat Open 2022.
As you look at the players, you're not seeing many deep rounds. Amardeep Malik is 2 under after 3 holes. The score is yet to be updated for the rest of the holes. But as we see M. Dharma showcasing his class, 1 under for the day. Syed Saqib Ahmed at 1 under after 6 holes. And then you have Manu Gandas, who's doing really well, 2 under for the day. And Sanjeev Kumar L at 1 under after 9 holes. And Karthik Sharma, the lefty, at 1 under after 9 holes. But as we scroll down towards the lower end of the leaderboard, you're seeing some really high numbers. And normally you'd see that, the moving day, you'd see players who somewhere between the 40th and the 50th. They tend to shoot good numbers to move up, but this time it's just, they're all trending in the wrong direction, and it's just showing you the difficulty of the golf club.
Suneet, we have Suneet Bishnoi on the screen now, and he seems to have given himself a little bit of a long birdie attempt on hole number 9. He's hit it way past the flagstick, appears to be about 45 or 50 feet away, and so seems to be Abhishek Kuhad. Bishnoi leaving himself short with that attempt of his. Abhishek Kuhar. Let's see if he's got a leaf out of Suneet's putt. Still have about 4 to 5 feet left to save his par on this hole. Abhishek Kuhar and Suneet Bishnoi are playing alongside Manu Gandas, a winner on tour.
You look at the players who are walking down on the 8th hole. There's a lot of action still, but we can have a look at how the top players are able to separate themselves, and I think this could well be between about 11 players who are within 6 shots of the lead at this point in time.
Absolutely. In fact, I think it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow with a lot of players within striking distance of the leader. And this course does give you a lot of birdie opportunities. So if someone is dialing in their iron shots really well, and their putter is hot on that day, just
Oh,
like
that's a
Manu
great putt.
Gandas
Yeah,
on hole number
finally.
9.
Yeah.
That would definitely be helpful for any of the players who wants to climb the leaderboard. So the course can provide you a lot of opportunities out there. Manu Gandas would move up to 3 under par now for the day, which would take his total up to 2 under for the tournament. What a great shot there.
Brilliant recovery.
That would be Jairaj Singh Sandhu, who seems to have found the drink himself on hole number 7, but has put his third shot to within striking distance of saving himself a bogey. Playing alongside Sudhir Sharma and M. Dharma.
As we have a look at Abhishek on hole number 9. This putt we've seen quite a few players miss it on the lower side. Let's see if he can do better. Would be a good par from there, a solid 2 putt.
Abhishek Kuhar trying to save his par from there after that huge attempt from the back of the green.
Oh, well done. Bravo.
Saves himself a par on hole number 9. Abhishek Kuhar from Gurgaon. Abhishek Kuhar is at 3 over par for the day and a total of 4 over par for the tournament. We have M. Dharma on our screen on hole number 7. He's given himself a wise location to attempt a birdie. His right to left putt should swale about a cup or maybe a cup and a half from his right side. Sudhir Sharma missed it on the left of the green. Be an interesting chip for him. Sudhir too, a very, very hard-working professional golfer. Nice shot by him, giving himself just a little tap me in for par. Interesting shot there by Jairaj Singh Sandhu attacking that flag location. This really goes to show that no matter what kind of an adversity a player faces, first ball might find the drink, but players have their scrambling skills on. Their wedge game is absolutely on point, and there we have it.
Yeah, that's he was able to extricate himself and avoid further damage. I think that's very important because these are the kind of moments that players around can actually capitulate. If you make a mistake and then you sort of surmount it with another one, and that's where you really need to control the mind. And that's hitting a short over the drink is not easy either.
I couldn't agree more. We look at Prakhar Asawa, and very nice golf swing.
Okay, I thought that was his swing. So a little bit of a pre-shot routine there. Seems to be quite a fair distance behind over there. A long second shot for him. Now back to M. Dharma in hole number 7.
What kind of a bird would that be, Shaurya?
Seems to be a pelican, if I'm not wrong. It's also careful of the golfer, mindful, look at it, walking gingerly so as to not disturb M. Dharma. Let's see if M. Dharma can make birdie and impress the bird.
And he
And yes, he
does.
does.
And he
Yes, he
does make
does.
a birdie while the bird
Bird is
watches
watching.
on.
Well done there. Abhinav would definitely have got a good read of that. Now you can see the Pelican again, cognizant of Abhinav's putt.
Gerard Singh Sandhu now putting for bogey.
Our apologies. Yeah, that's Jaraj. We got taken aback by the beauty of the Pelican. Let's see if the Southpaw can follow suit. Seems to have left a little
Oh,
bit to the right.
that would hurt him. Gerard would have loved to make bogey over there and save the day, especially after that third shot that he hit with his wedge. It's an unfortunate miss there for him. Nonetheless, he's got many holes to play here on. This would take his total for the tournament up to 2 over par. Top of the leaderboard, M. Dharma has now moved to 4 under par for the day, and which will take his total up to 7 under par for the tournament. So M. Dharma also catching on some heat early this morning on the penultimate day of the Gujarat Open. Great shot there by one of these players. We have no information yet as to who the player is who has hit it to about 5 feet. We shall know surely and shortly. Kshitij Navid calls striding along with his caddy on the fairway, enjoying the sights that this golf course has to offer.
A relaxing view there as the golfers stride in the middle of their round. Golf, especially professional golf, it goes on. Each round goes on for well over 4.5 hour rounds, and if you're paired with somebody like me, that could actually mean 5 hours. So there's a lot of downtime between shots where players are actually walking, and your mind has different thoughts. So it's so different because golf is you actually hitting an inert ball. It's not like cricket or football, which gets over very quickly, maybe 90 minutes or 2 hours, and in the case of cricket, maybe 3-4 hours. Here, each day you have to come back and play, and you're hitting a shot, you're focusing at that point in time, and then you are sort of moving on to the next shot. So it's a very different dynamic. Your mind has to stay in the present for the shot, but while you're walking these dead walks, these 250, 300-yard walks, mind is just constantly thinking about the course, what you should have done. Sometimes you cross with yourself if you make a mistake on the previous hole or get a wrong line, and you drop a shot. So it's not so easy to separate yourself from the result. Whereas in a more dynamic sport, let's say football, you don't really have time to think of a previous mistake because the game is actually coming at you. It's like bullets being fired at you, but here it's different. You're not dodging the bullets. You are the gun yourself. So it's so different that you're walking down. You're having to compose your mind, think of other things, and the golf has other rules as well. Like while you're walking, you're not allowed to use your mobile phone for like calling or taking advice. There are some special circumstances when you can use it. You can't take advice on your golf game from your fellow competitors. You can't ask them their clubs before they hit it. After that you can. So there's so many different rules and quirks to this game. It's very different, and sometimes your mind meanders on other things, and that can cost you a couple of shots. Some players are really focused, and I've seen a couple of the players after they finish, they spend so much time to decompress because it can be very exhausting, not just physically. Physically, it's pretty exhausting as well. Now, there was an adage they used to say golf is an old man's game. I tell you, that's not the case at all. Now, if you look at this young man hit the ball, I assure you, it's a very violent motion which requires a lot of strength to hit it over 300 yards, as you will see right now. Look at the athletic stance and bring a lot of energy. It's a motion that requires all your muscles to fire in cohesion.
Very nice golf swing there by Gerard Singh Sandhu. Very much, you can say it's quite textbook in its appearance. Prakarasawa coming up from the short of the green on the right side and still short of the hole. Prakhar Asawa has a lot of work to do there to save his par on hole number 9. Prakhar Asawa putting for par on hole number 9. Prakhar also going in with the claw grip, something which a lot of players seem to be using these days. Gaurav Pratap Singh coming in now from the left side of the hole for birdie. Nice shot there by Gaurav Pratap Singh. Not too far out. Also pin high. Just about 10 feet away to make birdie.
Look for Gaurav Pratap Singh to make this putt. He's very good from this range, and
Gaurav Pratap Singh not having the best of days today, but would require make a bunch of birdies out there today to save it for himself. And
agonizingly
it's
close.
not going to be for him as of now. That would keep him at 5 over par for the tournament. And Gaurav started this penultimate day at a score of 1 under par. So that is going to hurt a little. Hopefully, the back nine has a lot better in store for him. Now we have Kshitij Naved call putting for birdie. Another stellar shot. Have you ever tried playing golf like that? You know, straight arms for putting. Have you tried doing that ever?
No, to be honest, it looks very uncomfortable and very unnatural. I'm sure that that's a system that works for him, but I think not many people would have tried something like that because, if anything, the longer the levers, it seems like you have more to control. I mean, putting would get a little tougher because everything seems so mechanical in this.
What seems to me is that he's actually locked up his arm and his wrist over there. So actually, he's trying to do is he's trying to remove all the extra movements that can happen. Although that putt had its own extra movement away from the hole.
Exactly, but I think you get further away from the ball by doing that. You might be, but you're getting so much further away from the balls. That also, I mean, I guess different strokes, different folks, whatever works.
Absolutely. I don't know much about that technique of playing. It's very Bryson DeChambeau like, so to speak. This hole has turned now into a downwind. As you can tell, the wind has really picked up post 12 o'clock this afternoon. Sudhir Sharma going with a fairway wood, hole number 8.
Definitely taking the aggressive approach. Let's see where he lands up.
Unfortunately, we aren't able to see the golf ball as of now, but we can see the few villas that are existing on Kalahar Blues and Greens, and such a beautiful place to actually have a home at.
The players won't be thinking too much about those houses because if they land up there, it's a two-shot penalty for them.
I'd always play that golf course and enjoy walking on the sides of the fairways and actually, be enjoying the views of these nice villas over there. It's always a dream to be living on a golf course, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean,
I
the
think if
closer you can be to it, the
I
better
think
it is.
I think if you reach that level in life where you can actually live on a golf course, then you made it. But I think the next best thing is obviously playing on a golf course. What these guys are doing right now. This seems to be hole number 7, if I'm not wrong. Let's see.
This is Yashas Chandra playing. We'll have to check
Hole
what
number
hole
9.
number this is. Appears to be hole number 9. Can't be certain though.
It's a little bit of a mystery. And maybe why not our viewers can tell us in the comments how you're enjoying this broadcast. And if you have any questions, want to know about your favorite players or learn about the game of golf, or maybe even chat about cricket. So yeah, as long as you watch us and enjoy the game of golf, that's what we're here for. Makes for such a beautiful setting.
Back to hole number 7, with one of the players on the left side of the green giving himself a little bit of a challenge to come back on. That's Pawan Kumar from Delhi playing alongside Amardeep Malik, who seems to be catching on a lot of heat on this penultimate day. He's at 3 under par for the day and 8 under par for the tournament. And so is Karandeep Kochar. He was the money order leader last year. Although he didn't finish as a money order leader, he finished number 2 on the order of merit. He's at 3 under par for the day and 8 under par for the tournament. That also keeps him just 2 shots adrift from Tappy Guy, who is leading the tournament currently. And M. Dharma, of course, is bringing on the heat to the table at 4 under par for the day. That's the deepest as of now. And 7 under par for the tournament.
That's a beautiful round that he's been able to string together as M. Dharma. 4 under through 6 holes. That's quite the round that's going on for M. Dharma. So M. Dharma is saying that he's going to make up for some of the victories that actually slipped out of his grasp last year. He was able to do very well in Jaipur and a few other places, but couldn't quite close it. So maybe this is a week that he'll make amends.
Absolutely. He was very much there for each of the events, as Pawan Kumar with a superb shot from the fescue kind of rough there. I think M. Dharma was pretty much through and through from October all the way to December. Almost, each of the tournaments, he was around either the top 5 or the maximum, the top 10 of each and every event. And he was gunning for almost 80% of the tournaments that we were there commentating on.
Yeah, very consistent at a good level. And that's surely that, that he exhibited his class last year. And let's see if he's able to build on that momentum this year. Amardeep Malik, where we saw earlier the player was able to make birdie from here. Let's see if he can do the same.
His putt breaks off the right side of the players. And it's just a little bit of a judgment thing over here for the players. Seen a lot of players being in this situation, but not getting the exact read, except M. Dharma, who just made a birdie.
He's opting to have the flag in.
Another player with a claw grip. Did he?
I don't think so.
Amar, you need to move. You're blocking.
Yeah, the reaction
have it.
The reaction was telling he wasn't too happy. So maybe the next hole is where he will make birdie.
It's always nice to see what the putts are doing and have the excitement going. Karandeep Kochar now. He himself has a nice attempt to birdie. He's not very far from the hole. Appears to be a left-righter. Karandeep, a really, really good putter. Superb player. About an hour ago on the same hole, we couldn't see the waves, in that water hazard. And suddenly now with the wind picking up post noon, golf course is going to turn into a completely different beast altogether. Karandeep Kochar, this putt would take him to 4 under par for the day and 9 under par for the tournament. Kocher making that putt for birdie on hole number 7, taking his total to 9 under par, just one shot shy of Tapi Ghai, tying Kapil Kumar at second position. Looking at all the flora and fauna on the golf course, it's always a welcome sight. One of the advantages of being on a golf course as stunning as Kalahar, just outside of Ahmedabad, the Kalahar Blues and Greens, one of the finest golf courses that we have got to see in the country. On the fairway now, walking down, are Om Prakash Chauhan playing alongside Sachin Besoya and Abhinav Lohan. Sachin Besoya bang in the middle of the fairway for this hole. We see all the other action going on the golf course. M. Dharma, of course, maintaining himself at 4 under par for the day. Karandeep Kocher also now at 4 under par for the day. A lot of good stuff happening out there on the leaderboard. Other few players, notable mentions there are Angad Chima is at 1 under par for the day. Vikrant Chopra collecting some shots at 2 under par for the day, taking his total from 5 over to 3 over. So making amends for the past 2 days. Few other players with under par numbers on the course to be followed are Kshitij Naved Kaul and Manu Gandas at 2 under par for the day. So each of these players really trying to make their move up the leaderboard on this penultimate day, while we look at Amardeep Malik going with the driver on hole 8, taking the more aggressive approach. Amardeep is at 8 under par for the tournament, so he's definitely gunning for the top spot. Kocher with his customary fade shot. Players have to fly the ball all the way up to the fairway, about 280, 290 yards, to fly the water hazard and be lining up in the dry areas. Anything that misses towards the right side not only makes the hole a lot longer, but also gets the player in the bunker, which is a difficult place to sort of hit an approach shot from. Back onto the 7th hole. Looks like one of the players has missed it out left. Next, playing the 7th hole, we look at Rohan Dhole Patil with rounds of 70 and 69 to start the tournament. Rohan Dhole Patil not having the best of showings today on the penultimate day at 4 over par for the day and has dropped down to 1 under par total. Rohan Dhole Patil as well coming up on the left side of the green. Seems like he's was trying to go straight at the flag, but would come up just short and on the left side of the green in the dry patch. What a lovely and young group that this is. The Rohan Dole Patil is playing alongside Suni Chaurasia and Yashash Chandra. All three young players on the PGTI. Rohan Dole Patil starting to play his rookie year over here. This would be his first professional golf tournament as a pro. Back to the ninth hole with Om Prakash Chauhan giving himself a good look at birdie from just under 8 feet. We have Sachin Besoya, who's given himself about 30 feet away on the left side of the hole, and Abhinav Lohan seems to be just a tad short of the green. Shouldn't be too far away though, as the flag is up the front edge.
Look back at Abhinav. Yeah, for his birdie putt. Seems like a straight up makeable putt for him. He's veered a little bit off to the right and will clean up for his par. Well, Abhinav. We look at Om Prakash Chauhan here on hole number 9. Om Prakash Chauhan currently at 3 over for the day and 2 over for the tournament. Looking to make that putt. Unfortunately, has missed it. Still continuing to lead is Tapi Ghai at 10 under for the tournament after 5 holes for the day. And Kapil Kumar in hot pursuit at 9 under for the tournament. Amardeep Malik and Karandeep Kochar tied alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 8 under par, rounding up the top 5. As you have a look at Abhinav Lohan, who will just clean up for his par here on hole number 9. Now we are back on hole number 7. A long putt here, an interesting view. Seems to have really miscued his shot.
That is Suni Chaurasia.
Unlikely miscue.
What a shot by Suni Chaurasia. What about miscues were you saying, Shaurya?
I think the better players always like to create suspense and drama, and that's what he's done. What a beautiful shot.
Brilliantly done. Rohan Dole Patil looking
So, ladies and gentlemen, the
Absolutely.
players actually do this on purpose just to impress you. That's how good these players are.
Superb shot by Sunil Chaurasia to make two on hole number 7. Rohan Dole Patil now coming from just short of the green. Rohan Dole Patil has also had a very good amateur career just before he turned pro. He's actually had found a lot of success over there. That would be just short of the hole. Didn't have enough legs to reach up to make birdie there. Yashash Chandra looking at birdie on this hole.
Just a word about this tournament. We're at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism. And we are here live from the Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Club at Ahmedabad. And the tournament boasts of a prize money of 40 lakh. And it's the first tournament of the calendar year for the PGTI. And it's the first in a series of many tournaments that are coming up. So it's very exciting times for the golfers on the PGTI. And at this point in time, our leader is Tappy Ghai at 10 under par, followed by Kapil Kumar at 9 under par. And what you're seeing, ladies and gentlemen, is hole number 7, a par 3, live on your screen.
Some of the co-sponsors of this tournament are Incredible India and the Sports Authority of Gujarat. Also, the tour PGTI tour is backed by tour partners like the Tata Steel, Rolex, American Express, and Amrutanjan Fruitnik. A lot of corporates and government organizations come together to support sports, not only as a way of livelihood, but also a way of life. Looking back at the live leaderboard there on the golf course, Tappy Ghai is still leading the way, while Kapil and Yuvraj trail, although they haven't been informed yet that Amardeep Malik is also there at 8 under par. So Amardeep Malik also closely following at 8 under par, tied alongside Yuvraj and Karandeep Kochar. So some stellar golf being played as of now. And while we move into the back nine of this penultimate round, we are going to be seeing a lot more excitement. And I think tomorrow we are going to be seeing a lot more excitement on the golf course. We will have about 7 to 8 players within 5 to 7 shots off the leader, and that will be extremely stunning to watch because any of these players can actually catch on and change the gear, press on that gas, and be ending up with 5 to 6 under par on each of the 9 holes. And these players are really capable of doing that.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's shaping up to be quite the championship. We have a very testing golf course, and with the wind sort of picking up, you're seeing that only a few players are able to manage under par rounds. So it's not going to be how our normal tournaments are, where it's very bunched up. So you're seeing only a few players who will be able to contend tomorrow. And the final 9 holes today is going to determine everything. We're live on hole number 8.
Sunil Chaurasia going with a driver on hole number 8. His length should be good enough for him to go 2 on this hole. Considering the wind seems to be swirling and changing as we move along.
How distracting can the water be when you're playing a normal round? I mean, such a beautiful view. Obviously, for us, the professionals who do play, they don't want to be distracted by their water. That's the last place that they want to go. Now, good view of you, Raj. Really love this swing. What a powerful swing he has, athletic setup. And what you want to look and try and emulate is the whip on this shot. He's a lot like Sergio Garcia in the way he hits the ball. You see the kind of lag that he'll be able to generate. Beautiful. Our apologies. That was Rohan Dhole Patil previously on the tee.
Yashash Chandra now from Mysore taking on as tee shot. Yashash seems to be going with the three shot approach on this hole. Going by the entry list into this tournament, quick mention to all of the international players who came in for this tournament. Mind you, that PGTI is an open tour and actually allows players from anywhere in the world to come around and compete, because this is all about competition and the skill set, and the best of pro golf is being showcased over here. So we've had Mithun Pereira, Kunal Bhasin. Mithun Pereira, of course, is from Sri Lanka. Kunal Bhasin from Australia. And we've had a host of other players like Sukra Bahadur Rai, who came in from Nepal to play, Muhammad Akbar Hussain, Muhammad Moj, Muhammad Samrat Sikdar, all from Bangladesh, Muhammad Sayum, Muhammad Sohail from Bangladesh as well. So interesting, bunch of players that actually travel across various countries to come around and compete on this international golf tour. Arjun Prasad there, who seems to have found the drink on hole number 7. Let's see what kind of a shot he hits from that drop area on this hole. Should be a little bit of a wedge shot, approximately about 100 yards to 90 yards kind of a shot for Arjun.
It's going to be an interesting shot. We previously saw another player, and that can happen if you're too aggressive on your tee shot, and then you have to pay the price.
I think as the winds pick up, just a weak shot also can be taken by the wind and made to go across into various directions. So if you catch a shot weak and the wind ends up catching it, actually that accentuates the kind of movement that the ball has while it's in the air.
Seems to have hit a decent shot, so we'll have all of that 15 to 18 feet for his bogey. But would definitely not want to make double bogey here. But that can happen in the blink of an eye, ladies and gentlemen. This is not so easy. Now we have another player from this group who is with the hazard, sir.
Shankar Das seems to be like a block party going on over here. Each one of the players seems to be finding the hazard as the winds pick up. It seems to be that the balls are just going along into the water hazard. That right to left wind, the pin placement on the left side of the green, pushing all of the balls into the hazard.
This is reminding me of the 17th hole at the TPC Championship, where the players actually find it tough to hit the green. Let's hope that Shankar can hit a good shot here.
Shankar Das giving himself a decent opportunity to save about 8 to 10 feet away. Ranjit Singh seems to be up on the left side of the green. So clearly that wind from the right to the left has started to make the balls move in the air quite a bit.
As you can see, the water is rustling, and so are the leaves, and waves on the surface of the water is indicative of how the wind is actually picking up. So it's going to get a lot tougher for the players here, especially on the back nine. Many difficult holes. You can actually see players dropping shots, and obviously the ones who are able to keep their wits about themselves would have a shot tomorrow at this magnificent championship.
Things do change quite a bit on this golf course as you move from the front nine to the back nine. We look at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022's leaderboard. And we stand still with the leader, Tapi Ghai, who is at 1 over par for the day, but 10 under for the tournament, followed by Kapil Kumar at 9 under, Amardeep Malik and Karandeep Kochar at 8 under par alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. It's a nice new graphics for the PGTI live telecast of the Gujarat Open. So as the players move into the back nine, you will see that the course does take a little bit of a shift in terms of its characteristics. The dog legs seem to increase on the back nine. The number of hazards also seem to increase on the back nine. And as we move along, since the wind is continuously picking up, uh, players have a lot more of a challenging situation as we move ahead in this round. Sudhir Sharma cleaning up on hole number 9.
Good part there. Sudhir, as he's affectionately called Sodi by his friends. Now you can see the flag. The flag always gives you a good indication of how the wind is. So if the flag is fluttering, that's a danger sign for all the golfers, because if it gets windy here, it's going to be very tough to navigate. And that's why they say sometimes when you play well, you sort of get the tougher conditions right in the afternoon when the wind is howling. So golf is a great leveler, and these players are sort of facing it now. Now this group definitely has a mix of fortunes. Two players putting for their bogeys, while Ranjit putting for his birdie. It's going to be a very important putt for the players who not want to drop more than a shot here. It's tough to gather yourself after such a mistake. It's almost like a self-inflicted wound in a way to make a double bogey in such a short hole.
Absolutely, but I think that's where you separate the better players from the ones who aren't able to recover from these kind of errors that might happen, and this can happen to the best of us. Going into errors, last year's Order of Merit champion Udayan Mane, who came in
Oh,
with
beautiful putt. So that's the way to do it. Mitigate disaster. Bogey's good. He'll be feeling great right now. I'll tell you, there's people say there's nothing like a great bogey. That's where it is. A bogey can be really satisfying if you're able to earn it the right way.
absolutely. In fact, that kind of scramble actually helps you pick up a little bit of confidence from there and helps you move on. Going back to the leaderboard from last year's Order of Merit, Udayan Mane, with who played 17 tournaments last year, won 4 of them, and had 8 top 10s. Actually earned 58 lakh 72,275 rupees last year only on the PGTI. This is minus all his international commitments, and he is an Olympian. And he wasn't able to make it to the weekend this week, and that really goes to show that how difficult this game really is. Shankar Das now putting for bogey. Wouldn't be
Unfortunately,
for
not
him.
able to. Yes, the PGTI is extremely competitive now, and that's evident in our golfers when they're playing abroad. The likes of Shubhankar, Gaganji, Veer, the list is endless. Shiv Kapoor. So Indian golfers have definitely become a household name even internationally now. The only next thing is they should be more of them in the top 200 and top 100 of the world. Anirban Lahiri, obviously, the sole player now on the PGA Tour. Arjun Atwal playing sparingly only now on the PGA Tour, but it's likes of Gaganjit Bhullar, Shubhankar, and the younger lot to sort of move up to the PGA Tour and maybe notch up a victory or two.
Amardeep Malik there on the ninth tee box. Also, I was looking at some interesting statistics over here. You also had Karandeep Kochar, who finished number 2 on the Order of Merit last year with a total of 51 lakh rupees, and Chikka Rangappa with a total of 48 lakh rupees. We'll take a look quickly at some first-time winners from last year. And think this is one of the first-time winners from last year. That is Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. One of the first-time winners from last year was actually Shiv Kapoor, who won the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. Then we have Manu Gandas, Shiv Kapoor actually spends most of his time playing in Europe and in Asia. So Shiv Kapoor won the tournament in Chandigarh, hosted by his good friend G. Milkha Singh. Manu Gandas also won his first tournament last year in the 2020 and 21 season, the Golconda Masters Telangana Open, presented by Wooty and Haldi. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu won the Indian Oil Servo Masters golf in Digboy. Adil Bedi also won his first event in the last season called the Bengal Open Golf Championship, and Karandeep Kochar won the PGTI Players Championship presented by Chandigarh Golf Club.
I'll look back at hole number 7 and let's see what these players can do on this hole. We've already seen the last group with two golfers entering the watery grave. One able to extricate a bogey out of there. Shankar, unfortunately, suffering a double bogey. And let's see what this group can do now on the tee. At the 7th hole, we have the group of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Kapil Kumar, and Tappy Guy. So these are the leaders. Let's see if they're able to stamp their authority and showcase their class and not repeat the same mistakes. You can see in the background the wind is really picking up, the leaves are rustling, and how's that going to affect this shot is to be seen. This Tappy high going for a little bit of a high draw. You can see that bird flying past, and he's done brilliantly, it seems. Yeah, that's a great shot by him, leaving himself about 25 feet.
Looking at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, it also brings me to the fact that Yuvraj Singh Sandhu in the 2020 and 21 season actually finished a total of 349 birdies. So he is the number one player as the birdie leader on the PGTI from the last season. 349 birdies
That's
with
a lot of birdies.
round one numbers to be at 84 birdies. Round two, he has made 94 birdies. In round threes, he's made 87 birdies. In round fours, he's made 84 birdies. So rather consistent performance through the 4 rounds of play. Pretty solid game all in all. Incidentally, yours truly was at one point of time also an eagle leader. I wonder how that happened.
And that happened with your prodigious length of the tee, Mr. Commentator. Look at Amar.
Also note that Manu Gandas was actually an eagle leader in the same season last year. Amardeep Malik coming from the left side of the fairway here on hole number 9. Amardeep, who's gone through a lot of changes in his swing and his game over the past couple of years, has used the pandemic rather nicely to up his skill set to even better than what it always was. A stellar shot there coming up slightly from the rough, giving himself about 10 to 12 feet for birdie.
Brilliantly navigated by him.
Quite incredible that Manu Gandas and Chikkarangapayas made 17 and 15 eagles in the 2020 and 21 season. So that's quite a feat. Eagles are not easy to make, of course.
Absolutely.
I mean, neither are birdies, but still. Karandeep Kochar.
I would say pars are also not too easy.
Back to Karandeep Kochar now on the 9th hole.
Going with what it seems to be a lofted club, maybe a pitching wedge or a 9 iron at most.
Sort of slides through the ball.
That's a good shot by him.
Kochar would come up shy of the green, but at the same time shouldn't be too far away for a birdie. It looks like about 15 feet short. Playing alongside Pawan Kumar. Pawan Kumar, the furthest up in the fairway on this hole. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu playing alongside Tapi Ghai. They're on to the green on hole number 7. That is our leader group for the day, playing alongside Kapil Kumar from Delhi.
This is the putt that we saw previously as well being made. I should trail a little bit to his, just maybe break off a little bit to the right at the end. It's a tricky putt, no doubt. A little bit of a double breaker with a twist in the tail. Let's see if Yuvraj can navigate this successfully. Or break the other way. Oh, he's done excellently well. Great birdie by him. So Yuvraj would move to 9 under for the tournament and 2 under for the day. Brilliant showing by Yuvraj so far. So important to get the line and read everything right on these putts, because that's the only way that's going to go in. Obviously, confidence is key, but it's also important to have your preparation correct. So he seems to have ticked off all the right boxes, and that's how he's managed to get his birdie. Now, Tappy guy, who also had a pretty good shot here, would be looking at all of 20 feet. And look for this to break about 4.5 inches from the left to the right. So leave it atop on the left side and then wait for it to break back to the right. This would require a very deft touch for this to go in. And I think he's done. Oh, he's under at that. And now he'll have his work cut out for par. That seems like 2.5, 3 feet coming back. That can be a little tricky as well. So that comes back to my point that I spoke about earlier, that you require you can't have unrestrained aggression in golf. Like if you want to go for birdie, you still have to make sure that you make your par. So, the putt that he hit now, it was a good putt, but he still has to work for par. So that is why professional golfers are very good to temper themselves and sort of be on an even keel, because they can't get too excited at the prospect of a birdie or an eagle, because they have to make sure that they make the next one as well. So they say the ideal speed for a putt is one that crosses the hole by a distance of 17 inches. So obviously you can't always get to that sort of distance, but it's an idea that you want to be crossing the hole, but just about. And that's what these golfers practice a lot on. They control their speed, and they work on different distances to adapt the speed of the green. Good putt there by Kapil, cleaning up for his par. Now, as you have a look at Tappy Ghai and what he can do with this putt. Good putt. Tappy has done well to save his par. So all the players are now done with the front nine. So we'll be moving over to the back nine, and that's where the action will be now for this tournament. And after the completion of 9 holes, we still have Tappy Ghai leading the pack, but ever so slightly, by only a margin of 1 shot. And towards the lower end of the leaderboard, the players, Ashish Nangia picking up the 49th position at a total of 13 over par, obviously having a tough time navigating this very hard golf course today. Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan was having a difficult day, but he's birdied the 13th and eagled the 14th. So obviously trying to resurrect his fortunes, and good on him. Good work done there. In some other news, we have Vikrant Chopra was playing really well, 2 under after 15 holes for the day, playing alongside Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan. So obviously there are some good scores to be had there, but they really have to be earned. Like Manu Gandas is also 4 under for the day and 3 under for the tournament.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu on hole number 8, going with the driver, taking the more aggressive approach.
Another beautiful swing by him.
Raj also at 8 under par for the tournament, with 1 under par for the day. Tappy Guy really keeping himself calm and afloat at 10 under par, leading the way for all of the other players. As we move back to the 9th hole tee box, we have Sunny Chaurasia now on the tee, going with a driver. Sunny, the very hard-working young golfer.
To them commentating.
Looks like the group of Rohan Dole Patil and Sunny Chaurasia are being told by the referee to speed up. Each of the players has got there's a lot of pressure on the tour to be able to finish a round. Usually a golf course is designed in a manner where it takes about 4 hours 15 minutes or 4 hours 20 minutes to finish the round of golf, and in case any of the groups is unable to finish within that time period, and to finish within that time period each player gets only 40 seconds for the first and 30 seconds for the other two players to hit the shot, and anything slower than that can attract penalties if the warnings from the referees don't work. So the players have to stay in pace. It does appear like golf is a slow game when the players are walking, but the players have to keep thinking on their feet, and they must be able to execute shots within 30 seconds. I mean, with winds, with different ball positions, different lies, different yardages, different flag locations, that's quite a tough task to take care of.
Yes, now you can see that players have picked up. They're walking at a faster clip because they know that prying eyes of the referee are there, watching them, timing them, and it's something that I'm far too familiar with. So it's almost very nostalgic for me to see a referee and the card. It makes me feel at home. But these players, in all seriousness, none of the players like that because it sort of upsets their rhythm as they have to do things in a faster manner. As you see, Sunit there wearing his glove beforehand, doing his preparation while he's walking because he's only afforded now 40 seconds and the rest of the players 30. So he has to make sure that it has to be chop chop. Everything has to be done very quickly.
These are some of the changes that have come about in the game of golf. Earlier, first player got 50 seconds, then the other two got 40 seconds each. And the way the thing has changed, even it might seem like it's only 10 seconds, but it actually does remove any of that extra time that any player might require to make any sort of calculations. But nonetheless, hopefully the rangefinders can help to save some time in the yardages. There we have it. Usually, when there's Rohan Dhole Patil playing from the left side of the fairway, usually when the other two players are ahead, they do get a tad extra time to be able to prepare. And the key to actually doing this is to make sure that you start your preparation while the other players are hitting. That's how you sort of buy time in terms of getting ready for shots and not allowing the referee to come too close to you can always create a very uncomfortable situation. Seems like Tappy Ghai has found the water hazard on the eighth hole on the left side on that tee shot that he hit. And he's taking a drop now on the front tee. Tappy seems to have taken out a fairway wood there to play his third shot from the tee box. This will leave him now near the bunkers after this shot, and from there he probably have to lay up unless and until he really catches this ball very, very good, and then he might have his fourth shot for the green.
You look back at hole number 9. The players walking down. One of the changes that has happened, unfortunately, due to COVID, is that you don't see too many visitors and gallery at this point in time. But I'm sure that hopefully, when things do resume to normalcy, we'll start seeing that once again.
Absolutely. In fact, there will be tournaments going forward where you will be able to see a lot of galleries for the tournaments. Rohan Dhole Patil seems to be miscuing some shots and he's landed himself in the bunker. You can tell how deep that bunker is. You can only see the tip of his hat over there. And not even that anymore. And there we have it again. And it's gone again. Until we'll see a splash from the bunker. Is he still there?
He's out of sight, out of mind.
There we have it, Rohan Dhole Patil.
Oh, and he has definitely given it too much gas, and that's going to roll off for the other side. That is reminding me of Augusta Masters.
That's going off the green, very similar to the older BPGC also, right?
Exactly.
And of course, Augusta, in case you played it ever.
So, I wish. I'm still waiting.
Have you played the Masters, Shaurya?
I'm still waiting for my invite, actually. Maybe it's in the mail, that's what I hear. But
spam folder or something?
Yeah, no. I think you might just see me play the par 3 contest. That's where my limits will end. But yes, that's these greens are rolling really quick. You saw that the ball went over to the other side. So obviously, it's so important that the players are able to do everything properly.
I think Sunny Chaurasia is going to be going for a birdie there. Has he changed his club to a putter? Because he was definitely going for a chip in. Doesn't seem like he's happy with that. Putter it is. They can do anything. He's from the family of the chip putt Chaurasia, so he can chip or putt.
Exactly.
They're both good for them.
It's all in the genetics of superior short game and championships. If he can emulate anything that his uncle has done, then he'd have a great career. Now we see the other player's ball just skirting off to the other side. I think it's a little bit of pinball going on right now.
It's like a one side to the other. Rohan Patil in his first tournament as a professional golfer. Sunil Chaurasia. Has he got it? Has he got it? Sunil Chaurasia just about missing that birdie attempt from the edge of the green.
So close yet so far.
He'd be tapping that in for par. Yashash Chandra being friendly, helping his fellow player with the flag.
I see that Sunit also stands up to the putter pretty similar as to what SSP does, that the toe end of the putter is actually a little bit in the air, and that maybe facilitates more of a rotatory kind of a sort of an arc that goes inside and then squares up and then inside. So a lot of sort of calibration in that putting stroke.
Have you tried that ever?
I've tried everything. Couldn't quite find anything that worked, but I've tried it all.
While we speak now, we've got 4 players at 9 under par. M. Dharma, Karandeep Kochar, Kapil Kumar, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu all have come in at 9 under par now for the tournament, and they are just one shot shy of Tappy Ghai, who found himself in the water hazard on hole number 8. Yes. So we are going to be seeing a lot of movement here as the front 9 finishes.
Spoke on a musical note. One shot shy of Tappy Ghai. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have to keep ourselves also entertained as we stay with you. And we are live here at the Gujarat Open from Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf.
Just outside of Ahmedabad is this golf course, about an hour's drive from the city. Beautiful, spectacular destination to go in and have a great holiday, play some golf over there. Also, maybe at the same time visit some of the museums which have Mahatma Gandhi's history in there, some of the bird sanctuaries, some of the wildlife sanctuaries, and all of that. When Gujarat tourism takes over, and then there's a run of Kutch also to visit. So there's a lot and more to see in Gujarat, except of course right now we have Rohan Patil putting from about 10 feet away.
Rohan Patil has been going all over this hole. Let's see if he can seal it with a good putt here. Yeah, good one.
That should be a bit of a deep breath for Rohan Patil. I mean, I was getting worried looking at him there.
That's serious if you were getting worried, but this it's a long day. The players are teeing off from one tee. Look at the flag. It's extremely difficult for the players out there, and it's shaping up to be quite the contest here. It's very difficult. It's almost like a war of attrition. Is who can hang on till the end. And at this point in time, Tappy Ghai is a front runner and he's doing well. He's still at 10 under par. M. Dharma is at 9 under par total. And there are 3 other players, Karandeep Kochar, Kapil Kumar, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu also tied at 9 under par. We have Amardeep Malik at 8 under par. So there are a lot of players who are in hot pursuit of Tappy Ghai. He's not going to get away so easy. Even the young lord Arjun Prasad is at 6 under par total. The experienced campaigner Ranjit Singh at 5 under par. Yashash Chandra at 4 under par. Manu Gandha at 3 under par, and he's tied at 3 under par alongside Kshitij, Navid Kaul, and the talented Sunil Chaurasia. And behind them is Syed, Saqib Ahmed, and Shankar Das at 2 under par. So realistically speaking, we have 14 players within 8 shots of the lead. So, ladies and gentlemen, anything could happen. This is a very exciting tournament that is happening at this point in time. The competition is fierce. The golf course is difficult. The shot making is exemplary, and the commentary continues.
And M. Dharma actually has finished the front 9 in 6 under par. He's made 4 birdies and an eagle on hole number 5. He's made birdies on hole number 1 and 4, 7 and 9. And that's taken him up to 6 under par through the front 9. It's a stellar front nine for him, and hopefully he can carry on that in the back nine. That'll be a really, really interesting round to track.
Shankar Das here on hole number 9, going for his approach shot. Oh, looks dismayed by that. Distraught. Where has that gone?
Ready to take off his glove before the ball's landed.
Oh, a look of consternation, confusion. All emotions rolled into one as the ball is not in view.
I think
Has
it's
it
on
gone in the
the.
drink?
I think it's gone on the right side of the green. He's missed the green just by a whisker, but very disappointing for a player with a caliber as his. Arjun Prasad from the left side of the fairway.
Let's see what Arjun can do here. He's in a slight bit of rough, so won't be able to generate much spin. Let's see what he does. Can he prove me wrong? Not quite, because it's not visible anywhere. So we'll have to see. There he's gone.
Ranjit Singh, the third player in this group now. Ranjit with a big drive there from the tee box. Looks like he's got a slight pitching wedge in. Easy one.
Walking confidently.
He
That's
likes that.
oh, that's a brilliant shot by him. We'll have
Ranjit
that.
Singh with a total of 5 under par for the tournament and 1 over for the day would need that birdie to keep making a charge on that leaderboard to get his first W of his career.
Absolutely, and a W stand for win. I was going to say victory, but then I realized I'd make another error. But that's all right, ladies and gentlemen. As long as you correct your errors and move forward in life, that's what life and progress is all about, and that's what we're here for, progress on the golf course. And you here are with us live at Ahmedabad watching the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism, and the prize money of 40 lakh rupees. This is the first tournament of the PGTI calendar year, and it's a testament to the work by the PGTI and the main sponsors and the associate sponsors who do so much to promote the game of golf and to ensure that the players have this platform where they can showcase their talent. It's not easy to put together a tour of this size, especially in these trying times, but kudos to them. And shortly, we'll just be reading out the list of our sponsors and acquainting you with the tremendous work that they've done on the golf course and outside it.
Actually, the co-sponsors of this tournament are Incredible India and the Sports Authority of Gujarat. In fact, some of the tour partners that the PGTI has, which actually helps the tour to go from state to state and host tournaments, are Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan Fruitnik Plus, which is the hydration partner of the tour, and Rolex, which has been in the sport of golf since the 1960s, mind you. So Rolex also coming to the fore to help Indian golf, and Tata Steel, of course, taking us from strength to strength. All of these partners are extremely important for the tour to move forward, for the players to get competitive opportunities, and step over from here and play bigger tours, better tours with all of them also coming into India with co-sanctioned Asian Tour events, co-sanctioned Asian, European, and PGTI events. Also, the ADT and PGTI co-sanctioned events. Shankar Das being super aggressive there with his cack-handed grip, giving himself now a 5-footer to save par. Arjun Prasad. Shankar didn't hit it as far off as his reaction really seemed. He miscued that shot, but really speaking, that was just on the edge of the green.
I think that's the thing with brilliant players. The expectations of themselves are so high that disappointment is also always lurking there because they want the shots to be perfect. So pretty similar to what Hideki Matsuyama is on the US tour. He has great expectations and sort of leaves the hand when he doesn't like the shot, even if it's at the flag. So maybe that is the energy that Shankar Das is channeling.
I think we figured out why Shankar Das is not very happy with himself, because he's already at 4 over par for the day, and being not having the best of days anyway. So any of the miscues right now would be hurting him quite a bit. He needs to start picking up shots on the golf course instead of dropping any more of them. While we take a look at the rest of the players now lining up for their birdies and pars. Ranjit Singh now ready for his birdie putt.
Look at the flag in the foreground, shows you how high the winds are at this point in time. Could well be close to 20 miles an hour. That's making it very difficult for the golfers here. Not just the shot making, you have to contend with the wind even when you're putting. Now, a putt like this for Ranjit, it's very difficult. It's going to be sloping away from his left to right, and the flag is fluttering in the background is also going to disturb him a little bit. And I always believe that the wind also makes a difference on greens that are so slick. So this could go anywhere. If he's able to make it, then that's a brilliant putt by Ranjit. Then he does.
Superb birdie by Ranjit Singh. That would take him down to even par for the day and 6 under par for the tournament. So Ranjit also within striking distance of the lead as of now, and I'd be looking forward to him actually making strides up that leaderboard and try to get as close to 10 under as possible by the end of the day. You never know. At the end of the day, Richard Bland won his first European Tour event just in 2020. And that was absolutely superb. He was at the age of 42, winning his first...
I believe he was 48, actually.
No, 42.
42.
When he won his first event.
Okay, and he won again now?
Yep.
At the age of?
44, I think.
Okay. So anything's possible. We still have a few years left in us. Now, at this point in time, let's see what Shankar can do here. Oh, now he'll be really hurting from that miss.
That would be an unforced error, as you would call it in many other sports. Dropped shot from the edge of the green would definitely be an unforced error for a professional golfer. Probably one of the only sport in the world where a lower score is what counts and not the higher score. Most other sport are played for getting the highest score possible, while in golf you have to make the lowest score.
That's why they say that golf is a game of opposites. It's a little confusing. To hit the ball high, you have to hit down on it, and to top it, you have to hit the top of it. So it's a little confusing. Beautiful view. Look at those two flags there moving in unison. The wind is really high. The golfers would not really looking forward to this back nine. It's a monstrous back nine with tough holes, and add the wind to the mix is quite something for the players to contend with. Who's going to be able to keep their cool on this back nine, and the champion will definitely be the one that who can weather the storm. Thanks. Look at our leaderboard. Tappy Guy still leading, but there are a lot of players trailing him. Manu Gandas at 10th position at 3 under par. So, 7 shots separating him from the leader. Serene looking conditions, but the wind has definitely bared its fangs, and so has the golf course. The first 2 days we saw some scores, some red numbers, but as you saw, Tappy Guy was at 11 under par after 2 days, and at this point in time, still leading, and he's actually dropped a shot. So it's just showing you that the golf course is definitely playing pretty difficult, and par is a great score at this point in time. And majority of the players in the field are over par today. There are some great numbers as well. We have M Dharma who's actually crept up on the leaderboard as well. So the scores are indicative of the tough conditions that we have today. M Dharma 6 under par for the day after 9 holes, so having a brilliant round. The difficulty of the golf course definitely not something that is perturbing him. He goes on his path to glory. He's at 6 under par, 9 under total. Karandeep Kocher, 4 under for the day, 9 under for the tournament. Yuvraj Sandhu as well, 2 under for the day. Amardeep Malik, 3 under for the day. And seems like Tappy Guy has run into some sort of a disaster as it's showing he's 4 over for the day. So Tappy Guy has apparently had a triple bogey somewhere, it seems, unless they're on the eighth hole, Trappy High. Okay, so he's another victim to this golf course and the tough conditions at this point in time. And Ranjit Singh now at 6 under par. So you're seeing the fortunes have turned totally. Tappy from the leader now he's the follower. He's 2 shots behind the leader. So it's topsy turvy here on the top of the leaderboard. The bottom stays. There's a different kind of a tussle here. At the bottom of the leaderboard, players are finding it very, very difficult. High scores by a lot of the players, but we're focusing towards the top of the pack. And our leader group is here on the ninth hole. So let's see how they are able to clear out their front nine. Big hitters in this group. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Tappy Khai, both long hitters. Tappy would be distraught at this point in time after his previous hole. He's waiting for the green to clear, making their calculations. You can see Yuvraj Singh Sandhu there. Seems like Kapil Kumar has been able to belt quite the drive. He's actually hit it beyond these other two players. So he's done pretty well there. So it just shows you that the adrenaline of playing in the final group can obviously give you 10 to 15 extra yards. So all three of them are in pole position, and look for them to be aggressive on this hole, especially Tappy after that disastrous eighth hole. So we actually carded a quadruple bogey on the eighth. So we don't quite know what happened there, but we do know that whatever happened was not according to plan. A look at Kapil Kumar here. You know how golfers are able to take some time while the other is hitting the shot. They're doing their calculations, their yardages. They're sort of making sure that they're committed to the shot that they intend to pull off. And that's one of the changes that has happened due to speeding up the pace of play. And so players have to be a little more mentally alert and ready to hit when it's their turn. And now we have a look at Yuvraj. Oh, he's going with a very lofted club. Seems to be nothing more than a sandwich, it seems. Maybe a all of 100, yards here. Very nicely composed. Not too happy with that shot, though. Uncanny miss hit by him. As we have a look at Tappy. What's going to be very important now if Tappy has to win this tournament or at least contend is if he's able to gather himself together after that disaster. I mean, that's unmitigated disaster that he had in the previous hole. So it's going to be very important as we saw. Oh, what a brilliant shot by Kapil! We saw Tappy overshot his shot here, and you can well imagine the state of mind that he's in. It's letting go of a lead and then finding yourself back in the chasing pack. It's not a great feeling, but that's where the mettle of a player is tested. And he seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders and cool, calmly walking by. But obviously, his insights would be turning, thinking of what he did on the last hole. So that's what I was saying. The time between shots where you're just walking. That there's so many thoughts that run through your head at this point in time, and a better player is able to sort of just deflect them and go on about the task. But it's tough to get let go of a quadruple unless you're able to make a birdie or a good shot soon. That can otherwise it can be a snowball effect and really derail everything. So it's important that when you make a mistake, you sort of forget it and try to make amends. Yuvraj seems to have pulled it from 100 yards into the hazard, it seems. That would be quite the disaster, it seems. Is he and his caddy are actually. Oh, that's a very bad shot by him. Seems he hit a duff pull from all of 110 yards. So anything's possible. Maybe it's the wind. Maybe it's just too much thought or pressure. I doubt it's pressure. It's just maybe some sort of confusion and fatigue. And that's coming back to my topic that I was discussing previously, that these walks between shots and when you can lose focus and then try to get focused again, it's very difficult to be composed all the time. You have to be thinking of the game, and what we saw right here, it was just a faux pas by the player, and that has resulted in him hitting the hazard.
Tappy now from the right side of the green, prepping up for his next. Vikrant Singh Sandhu seems to be getting on the wrong side of the hole on this one. Like has found the drink. Will have to take a penalty drop and get back onto the dance floor. While Kapil Kumar is on the green with a 9 to 10 footer for birdie. Kapil Kumar has the chance here to go into solo lead as he moves through halfway of the penultimate round. Tapping high. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu just taking the approval from his fellow players that this is the right spot for his penalty drop. For those of you who have just joined us, we are at Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf and Country Club at Ahmedabad, just outside of Ahmedabad. This is the PGTI Gujarat Open 2022, presented to you by Tara Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan Fruitnik Plus, and Rolex. Also, some of the sponsors of this event are Gujarat Tourism and the Sports Authority of Gujarat. players over here would include all the new graduates from the PGTI qualifying school as well as the top 60 players from the previous year. We are looking now at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu playing his fourth shot after taking a penalty drop from the water hazard on the ninth hole. Pin location on the front right of the green, wind from the right to the left, playing a little bit headwind for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
Oh, brilliant shot by Yuvraj.
A great shot there by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, giving himself a nice opportunity to finish with a 5 on the scorecard for this hole. Looking now at our leader from the halfway second round, Tapi Ghai would have to wait until Yuvraj Singh Sandhu comes in and marks the golf ball.
I think it's so important is how you react to adversity, and that's what champions do. And Yuvraj has just done just that, and it's almost impossible to be focused continuously for all the shots in a tournament. He saw even the best of players from all of 110 yards. He's just pulled hooked up it like he hit probably the worst shot. If you give him 1,000 balls, he'll never do that. But that can happen. It's important to gather yourself and then hit a good shot, and he's done just that. And let's see if Tappy can do that as well.
Beautifully judged that wedge shot by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, and that is exactly the mark of a brilliant player. See if Tapi Ghai can navigate his way. And
Tappy does not want to make another bogey. This can be the start of something disastrous if he drops another shot here. It's imperative that he make that putt.
it's about 5 feet away for par on this hole. It's time for some damage control, and so that he can have a better back nine and grab hold back of the lead that he had till yesterday. Kapil Kumar now putting for birdie to take solo lead. You know, Kapil Kumar playing steady golf, keeping himself in the same position that he started up this morning at even par. And patience could really pay a lot of dividends in this game of golf, especially when the leader group is so bunched up atop with 4 scores at 9 under par.
Seems he has skewed a bit.
Kapil Kumar misread that putt just a tad bit, would not be going into solo lead just yet. He would stay tied with Dharma, Karandeep Kochar, and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at that score. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course, putting for bogey on this hole now, which will take him down to 8 under par for the event.
Tappy now, this putt would break a little to his right. At this point in time, his adrenaline would be high. They would obviously reacting to that last hole, but should look to make this putt. It's important that he stay in striking distance. Even if he shoot maybe 1 over on the back nine and stays within 4 shots of the lead, he can win tomorrow. It's important that he regain his composure here, and this putt would help him a lot. Unfortunately, no, and he's run that by. And now you see the player gets a little casual, a little irritated. And so he's just, it just seems like his round is capitulating at this point in time. 5 shots dropped in 2 holes.
Tappy will have a lot of work to do there on the back nine. This has completely derailed him from the leading position that he had. This would get him down to 6 under par, although I would say that the tournament is far from over, and Tappy Ghai still would have a shot at this if he can collect himself back again into the game. M. Dharma has taken solo lead now at 10 under par, and he is at a total of 7 under par now for the day. He is really not taking it easy. He is pressing that gas hard. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu putting for bogey on hole number 9, our leader group, finishing up the front 9 of this penultimate round. Great bogey there for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. He would drop a shot and get to 8 under par for the event and just 2 shots shy. Well, I'd say that bogey really is the confidence booster for any of the players. You hit a nice wedge shot in, save your bogey after hitting the water hazard. I mean, you can only collect some confidence from those kind of experiences and hitting those kind of terrific shots. Watching now, Mohammad Nawab and Sanjeev Kumar Lucknow walking up onto the 18th green.
We have the group on the 18th hole. You like to talk a little bit about this hole, Rahul and Aquenta users and our viewers, how this hole is so pivotal and how it provides an opportunity. I'm sure that the victor or the vanquished will be decided here.
Currently is playing headwind. It's a dog leg towards the right side of the tee box. Usually a player would be hitting a 3-wood or a hybrid over here. You need about a 250 to 260 yard shot, after which the hazard on the right side begins. Players usually try to keep themselves in the middle of the fairway with any of these clubs to give themselves an approach shot onto the green, keeping in mind that it's headwind. This green is one of the most treacherous greens that I have ever played on, especially some of the flags on the mid right of the green as well as on the front left of the green. The mid right and the top right of the green. They're some of the toughest flags I've ever played. You need to use the slopes to be able to get close to the hole. If you actually go at the flags, it actually does become a lot tougher hole than they really are. So very important to place the ball correctly on this green. Otherwise, you're going to be navigating your way with 45-degree or so slopes, and those can really either slow down your putt tremendously. So difficult to judge speed basically on such undulating slopes on the greens. And knowing that it's the 18th hole, there's a hazard on the right side. The second shot has to be really, really accurate when you come into it, because you miss anything just left of this green, it goes really far into a swale, giving an even tougher shot to make up and down.
I think talking about navigation, M. Dharma is 7 under for the day.
And that would be another navigator right there. Sanjeev Kumar L makes birdie from that undulating slope that I was talking about.
Brilliant putt by Sanjeev. And M. Dharma is definitely blazing his own trail right now. 7 under through 12 on this golf course. I don't know what he's doing. Unfortunately, we'll be having to wait for him on this hole. We'll keep you updated with his scores. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more red numbers. Oh, just about Nawab.
Mohammad Nawab from Patna, back on tour. Maintaining his pro status on the PGTI. Do you still have a status this year, I mean, pro status or not. I'm sure
I
you have a
mean,
status.
it's I still have a status, but unfortunately will not be getting any tournaments. And as I mean, I couldn't play to COVID, but I don't think that counts for much. I wouldn't really know. Not that I would be looking for any, but I think for all purposes, it's still. I mean, you still remain a professional. Um, I mean, if you're unable to play the Q school and you played the year previously, you still remain a professional. But if you get tournaments, is another different story altogether.
Quite the thing, isn't it? Like if someone was, is a full-time professional golfer, I know you aren't a full-time player anymore, but for a full-time professional golfer to have actually ended up with COVID in that week, be quite a hard
Yeah,
thing to do.
yeah.
To miss out the entire year on the
Yeah, I actually
tour.
thought that earlier injuries were some things that you could accept because that was sort of you get it by playing, and there are certain exemptions for that. But COVID is such a new phenomenon, and it's so unfortunate for players who've been
Yeah.
able to miss their tournaments. And people have actually missed the Olympics. There are many athletes who missed the Olympics because of COVID. You can well imagine, the tragedy of that, and it's quite something. Obviously, there are bigger tragedy like losing your life and so on and so forth. But we're speaking in a sporting context that COVID can actually really put paid to hopes to of players year-long plans. And if you don't play the Q school or you don't perform well at the Q school, your whole year is just gone in the bin. You
And
have
then
to.
on the other hand, you have players like Djokovic who voluntarily give up
I
the
mean,
majors.
not voluntarily. He didn't
Yeah.
take the vaccination, but he did want to play. So that's another topic altogether of personal choice and so on and so forth. And that's a different topic. But as I said, COVID is obviously wreaking havoc all across the world, not in just sports, but coming back to golf and how it affects golf, it does affect everyone. The after effects and people who are missing it. So I think in this COVID time, if players are able to play and compete, they should be feeling happy that yes, we have this opportunity and grab it with both hands because it's been a strange 2 years.
Absolutely. In fact, Abhijit Singh Chadda himself had the not so great encounter with COVID himself. Not that he had COVID, but his caddy had COVID, due to which he had to cancel his own tournament as he had been in close proximity. So he couldn't go and compete in one of the Asian Tour events because of that happening around him. So even that, as a responsible citizen, he took the call that he had to, and. But definitely it's a huge problem for any of the players who need to travel across states and different countries to go and compete. And of course, someone whose livelihood relies on the profession, to not be able to compete through the year is a huge loss to them.
Absolutely, that's definitely a body blow that no player wants. But I mean, I think in sport, you just have to be made of thick skin. That's the only thing that will get you through it. And hopefully, the players who do experience that, I'm sure that the tours have some sort of medical exemptions and so on and so forth. You can use your previous year's status, whatever your status. I'm not too sure about that. That's how it functions in a medical. Sort of medical exemption that I have utilized back in my playing days. So whatever your say status is, you are able to get that status again. So I don't know if COVID has the same rules, but yes, it's unfortunate that we are going through these times. But that's how sport is evolving and adapting. If you see that football, EPL and Champions League, and all, they used to have three substitutes. Now they have five. So things are changing, games are changing to adapt to this global pestilence that we are all facing. Look back at the leaderboard and the beautiful conditions of the golf course. From all the negative and sad talk of COVID, now we look at some beautiful scintillating golf here live at Ahmedabad.
The group of Karthik Sharma, Giriraj Singh Khadka, playing alongside Mohammad Sanju. You're coming into the 18th hole. That's Karthik Sharma, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens, making his practice swings, getting ready for his second shot. As you can tell, the fairway actually goes up all the way into the left side and then curves towards the green. And the green is sort of perched on the other side of the hazard, making it a dogleg from the left to the right. Karthik Sharma now. Pin seems to be atop the top tier of the green. Karthik Sharma with a superb shot there, leaving himself pin high to that flag location. Should have a little bit of a downhill, but he's waiting for that ball to catch the slope and get close to the hole. As we take a look now at Gujarat Singh Khadgar. Gujarat Singh Khadgar. Let's have a look at where his ball has landed up for that shot. Lovely shot there by Giraj. There you go. He's got that slope and come even closer to the hole. He's at about 12 feet now for birdie.
What a stunning golf shot there.
Even Karthik's ball has taken the slope a little bit and has actually landed up slightly closer to the hole where it was at when it landed.
Beautiful golf shots there.
And we're going to be looking now at the third player in this group, Mohammad Sanju, far ahead of the other two players in the fairway. Hopefully he's inspired to get this ball even closer to the hole. As the players are reaching now on to that 18th green, Mohammad Sanju's ball seems to be missing in the picture. We will be getting to know as he walks up onto the green where he has landed up. As you can tell, the green has a lot of undulations. The ball, if you drop it on the left side, would take the slope and get towards the hole. And that's the way you sort of play these kind of golf courses. You use the slopes more than anything else. These greens tend to get really, really fast also on a few days. Think right now also they must be playing at the speed of 10 or 11, if I'm not wrong. Mohammad Sanju has left himself on the left side of the flag. It's like he will have a little bit of work to do. Mohammad Sanju currently at a total of 7 over, which is 5 over for the day. Sanju not having the best of days out there. Very uncharacteristic of him. Sanju has been a good player on the PGTR and a long-standing one at that. Abhijit Singh Chadda is at 3 under par for the day, and so is Angad Chima and Manu Gandas, as well as Kshitij Naved Kaul. All of them trying to make strides up the leaderboard.
You can have a look at the undulation on this final green. It makes for beautiful viewing and very tough for the golfers to navigate because it's all sort of going away from them.
That is the part that I was telling you about where you miss the ball on the left of the green and you have a lot of slope to navigate to get the ball close to the hole. So this will exhibit a little bit of challenge to Mohammad Sanju's shot game, but it'll be an interesting show for all of us to watch. And if he can hit a good shot, that is exactly what we are here for.
Yes, absolutely. For entertainment. Primarily, we're here for entertainment and for our viewers' entertainment. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what it's all about. Water behind tough flag, professional golfer navigating this
As you
would
can
have
tell,
to.
that ball is on a downhill and his club face is open, trying to spin it. And he's done a brilliant job out of that.
Oh, what a beautiful shot.
I think that's one of the better results that you can get from there, because the ball has to really drop on the green and be able to catch enough amount of spin so that it can slow down on that downhill. Otherwise, it's very difficult for the players to control. Otherwise, and the hazard is right there next to that pin location.
As you can see, the 18th hole makes for interesting viewing and difficult for the players to navigate. And now we still have M. Dharma atop the leaderboard, 700 for the day. Oh, just about. Just skirting the birdie putt. This is a group of Karthik Sharma, Giriraj Singh, Khadgar, and Mohammad Sanju, who teed off at 8:50 in the morning.
Mohammad Sanju, unfortunately, will be missing that and going to 6 over par for the day. So, definitely not the kind of showing that he wanted to have today. Moving day, as it is called. Karthik Sharma putting for birdie with that stellar approach, using the undulations on the greens, and that really is the way to go on this kind of a whole location. Karthik Sharma, if he holds that, would take him to 2 under for the day. And there we have it. Karthik Sharma would finish the round at 2 under par for the day, and his total score would be reduced to 1 over par for the tournament. Varun Parekh, the man who won the PGTI qualifying school just last week, is at 3 under par for the day, taking his total to 1 over par. So he's had a tough first round at 79, 69 for the second, and currently running at -3 for round number 3. Looking now at the group of Akash Modi. We now have Mohammad Azhar, Trishul Chinappa, and Akash Modi coming on to the 18th hole. Interestingly, all the three players in this group of golfers has actually shot a pair of 73s on each of the first 2 days. That's interesting. So it's each of the players has shot 1 over par on the first and the second day, not a shot different. Akash Modi from Mumbai today playing a good round at 2 under par and a total of even par for the tournament. His fellow player Mohammad Azhar not having the best of days. Trishul Chinappa is the third playing partner in this group. Modi
shot.
would overshoot that flag just by a little bit and give himself about 20 feet of a downhill putt into that flag location. Mohammad Azhar on our screens. He's at 4 over par for the day and 6 over for the tournament coming into the 18th hole. Trishul Chinappa from Bangalore on our screens.
Trishul takes his fitness very seriously. He's able to hold his finish. That's very important for anyone watching. That you should be able to swing hard at it and still be standing after you hit it. Stability is very important. And look at that golf shot right next to the flag, and that's the result. A beautiful shot.
I would say that, if you're losing balance after hitting a shot over and over again, you're probably swinging way harder than you should be.
Or maybe your fitness, you need to be stronger.
Right. And either way, so even if you are swinging it harder than you should be, if you get fitter, that's when you should be swinging it harder, right? So that you don't actually lose balance, because at the end of the day, that you're going to lose the control on the club as you're busy focusing on the balance part. Mohammad Azhar now.
Oh, he's going to have a tricky putt coming up from there.
That's going to be a bit of work, because this ball is going to roll all the way back to the front edge, and from the front part of that's going to be a big left-right color and difficult one, as you have to stop it dead on that slope for it to trickle down towards the hole. Trishul Chinappa picking up that putter, enjoying that long walk to the green. Chinappa and Modi are on the green now, putting for birdie as they walk along. As you can tell now from your screens, how the hole is designed in a manner where the green actually comes from around the hazard.
This hole really makes for some amazing viewing. The way it's set up, especially if you look at it from the bird's eye view, the steep embankment, the shot of the green, and the pin placement will play such a big part in what happens on this final hole. What are some of your memories that you have of this hole?
I mostly have pretty good memories of this hole. One of the toughest shots that I had to play on this hole was when I missed the ball on my second shot left of this green, because I didn't hit a good tee shot, so I had to play it on the side of the green. I had about a 40 or a 45-yard shot from near the cart path, and the flag was, I think, at the top spot, the top tier of the green. There was almost no space to stop the ball, and that was probably one of the toughest pitch shots that I've had to hit in tournament golf. You had to really hit a very spinny shot. The ball had to drop on the green. You couldn't drop it short of the green because the ball was never going to make it on top. This whole thing is a swale over there. So you had to drop it on top and be able to spin it ASAP, because otherwise there's a bunker ahead of that, the flag location, as on top of it, as you can tell from where Modi is right now on his right. So yeah, overall a difficult shot.
After your 3-iron of the tee, what club were you getting?
I was getting about a 9-iron in. And from that location, to spin that ball was really one of the most tough shots.
If you're in the fairway having a 9-iron, 8-iron, it's not too difficult.
That's fine. But as you get, I had missed my tee shot onto the left side. I did a 3-wood off the tee and I missed it on the left side, and I really had no angle to go up onto the green. And it's not the easiest hole, because when this hole plays actually a lot of headwind, and at that point of time you're hitting from the fairway, hitting a 9-iron and controlling it in headwind is not very easy because of the height of the ball.
Reminds me a little bit of the 17th and the erstwhile DLF golf club. Same way the water is flanking, used to flank the 17th hole.
So kind of you can say it's like a similar design, but this green has way more undulations, and it's a much longer hole That hole is about 300 yards. This one is about 400 plus.
Okay. So what do you think? He's going to make a two putt from here? It's a very difficult two putt.
I think it would be a wise move to leave himself about a 4-5 feet putt for par from there and not be too greedy.
I think it's one of those putts
I think that would be better off.
It's one of those putts that speed and line become paramount. I mean, you
Absolutely.
get any wrong because you get the correct line, but you don't get the speed, it's going to trail off. And if you get the speed but not the line, you're just going to end up somewhere else altogether.
Absolutely. This is one of those putts where you have to leave them dead on the apex point, and there we have it. He didn't have enough speed, and now he will have about
Just because of the speed, he had the correct line, but I mean, he's now has about 10 feet
yeah.
left for par. So it's a difficult green, no doubt.
Absolutely. You have to make the ball reach all the way up to pin high before it catches that slope and trickles down towards the hole. Akash Modi putting downhill to the hole. I think that putt should break a little bit from the right side. Akash Modi would have about 2.5 to 3 feet to clean up for par on this hole. That would help him stay at 2 under for the day. Akash Modi playing the best among his fellow players in this group today. Looking back at Mohammad Azhar now, trying to find his way to make that par. It's about 10 to 12 feet short of the hole is where he left himself, and he actually converts that into a two putt. So that'd be a good save for Mohammad Azhar.
Brilliant putt by him there, and you can see how elated he is.
Always nice to finish with some confidence.
So, sometimes pars can be really rewarding, and that was one of them. Now, Saqib here. Saqib is somebody, sorry, my apologies, Trishul here, takes his fitness very seriously, and, that's evident in the kind of swing that he has, his physicality of the game. He's always very, stands very athletically, and that makes a big difference in the way you hit the ball and how you carry yourself. And I think even if you're fit, you don't get too tired when you play 18 holes, and your concentration is still high even till the end.
Trishul would miss that putt and tap it in for par. That was a good shot though by Trishul. It's a shame that he didn't make that putt. It was a good aggressive putt as well. Probably a tad less on the line there for him. Some of the better scores out there today are Varun Parekh at 3 under, Akash Modi at 2 under, Abhijit Singh Chadda, Angad Chima and Manu Gandas all at 3 under, along with Kshitij Naved Kaul. Amardeep Malik also at 3 under par. Akash Modi now with that little treacherous downhill putt. Control of speed and line needed together to make that about 4 feet away. And he does. Looking back now at Abhijit Singh Chadda, who is at 3 under par for the day and a total of -1 for the tournament. Abhijit and Angad Chima playing partners for the day and good friends. back at home in Chandigarh today. Both of them are at 3 under for the day. And they have their third playing partner, Maniram Sharma, who is not from so far away from them. He lives in Karnal at the Police Academy. And he is at even par for the day. Maniram also a great player, very unorthodox kind of a golf swing, very unassuming kind of a golfer. Superb scoring is what he has. Knows how to map his way around the golf course and plays it along very, very consistently. Maniram Sharma finds the putting surface, but he's in a similar spot to Mohammad Azhar and would have to work a little hard to make two putt from here. Abhijit Chadda, recently married, lives in Chandigarh. Chadda also won the Pune Open Golf Championship in the previous season in the month of December. Chadda has hit that way past the flagstake, almost up to the back edge of the green. That is probably closer off to the top tier. But nonetheless, that putt should be okay for him. It's actually way more difficult coming off that left side to be able to stop the ball close to the hole. Anga Chima now off the fairway, going on to the green on his second shot. Chima would be looking to get this as close as possible. He's a 3 under par for the day. The slight right to left headwind is what the caddy is telling him that it is. He's discussing about the wind. Right to left headwind is what it seems like this hole is playing to. Chima, multiple time winner on the PGTI. Chima with that great approach shot leaves him about 6 feet short of the hole. That would give him a good opportunity at birdie. This putt would be looking all the way uphill to him. Very less amount of break, can be pretty aggressive with it. Be interesting to see what Abhijit Singh Chadda does with that part of his, and Maniram Sharma from that difficult spot similar to where Mohammad Azhar left himself earlier today.
Chima having a good round today, 3 under par, 2 under for the tournament. He walks down the final hole. All red numbers are welcomed by these players on this golf course. You can see the difficulty of this golf course that the leader was at 11 under par after 2 days, and the leader still is at 10 under par. In fact, the leader has fallen by a shot, and Tappy Guy, who was the leader, unfortunately, is having a pretty difficult time today. Tappy Guy struggling at 5 over for the day. So, I mean, his challenge is not yet extinguished, but is well on the way there if he is unable to resurrect his round. He's at 6 under par total, and M. Dharma leading at 10 under, and Karandeep Kochar at 9 under par. Some notable rounds from other players. Anshul Patel 1 under for the day. Syed Saqib Ahmed having a fantastic round, 4 under for the day. Varun Parekh, the winner of the Q School at 3 under for the day. And Vikrant Chopra, who has shot 1 under. A good effort by him as well. The Q School was played at this exact golf course, and Varun Parekh, in fact, shot a score of 16 under par for 4 days. The first 2 days, some of the tees obviously would have been a little up ahead, so the conditions would have been a little easier for the first 2 days. But 16 under par, he won the tournament by 8 shots. So shows you that it was a stupendous effort by Varun to reach such a score here. This green is unlike anything that I've ever seen in life, Rahul. It's very steep. There's water right up ahead. If the wind gets up and the flags, a little closer to the water, I'm sure it'll give many a players, the trembles here. It's such a tight hole.
Abhijit with that downhill putt. That this putt does not have too much of a break on it, but it needs that precise speed. And if he can get that precise speed, he could catch another shot on the golf course. The wind is playing right to left in the face of the players when they are hitting their shots from the fairway. So it can be difficult to judge it because you don't want to be short-sighted on this whole location. Everything on the right of this hole would actually end up spinning off towards the hazard. So players have to be extra cautious and have to be smart about the way they play their second shots.
Abhijit has
Abhijit
done
Chadda,
well.
it's actually read the speed on that putt. He's left himself quite short. I think the slope does suggest that it would keep running down, but clearly, as it reached the flatter portion of the green, it seemed to have just died down in speed. And Maniram Sharma also seems to have misread it and left himself quite a way short of the hole for a par now.
I think it's a little confusing. I thought he would be reaching the hole. Somehow, when it reaches the flat portion of the green, it really stops. Maybe the grass is growing in the other direction. That's
Most likely, the grass is towards the player from that end, I think, because Akash Modi's ball also almost looked like it started putting on the brakes as it was getting close to the
so
hole.
that some of our viewers might be confused as to what we are speaking about. On the green, the direction of the green is the direction in which the grass is cut, and that makes a lot of difference on the green as to the speed and the direction and the break of the putt. So sometimes it's not evident to the naked eye. Normally, we assume that the grass would grow towards the direction of the water. So, but maybe that is not the case here on the flat part, and it can be quite inconsistent and grow in different directions. So, you can understand the multitude of difficulties in trying to read a grain and let alone make a putt. So, golf obviously has a lot of complications around it, and Mani Ram does not need to concern himself with those because he has just made a handsome putt, a good par by him.
I think Maniram's training as a policeman really helps him, right? He has to first strategize and then execute.
Yes, absolutely, and you don't want to be on the wrong side of the law. So the golf course also paid heed to that and gave him a par, and good on him.
Abhijit Chadda is about 5 feet now for par. This is going to be an interesting putt for him. Doesn't have much of a break, but the speed of this putt I think is going to be more towards the slower side. It might appear like there's so much of slope on the side, but I think there's against grain on this portion of where the player is approaching this hole from at this moment.
He would have got a good read from Mani Ram, and that would give him confidence because he's putting off the exact same line. So there'll be no mystery in this putt for him. The only mystery will be if he's able to hold it. Unfortunately, not. Should have made that putt, especially after getting that read from Maniram, but it's no easy pickings here. So Abhijit seems to be cross with himself, but he'll still have to make this putt and then fight again tomorrow. So he'll finish his round at 2 under for the day, and there he's thrown the ball in the hazard, and obviously very, very unhappy, and that's what happens. Sometimes you need to vent out your anger, and yeah, that's pretty much about it.
Angat Chima putting for birdie. This would help him take his total from 3 under to 4 under for the day, and that would catapult him up to 3 under for the tournament. Abhijit Singh Chadda had been collecting shots through the golf course. Is at -3 for the day, but clearly that putt is going to hurt him a little bit and get him down to even par for the tournament now. So, Angad Chima, small break and firm putt is what he requires over here. While M. Dharma maintains himself atop the leaderboard at -10, he is now our sole leader through 12 holes of this penultimate round. M. Dharma with a total of 10 under. In today's round itself, he is at 7 under par. Angad Chima from Chandigarh going back and forth, trying to make a decision on the line.
I think he would have been confused by the putts from the other two co-players because they were on the diametric opposite side. So ideally speaking, they should be the opposite turn of that, but it doesn't quite work like that always because there are subtle slopes on different parts of the green. So let's see if he is able to make that putt, and we will soon find that out. Oh, he misses it on the opposite side.
You think he might have analyzed that putt a little bit too much?
Is this ball going to go in the water? No.
I mean, it's kind of inevitable to sort of look at the other players and sort of try to learn from them.
Yes, I think.
But I think he just ended up taking too much of time towards the end, discussing the putt a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think that was uncharacteristic. He's a quick player, but if you sort of overanalyze things, that's what happens. So, two players making bogey here on this difficult green. Mani Ram, though, not one of those two players, walking away with a fine par after being the furthest away.
See, this is where this game becomes an equalizer, right? Abhijit Singh Chadda hits it about 70 yards ahead of Maniram Sharma, right? Walks away with a bogey on this hole, while Maniram Sharma actually ends up with a...
Going with the driver here, it seems.
And Maniram ends up with a par from a very, very difficult spot on that front part of the green, So this is what this game is all about. You never know who is actually going to win a tournament because a short hitter and a long hitter. There might be a few golf courses which do support one or the other, but mostly it is going to be down to the last putt and the chip and the placing of the shots that you do.
Exactly.
We're looking now at the next group coming in. We have Manu Gandas, Sunit Bishnoi, and Abhishek Kuhad coming up on the 18th hole.
Now we have a look at the players being flanked by the referee. So whenever a referee is in close vicinity, I think it's safe to assume that they're being timed. If a referee is following a group for more than one hole, then it's definitely that the referee is timing the player. Otherwise, the referee can also be called by players if they have a doubt or a query regarding any rule. So the purpose of a referee in golf is very different than other games. The referee is not always there around the players because in golf, you have to self-report the score. There's no other oversight on you. You have to report each other's score. So honesty is one of the things that is ingrained in the game of golf, and honor and being true towards others and yourself is paramount, and that's something that is always enshrined in golf. So a referee is actually there if there is a doubt about any ruling, a drop, and the referees would normally be roaming around on their carts on either nine. Normally, you'd have 2 or 3 referees on the golf course being at different points. And so if a player requires a ruling, they're able to call out the people who are able to relay the message to a referee, or the referee is there to speed up the pace of play. So if a group of 3 players are taking more than the stipulated amount of time, or if they're holding up a group behind them, then the referee is there sort of to budge them on and time them. And if you fail on the timing, so if you get a warning on time and then you're still taking more than the stipulated amount of time, you get penalized financially. And if it's repeatedly done, the fines keep doubling up over time, and then it also adds to a short penalty. So it's it's not too much fun to be a slow player, because it's like a twofold penalty. You take too much time, you're penalized, and then the players behind you are not too happy as well. So it's important to speed up the game of golf because as it is, it takes so much time to finish a round of golf. And mind you, you have to make sure that all the 130 or 135 players who tee up for a tournament have to finish their round on that day and in good light. So you can't have one player teeing off in good visibility and the last group playing in darkness. That's not fair. So one of the main things is that each golfer has to get the golf course in the exact same condition as much as possible. So you'll see players fill their divots. You'd see players actually go into bunkers and rake their inundations and their spike marks or their divots from the bunker. So they always do that so that the golfer after them is able to get a similar fair condition. So therefore, it's imperative that you finish your round in time, whatever is given, and the rest of the field is able to do the same. That's one of the primary reasons. And also for viewership, I understand like our viewers who are joining us now, golf obviously is goes off at a little bit of a slower pace. It's not that it's not a speed game. It's more of you understanding the game, the dynamics. Seeing the shots, learning from them, trying to emulate the players. There are a lot of different things. But if it gets too slow, then the viewer also gets a little confused because it's tough to actually gauge what a player is going through, the calculations. Like you saw this player just, Abhishek, pull his shot to the left. And that's because, in a normal condition, he would not do that. But because he's faced with a shot which has water in the way, the flagstick is stuck. So there's a lot of penalty. If you err on the wrong side, the penalty is immense. So all these things, and then you couple it up with the fact that the player is standing alone and he's standing at one place. So they kind of, you get a mind swell. You're going through these different thoughts. So it's important that, spare a thought also for the player who's having to make up his mind and sort of take on this shot. And the other thing is you have to really commit what you want to do. Do you want to be aggressive? Do you want to be passive or just take a central route? So all these things can take time, and add to that the calculations of where you're sitting in a tournament, so on and so forth. You can well see what a daunting shot this is. Majority of amateurs would find themselves swimming in the drink or somewhere else. So the professionals do have their task cut out, and that's a brilliant shot. So, but that being said, it is a viewer-friendly game, and we want players to be able to pull the trigger faster, and that's why the new rules are coming. And now we have a look at Manu Kandas.
Managondas from the middle of the fairway on this whole. Sunit Bishnoi seems to have put himself in a decent spot, and Abhishek Puhar is way left of the green, kind of similar to the situation that I was talking about earlier. He is in a downhill now and will have to navigate his way to get as close as possible to that whole location, which is down two different slopes from where he is. One, he's standing on a downhill, and then there is an uphill, and then the green goes downhill all the way to the flag location. So that's going to be one difficult shot for him, because post that is the hazard. So anything which he catches a little bit too hot or doesn't put enough spin on it can have a very difficult bounce, which he might not like, of course.
And as you can see, it's sloping towards the water. So even if you pitch it on the green where these golf balls are, and just maybe a yard to the right, he'll actually end up going in the water.
As you can tell, the slope on the right side, Manu Gandas has of course placed himself pretty well, but anything right of that, if you can see that the slope is actually from just on the green itself, goes all the way into the hazard. So anything that you end up spinning too far from the left to the right, or end up pitching even 5 yards extra right off that flag location, is going to land up in the drink. And 5 yards right miss is nothing. It's just like you left the club face 1 degree open at impact, and that's about all it takes.
Exactly. These shots look great, but they were definitely flirting with disaster. But they say if you don't buy a ticket, you're not gonna win the raffle. So definitely, no guts, no glory. So these two golf shots were emblematic of the PGTI top players. They're good, they're solid ball strikers, and they're able to take on the shots.
These are the top players in the country. They have to take these kind of chances if they have slightly shorter clubs into the green.
Exactly.
If they don't, then they don't get enough birdie opportunities. So
it's going to be interesting to see.
They have to back themselves up doing this.
I agree with you totally. It's going to be very interesting to see the kind of shot that Abhishek Puhar will face, because it's not going to be an up and down. It's not even going to be a very easy up and two down, because he's from the rough and the green is almost at a 45-degree angle, and it's going to slope away from him towards the water, and there's no option of rolling it up there.
He needs to make up and down, and the fairway and the green is also up and down. So there's a
But
lot of ups and a lot of downs out here on the 18th hole at the Kalahar Blues and Greens. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Gujarat Open 2022, presented to you by Gujarat Tourism as well as the Sports Authority of Gujarat. We are here with the PGTI Tour, which is backed up by Tata Steel, Amrutanjan Fruitnik, Rolex, and American Express.
what a beautiful grandstand finishing hole. This is the 18th hole here. I'm just waiting for the time that things get back to normal and we can have the kind of galleries that we're used to seeing flanking the fairways here. I think these are some of the other players who finished their rounds and here to support their friends and have a look at how the other players navigate this. This is going to be a very tricky shot for Abhishek, although he's very good with his short game, very good deft touch he has, but the slope is going away from him. The ball is sitting down, nestled a little bit.
As you can tell, he has to open his club face, otherwise he won't be able to get enough spin on this golf ball. He needs to drop it soft on the green so that it can trickle down all the way towards the hole.
Yes, there's a lot of mystery in this shot. I don't know where it's gone. Not visible to us at this point in time.
It is still a mystery as to where that ball has gone.
Unfortunately, I mean, we are not enjoying it. Neither is the player, but seems...
Yeah, that's Abhishek Kuhar. He's left himself not in the best of spots.
So I think he duffed the shot because it was a very intimidating shot from there, to be honest.
I think the players have to really get the most perfect shot out there.
To be honest, this one is not that much easier. It's a little better because he's in the fairway, but seems to be nestled between two divots. So I'm not too sure about that lie either. Now he has to be careful. Maybe
I think that's the reason he's picked up a club where he can play a chip and run. He's changed his club completely.
But he's a very quick player. He makes up his mind in the blink of an eye, and that's a great thing. He'll bump this up and seems to have...
I don't know about you.
I can't quite
have
see
my
it.
nerves
Yeah, same here. I'm a little nervous.
playing the games with me.
The ball is not visible.
Still not visible. And there we have it. It's about 20 feet past the hole, so not the best of efforts.
But you can see that how close everything is. This hole is fraught with disaster. A little bit of a miscue and you can just compound your errors. Now, he's not a happy camper at this point in time.
You had me worried there for a moment, Abhishek.
Let's look for him to make this putt.
That's Sunit Bishnoi on the putting surface along with Manu Gandas. Both of them coming in uphill towards that flag location. So the putt is not extremely fast. Not too much of a line on that putt. But good read can really give these guys one birdie each. Say one more shot on the golf course and come back and fight again another day.
That's the whole purpose. Make sure that you don't take yourself totally out of the tournament. Try to mitigate the disasters. Avoid the double bogeys, the big numbers. Easier said than done, though.
Talking about disasters, M. Dharma seems to have dropped one shot on the back nine. I think it's the 15th hole where he has dropped a shot. 15th hole is another tough hole. Dog leg to the left. 3 wood off the tee. Lands you up inside a little bit of a swale. Some of them who hit a driver go slightly further ahead. And you have another 200-odd yard shot left to get to the green. That's a par 4 with a triple tier going on. Another one tough hole to play. Really, but it's really one of the finest challenging holes that I've played in the country.
This is really a true testament to championship golf. This is where you separate the boys from the men, so as to speak. Only the strongest survive this kind of a golf course where you're tested at each and every nook and corner. The golf course is not going to give you an inch. And if you blink, it might well be over without you even knowing it. I really like the disposition that Manu Gandas has. He's very even-keeled. And I think that is the kind of personality that you need to win big tournaments. He reminds me a little bit of Shubhankar Sharma. Not emotive, doesn't get perturbed by drop shots and so on and so forth. He still carries on with the routine. And that's the kind of game you need to have because golf is, especially professional golf, is going to test you. And championship golf courses are going to test you on each shot.
I think Manu is far more poker faced than Shubhankar has been, but this is what is helping Manu Gandas, and he is at 3 under par for the day with a total of -2. He's jumped up 11 spots on that leaderboard and really making use of that moving day. Has he hit it good enough?
It
Both
seems that
players
the
coming
green,
way short.
it seems the green is slow from that side and even from this side. Something
The
strange.
green is absolutely uphill from the side where Manu Gandas is coming from. And I think from the other side, the grain is on against them. So the ball tends to stop as soon as it reaches the flatter surface of the green.
Now let's see if Abhishek can end on a good note. This would be a good bogey if he's able to make this putt, make that lunch taste a little better. Has a chance if it just stays up. Unfortunately, not.
Didn't even have the legs to get there. That would be a double bogey for Abhishek Kuhar.
Disappointing end to his round, but I'm sure he'll fight again tomorrow. As that's what they say, live to fight another day. Walking away from the 18th. Now the next group that we'll be seeing is Kshitij, Navid Kaul, Prakhar Asawa, and Gaurav Pratap Singh on the 18th hole. That's going to be a very interesting group. Gaurav Pratap Singh there in between the trees, and that's going to be some sort of. He's going to require some sort of chicanery to get on the green from there.
Is he Bushnell in the tree?
He's trying to get the yardage from there. Unfortunately, he's going to take a lot more than just the yardage to get it close from there. But he has all the tools that are required to make this shot. He's
Appears that he's on the slightly the left side of the fairway. I'm not sure which side of the fairway he's at, but if he's on the left side of the fairway, I think that's him. That's him on the left side of the fairway. I think it's a spot where I would put my money on Gaurav to actually come up and be able to make four from there, even if he misses it slightly.
that would be a brilliant four. And this is why we have a live golf telecast for our viewers right for this moment. It's an exciting shot. It shows you how a top professional is able to navigate this kind of situation. Now, he would, he would need his wits about him to try and get this anywhere around the green.
I think he's going to be cutting it from the left of his.
Doesn't even look like he has a complete swing. This is a very difficult shot, and we're waiting with bated breath. What happens here? Look at that.
There we have it. Has he been able to cut it?
We can't tell too much by his reaction, apart from the fact that he is a little concerned about where it's gone.
Camera is swiftly moving, trying to look for a golf ball there.
The speed of the camera is also very fast, and there is the ball. Now that's going to be a very interesting shot coming.
But I think Gaurav Pratap Singh has the skill set where he can actually hit a really solid shot from there. I would actually look forward to for Gaurav to be playing from there.
I'm just looking forward to seeing the shot. It's making for some interesting viewing for us on this whole. I'm liking what I'm seeing on this whole. Lot of different challenges being faced by the players and how they're able to, accommodate those challenges and face them. Kshitij now called the winner at Calcutta last year.
A lot of players doing the hand visualization these days.
I think I'm going to give that a go. You think that works in commentary?
I think you should just get on the ball and play. Slow enough.
How about in our commentary if you do that, just on the holes? Does that work? Do anything for our speech or anything like such?
Maybe.
Let's see now. Kshitij trying to, peculiar sort of swing and set up that he has. Very languid kind of finish that he has. What a shot. That seems like he is in position A. Yep, maybe about 25 feet.
About 20 feet short of the hole.
That's good enough on this hole. He'll take that.
Prakhar Asawa,
the Q school graduate. The flamboyant hairstyle of Prakhar. Oh.
Big hard swing as well on that one.
The ball is nowhere to be seen. That's never a good thing. Unless it's in the hole. So we'll, our cameraman is panning in a very quizzical manner. So anybody's guess where this ball is. There seems to be a bird which is flying. That's about it that we know at this point in time, and we'll update you when we know more. He seems to be walking towards the hazard. So that's, yeah. I think he has ended up in the watery grave. It seems to be. Oh no!
Yes.
Actually, his ball has stayed up. So that was a strange shot.
So it's a tougher hole than it appears
So
on
he
the television.
seems to have totally miscued it, and so much that it didn't reach the hazard. So that's a lesson for you. When you miss it like a professional. So don't, make sure it doesn't go in the hazard. So your bad shot should be so bad that you don't reach the hazard, and your good shot should be amazing. Don't ever, don't believe in half measures. So that's the lesson, ladies and gentlemen. Now this is going to be a very interesting shot for him from the downhill slope. I think they're just making it interesting for us and the viewers. So, viewers, we want you to share the link and ask us any questions and share your comments. I hope you're loving this broadcast as we are. It's the first time for Indian golf to go live. It's the second year now that ABP News has tied up with the Professional Golf Tour of India, which, mind you, is one of the global tours in the world that has professional ranking, world ranking points for our players. We have a lot of our players playing all over the world. And this week we have some very good international players in the field that were unfortunately not able to make the weekend rounds. But we do have our top Indian golfers in the fray, and leading them is M. Dharma at 9 under par. As we are live here on the 18th, looking at this tricky shot.
Prakarasawa taking an aggressive shot at that one. Has he come up close to
Oh,
the
what
hole?
a brilliant shot by him.
That's a pretty good shot. If it trickles back down that slope and gets a little bit closer to the hole, looks like it has perched itself up that slope there. Yeah, Kshitij Naveed called just short of the green, off the pin, or 20 feet away for
This was a good shot by Kshitij, a measured approach. Now, Gaurav Pratap Singh, the Sevi Ballesteros of Indian golf, very good with the short game, very handsy and able to control that ball, being able to impart a lot of spin. I've had the pleasure of playing a lot of golf rounds with him. This is where he makes his living on the golf course. Very good with the short game. His immaculate imagination, and I'm assuming he's going to require a lot of that to make par here. Steep slope with the water there, sharks lurking.
It's kind of a creative man shot. You have to get that club to slide under the ball, give it enough spin at the same time. It really cannot be a non-compressed shot. Otherwise, this ball's never going to stop.
And that's not something that you want. He's between the devil and the deep blue sea, as they say.
There we have it. Kalahar blues and greens. But you want to always stay in the greens, and you should be wanting to only look at the water and enjoy the sights of it.
Yes.
There we have it. Clearly, not enough spin has been.
Well, that's a good shot. That's a very good shot from there.
That should be fine. I should give him about 6-7 feet away for par.
What would you rate that shot? I would rate it 9 or 10.
Yes, I think that's pretty good. I think Gaurav Pratap can do even better because I've seen him practicing a lot, and I think he has even better skill than that. But yes, that's still a very, very good shot.
The fact that we're thinking, this rating at 9 or 10, this actually is a 10 on 10 shot. The camera angle couldn't quite do justice to the degree of difficulty that he had. It's just a brilliant shot. When you have water at the back and you have a downhill green, it's not so easy to be aggressive, but he clearly has been, because he can back himself with that spin that he imparts on the ball, and brilliant shot by him.
One thing we know about Gaurav Pratap, he doesn't back down from being aggressive on the golf course.
Or anywhere. So he's a good ally to have on your side.
Karasawa needs that putt for par. Prakar currently not having the best of showings today. Set quite a few over par. While his playing partner Gaurav Pratap Singh is also having a bit of a tough day. Kshitij Naveed call Your third playing partner is playing to 3 under par for the day and a total of 3 under par for the tournament. That's Prakhar Asawa now getting ready for that putt for par with that claw grip of his. That ball's going to be looking like turn right to left.
Prakhar not
Does he have
having
the right speed on that putt? He does.
Prakhar not having the best of days today at 9 overs, so will finish his round at 10 over par for the day. Obviously, it shows you the degree of difficulty that you have on this golf course, but Prakhar should be proud. He's a graduate from the Q school. He's been able to make the cut, and tomorrow he'll have another opportunity to improve his score.
Kshitij Naved call attempting for birdie. Big left right putt, and Kshitij Naved call would make that birdie on the final hole and bring his total up to 4 under par for the day. What a brilliant putt that was. All the way uphill with a huge curl from the left to the right, almost extra than 1.5 grips off the left side.
Yeah, brilliant
Gaurav
putt.
Pratap Singh now putting for par.
Oh, unfortunately, misses the putt. So all that hard work has gone to vain. It's gone. He should have made that putt. But that's not the script that the golf course had for him. Fortunately, ending up with a bogey. So Gaurav Pratap Singh would end the day at 8 over par today. Very uncharacteristic of him, and this shows you the difficulty that the golf course is, uh, you know, the players are facing on this golf course today. Not really seen him shoot such a high number, to be honest. The golf course is, the wind is up, and this shows you that each mistake is magnified on this golf course. Recovery is not that easy because the angles are tough. As you can see on this 18th hole, we have three players separated by almost 70 to 80 yards.
That appears to be Samad Dwivedi from the fairway on the 18th hole, playing alongside Syed Saqib Ahmed and Anshul Patel.
A beautiful shot. Now you're going to see two very difficult shots here, one from the right side, one from the left, but Syed Saqib coming from the fairway, so should be able to impart a lot of spin on it, but it's a difficult angle nevertheless.
Saqib going with an abbreviated follow through, almost like knocking and punching the ball down.
Oh, that's not
He's
too well done by him. He's pulled it to the left, and he's going to have a treacherous two putt from there.
probably a bit of an overcook from him.
But at least he's on the green. So look at the bright
Saqib
side.
playing well today at 4 under par. His total of 5 under par for the tournament. Their third playing partner, Anshul Patel, coming from near the cart path right behind the flagstick.
Seems to have come off at a very low ball flight.
Let's see if Anshul has got the yardage on that ball. I think Anshul Patel might have miscued there just a tad bit.
Seemed to take off a little low. He's not too happy there, gesticulating to his caddy. We'll soon find out where that ball has ended up.
Anshul Patel, also from Gujarat, playing to 1 under par for the day and a total of 2 under par for the tournament. Playing alongside Sayyid Saqib Ahmed, the former winner on the tour, won a tournament in Kochi for his maiden victory. On the tee now, on the 18th, we have got Prakash Chauhan with Abhinav Lohan and Sachin Besoya.
Now we have the players navigating the 18th hole. And for those of you who've just joined us, we'd like to tell you that we're live at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism. And we're live from Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Club from Ahmedabad. And this tournament is the first tournament on the PGTI 2022 calendar year. And it's boasting a handsome prize money of 40 lakh. And it's a stroke play event. At this point in time, we're live on the third day of the tournament, and the leader is M. Dharma from Bengaluru, who's at 9 under par. And joining him in the lead are three other players: Karandeep Kochar, Ranjit Singh, and Kapil Kumar. So it's very heated battle going on at this point in time. Arjun Prasad, the young lad from Gurugram, is at 8 under par alongside Yuvraj Sandhu, the phenom who has won a tournament last year and routinely shoots very deep scores at 8 under par. Amardeep Malik, experienced campaigner, is at 7 under par. Tapi Ghai, the overlight leader, is at 7 under par, not having the best of days today. So it's very competitive. We have quite a few players within 4 to 5 shots of the lead. So yeah, the winner can be anyone. Your guess is as good as ours. And to tell you a little bit more context, we're live on ABP Sports, and you might be ABP War Cricket, mind you, and you might be a little confused as to how you're watching golf as opposed to cricket, and that's because ABP network has tied up with the PGTI, and this is the second year running that we'll be bringing you live golf. And in addition, we'll obviously be giving you snippets about these players, their lives, and feel free to follow them on Instagram, and please go to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and follow pgtofindia.com. And if you want to know more about the schedule, the players, the statistics, and so on and so forth, please head over to www.pgtofindia.com. And I'm your host, Joy Singh, alongside my co-host, Rahul Bajaj.
Saqib Ahmed as well, coming from the front part of that green, didn't have enough juice on that putt and left himself short of the hole. We've seen two other players come up short from the same location earlier on in the day, and players are generally leaving themselves about 6 to 8 feet short of this hole from the front part of the green, not being able to judge the absolute correct speed for that putt. It is one of the more treacherous putts to be playing. Looks like the amount of time being taken on the green is making Om Prakash Chauhan and Sachin Basoya just wait up. Samar Dwivedi now. Samar Dwivedi putting for birdie on hole number 18. He's given himself a decent shot at it. Got a huge curler from the left to the right, but did he hit it? He didn't. Samarth would have to settle for a par on this hole. It's a shame. Just a little bit, 2 or 3 more rolls, and that ball was going in the hole. Syed Saqib Ahmed has underread that putt and underhit that putt. That's going to be a little bit from the right to the left of it for him, and that'll be for him to save par on this final hole for the third round. Saqib is currently at 4 under par for the day and 5 under par for the tournament. Samar Dwivedi would finish at even par for the day with a total score of -1 in 3 days.
Saib Saqib now on the 18th hole. Oh, another miscue.
Saqib seems like didn't hit the best of putts. He had it all, but didn't actually connect it very well.
So the 18th hole, not the longest of holes by any measure, but definitely causing a lot of problems for the players. Not yielding any birdies, so as to speak. The flag position also adding to that. I think there are no easy flags on this hole. The green is quite steep and obviously flanked by water, rough, and the speed of the green adding to that element of difficulty. Let's see if Anshul Patel is able to make this putt. Good putt. Just to give you an idea, see the drop in height from the start of the green. There's almost a 4 to 5 meter drop from the top left of the green till the flag.
We have a new leader now in Ranjit Singh. Ranjit Singh has made birdie on hole number 9, 10, 12, and 13 to take his total up to 9 under par.
Om Prakash Chauhan there from good position, unfortunately pulling his shot. So shows you how difficult this 18th hole is playing. It's just the fear of the water that's doing this to the players because they don't want to miss it in the water. So they don't commit. So they end up sort of under committing to their shot and veering to the side of safety. And that kind of, snowballs. You pull the shot a little bit and the green is beautifully designed. It's only going to reward a perfect shot. So there's no hiding on this shot. You just have to take it on. If you're not aggressive on your shot, you're going to end up behind the green where these players have. Now, 2 golfers there with, 90% chance they will make bogey from here. And, Om Prakash will have a pretty difficult bogey as well because he's in the rough. So on a hole like this, unfortunately, you just have to go for it. There's no bailing out. So it's best that you do your yardages correctly and you just go for the pin.
Absolutely. It's entertaining nonetheless to be seeing shots from that side, but I don't want to be the player on that side of the
Absolutely. It is entertaining, and that's why we are covering it live on, look at that, Abhinav Lohan again on the side of safety, good about 45 feet from the flag. So none of these players really doing justice to their talent on this hole. I'm sure it's very difficult because it's windy and the flag has been very precariously placed by the management committee. A very good flag, I must say. It's definitely testing these players. Even from the center of the fairway, pars are very difficult at this point in time.
Absolutely.
But it's just a 9-iron or 8-iron. How is it so difficult, Rob?
Because this flag location is right next to the water hazard. So it's about 4 paces from the right edge of the green. And just about 3 paces right of this flag location is a swale, as you can tell from the look right now. Just on the right of that shadow, on the left of that shadow, while we look into our screens from this angle, the ball takes off into the hazard from there. So the player must hit an absolutely accurate golf shot on the left side of the hole or at the hole to be able to get close enough to the flag location. So that is the reason that it is a challenging place. And if even if you have a 9 iron or an 8 iron in, when you hit a 9 or an 8 iron, the ball does tend to take off a lot higher, right? So in that case, the wind from the front, which is there right now, right to left headwind, will tend to make the ball balloon quite a bit, uh, taking it, making the ball spin too much and leave it way short of the yardage that you're expecting it to go. Hence, that's the challenge that each of the players have to face. And if you're not in the best of spots and doing the best of calculations and executing also, you are going to be on the bad side of this hole. And this really, for this flag location or any flag location on this hole, is not the place that anyone wants to be.
So, out of these two shots, which one would you choose to hit? The one from the rough or the one from this downhill, very tightly kind of knit fairway? Which one? I would think that the one in the fairway might be actually tougher because there's players calling the referee.
I would definitely take the one in the rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it'll give me some room to slide that club under the ball and give it more spin. Seems like Sachin Baiswaya's ball is touching the wire that is being used to telecast this live to you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen,
is,
for your sake and ours, we hope that he does not cut the wire and he gets a free drop or is able to move the wire.
Otherwise, the very next shot in this live telecast might just completely turn into a dark screen suddenly.
Absolutely, and we won't be able to be with you, and that's going to make us sad.
Absolutely, and no, I don't want you to become sad, Shaurya. We will make sure that Sachin gets out of this trouble situation soon, and we see the flop shot that has come
what
up.
a beautiful
Brilliant
golf shot.
shot.
What a golf shot. That's
Brilliant
what I was talking
shot.
about. The quality of players in this field, especially showcasing that kind of a shot.
Yeah.
Water behind, you looking at rough there, a slick green, and he's been able to make that putt. I'm so impressed by that golf shot.
Absolutely. In fact, that's one of the finest shots we've seen so far. We've seen about 5 or 6 balls land up in the similar spot as Om Prakash Chauhan, but he was the only one who's really taken it aggressively, get that club to flop right under the ball and give it a high, nice stopping action. He didn't even use the slopes at all. In fact, he just went straight at it.
Now, this one is going to be a very different shot because there's not much grass underneath. So the margin, the room for error is very limited. So if he can thin this, or if he does not catch it perfectly, this could go anywhere. See, as I had said, I feel like a soothsayer. Unfortunately, I did not want this to happen, but it's so difficult. It's visible that this shot is so difficult from there because there is just no room for error. So I think the players are actually better off being more aggressive on their second shot, going for the green, because over the green, a par is almost not guaranteed. And now he'll have his work cut out for bogey as well. And he's a great short game player. So if he's struggling, you can well imagine that Sachin is struggling. It can be difficult for anyone.
Our leader now on the third day seems to be Ranjit Singh. He's now at a total of 10 under par for the tournament and 4 under par for the day. So Ranjit Singh, the veteran on tour, looking to get himself his first victory on the PGTI. Abhinav Lohan would be putting that for par, for birdie, from about 50 or 60 feet away from the hole. And Abhinav is currently at a score of even par for the day and a total score of 1 under par for the tournament. Abhinav has to putt that left of the hole and let the slope do the rest of the work. Let's see if he has got the right one. It's a pretty good effort. One of the finer putts we've seen from that side. Abhinav Lohan would have that to tap in for a par to stay at 1 under for the tournament. Sachin Besoya from about 5 feet away to save his bogey. Not the place he wanted to be in 4. He's probably looking at being there in 3. Nonetheless, it's a slight right to left putt. Breaking from just outside of the hole. Back in. That bogey putt and get down to a total of even par for the tournament with 1 over, 2 over, my apologies, on his scorecard for the day. Om Prakash Chauhan now putting for par from a similar location. There we have it. Superb pars of one of the few pars we've seen being made from the left side of the green. Om Prakash Chauhan from Mau makes par from that difficult spot on the 18th hole. They would finish the round now and move into their final rounds. Each of the days, the groups on the 3rd day and the 4th day change according to the scores. So depending on what is your total score in 3 days is how the groups for the final day are decided. The best scores go the last off, which become our leader group. That is Jairaj Singh Sandhu playing his second shot onto the 18th, playing alongside Sudhir Sharma and M. Dharma. Jairaj would leave himself about 25 feet short of the hole, about 20 feet short of the hole, and the ball just carries on and settles down now. Sudhir Sharma from Greater Noida.
Oh, what a beautiful shot. That's the first that we've seen so
Brilliant
far.
shot by Sudhir Sharma. That would give him a good look at birdie. Just about 5 feet left of the hole. So one of the finest places to be on this whole location. M. Dharma, a player at 9 under par, just 1 shot shy of the lead. At tied second position alongside Karandeep Kochar, Kapil Kumar.
Let's see what he can do here. Seems to be hitting from the first cut, or is he in the fairway?
We'll only know now. It looks like
Seems
it's
to
in
be
the
in the
fairway.
fairway.
Yes, it is in the fairway.
He should be looking to hit a good shot from here, seeing that the form that he's in. Maybe just aim towards the center of the fairway, of the green, mind you. Walking like Tiger Woods after it.
Chasing it down. Likes it.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot. 3 really good shots for the first time that we've seen on this hole. All the 3 players committing to their shots and hitting some spectacular shots on this hole. Look at the happiness on his face. He's elated and he should be rightly so. What a beautiful shot by
That should give Dharma a chance to get
Dharma.
to tie for the lead with the veteran Ranjit Singh. That'll be an interesting group to watch tomorrow. M. Dharma today with an eagle on the fifth hole early today in the front nine. Some of the players here making a move up the leaderboard. I think it'll be a super interesting day tomorrow with the final day. And incidentally, Kapil Kumar has also made one birdie and has joined Ranjit Singh as the co-leader at 10 under par. Kapil Kumar keeping things extremely steady through the day, has made only one bogey and two birdies, playing extremely steady golf and keeping himself in the mix.
Ranjit Singh, the veteran on top of the leaderboard, as we spoke earlier in the day, is just going to be the time that he's finally going to win. He's definitely making the right moves if that has to happen. He's put in a stellar performance so far. And as we said earlier, this tournament is, the last 2 days is definitely going to be a war of attrition. The score of the leader has actually gone down by one, owing to the tough conditions. Some of the players have been able to navigate today with some good scores, but majority of the field has sort of just fell by the wayside. There are a lot of high scores today owing to the tough conditions, but there are a few good under par rounds as well. Varun Parekh, Q School winner, at 1 over for the tournament, 3 under for the day. Karthik Sharma, 1 under for the day. Akash Modi, 1 under for the day. Sunheet Bishnoi, the Q School graduate, 1 under for the day. Abhijit Chadha, the long hitting player from Chandigarh, 2 under for the day. And Angad Chima, Manu Gandas, both 4 under. And obviously, the lowest round of the day is being played by M. Dharma at 6 under par for the day.
Lowest round of this tournament so far has been a 64 on day one by Karandeep Kochar, and 65 came up yesterday from Arjun Prasad. So the Jairaj Singh Sandhu cleaning up for par. A lot of players using the claw grip these days. I think I might have to give it a go.
Pardon me?
A lot of players using the claw grip these days.
Yes, but I think the claw grip only works in fast greens like this. It's something that the players tend to switch between fast and slow greens, and it's something definitely preferred on greens like this. Sergio Garcia actually famously started that first.
Well, luckily for him, he plays on fast greens through the year. That shouldn't be a problem. M. Dharma trying to feel how the slope is via his feet. Putt breaks slightly from the right to the left. Not much of a break though on this putt. Let's see if Dharma can take himself to a tie for the lead with Kapil Kumar and Ranjit Singh.
M. Dharma. It's quite a makeable putt. Would trail off from his left to right a little bit. Oh, no legs. We've seen that a bit on this whole. In fact, from this side, we've seen quite a few putts missed.
Yeah, didn't look like he gave it enough anyway. Sudhir Sharma for a good look at birdie. Sudhir Sharma currently
Look for this to break a little from his left to right. Speed is going to be paramount for this putt to go in the hole. Sudhir, very good player from Noida, who's had a very stellar finish on the Asian Tour at the Delhi Golf Club a few years ago, finished third.
is currently at even par and 2 under for the tournament, even par for the day, and
Makes
that would
that
take him to
brilliant
3
putt.
under for the tournament, total of 1 under for the day. So that always helps. Anything in the reds is always welcome. M. Dharma would stay at 9 under par, and that would keep him one shot away from the lead We will only know what the leader is at after the end of this round. As of now, with 4 holes remaining to be played for Ranjit Singh and Kapil Kumar, they are both tied at 10 under par. We go over to our next group now with Pawan Kumar, Amardeep Malik, and Karandeep Kochar. Amardeep seems to have dropped a shot or two and is now at 7 under par. Karandeep Kochar is at 9 under par. And Pawan Kumar is at 1 under par for the tournament.
So the 18th hole plays to a yardage of 421 yards. So a lot of the players would be hitting 3 woods. Some of the medium hitters would be hitting a driver here, and maybe after a driver they would be getting something like a 9-iron. Longer hitters maybe getting a 3-wood 9-iron. Amardeep Malik on hole number 18. Seems to have found the left side of the fairway. Now we have Karandeep Kochar on the 18th hole. Beautiful tee shot by Karandeep. Perfect position. And there we can also see the ball of Amardeep Malik in the foreground.
There we have our latest leaderboard with Ranjit Singh and Kapil Kumar leading the way at 10 under par. M. Dharma following closely at 9 under, tied alongside Karandeep Kochar and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Tapi Ghai, our leader after 2 rounds, is at 8 under par, and I think he still has a very realistic shot at the title. Amardeep Malik and Arjun Prasad tied in at 7 under par. Yashish Chandra from Mysore is at 5 under, and Syed Saqib Ahmed, playing a good round today, has jumped up to 4 under. Steady play always pays off for anyone, and Kapil Kumar is really showcasing that. Has made all pars except 2 birdies and a bogey, and that goes to show that he's just keeping his head on his shoulders and keeping on walking, and he's currently at 10 under, just like Ranjit Singh, leading the way. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022, which is presented to you by Gujarat Tourism, Incredible India, and the Sports Authority of Gujarat. This tournament is hosted by the Kalahar Blues and Greens and is on the order of merit of the PGTI, the Professional Golf Tour of India. The tour is supported by Tata Steel, American Express, Amritanjan Fruit Link Plus, and Rolex. PGTI is a premier tour of South Asia and hosts golf tournaments across India as well as Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bangladesh. The PGTI also has multiple co-sanctioned events with the Asian Tour, the European Tour, as well as the Asian Development Tour, really taking golf to the next level. M. Dharma, as we are just updated, is also tied for the lead. He has finished his round at 7 under par for the day, and he is now at a total of 10 under. Karandeep Kocher pacing up and down to get his yardage while his fellow player just picks up the rangefinder, shoots it, knows it.
The rangefinder definitely useful on a hole like this, where there is a water body right in front of the green. So the yardage is so much more important. It's imperative that the players get the correct number so they are able to commit to it. Not just that you have to get the correct till the flag. It's also important that you know where to miss it, because the players would not only be aiming for the flag, they might be looking at a flat portion where they can leave their shot, and where would be the best place where they miss it and still be able to make par. That's important, as we've seen, like over the green, short of the green definitely is a Waterloo, and right of the green is difficult as well. Left, there's no space, to be honest, so maybe just a shelf of 5 to 7 yards, where they have to miss it and still be able to make their par, probably left and ahead of the flag. Anywhere else is fraught with danger. So it's important that they have the yardages. And you can see the look of consternation on Karandeep Kocher's face, taking this very seriously, as he should.
I think when you have a big dog leg as well, having a direct number towards the flag is much better than having to actually take the other route, because the markings are usually to the front edge of the green and then from there onwards onto the flag. So I think this gives the player a much better idea as to what kind of a shot and what is the yardage that he's playing directly
Absolutely.
at the flag in case he wants to fly over the hazard and go for it.
Absolutely. It definitely clears a lot of the doubt. He's hit a good shot, about 20 feet over the flag. That's a
Yeah,
good one. That's
that
a
would
good
be a
safety
downhill putt
first.
for him.
That's a good safety first approach, and that's a good shot by Karandeep. Should be able to make his par from there and maybe even make birdie. Now let's see if Amardeep takes a more flamboyant route, given that his flamboyant clothing is the theme for the day. Even the shoes are matching the shirt. Oh,
How many shoes must a player like him have to carry if you have to match every shirt with a shoe?
I'm not too sure. Oh, it's not too bad.
Not too bad. It's a decent miss. Leave yourself on the dance floor.
Not too bad at all. It's about 35 to 40 feet. Could have been worse. It's good. He should be able to make his par from there.
I think if a miss it can keep you on the dance floor, I think it's always a good thing to have. Pawan Kumar now from
Pawan
Delhi.
Kumar. Let's see what he comes up with. Pawan Kumar not having the best of days. 3-0 for the day. Good shot by him. Very measured approach.
As the players make their way onto this 18th green, the wind seems to be slowing down just a tad bit as our leader groups are about to arrive on this hole. We are currently watching our fourth leader group with teed off at 10:10 a.m. from the first tee box.
As we have a look at the 18th hole, for the viewers who have just joined us, We'd like to tell you that we're live at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism, being played at the Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Club right here in Ahmedabad. And the prize money for this tournament is a handsome prize fund of 40 lakh. And this is the first tournament on the PGTI 2022 calendar. And there are many more tournaments this season with a very impressive calendar for the next 3 months. And the Q school, the qualifying school, was just culminated the previous week. And there'll be many players who have earned their card from the qualifying school and who also managed to make the cut and play well this week. In fact, almost close to 7 to 8 golfers from the qualifying school are here with us in the money rounds as we go back to the 18th hole and have a look at Amardeep Malik, who's 2 under for the day, 7 under for the tournament, very much in the reckoning and the thick of things. And here at the very tricky 18th hole, what a beautiful putt. Will make his par and remain at 7 under for the day. So we have 3 more groups after this. Golf is a lot about imagination. It's like a little bit of an art, a sport, a science, everything rolled in once. As you know, golfers like Bryson DeChambeau, they're very meticulous, using a lot of science and technology to help them. And then there are other players who are more like artists. Like in the years before, there was uh, Bias Terrace. He's a very artistic player. So it's a good mix in golf. It doesn't really matter how you play the game, your swing, as long as you get the job done. But what's paramount is that you must enjoy the game. And these professionals, obviously, it's a game of passion because you are making your life out of a sport. And sport, a life in sport is obviously fraught with a little bit of risk as well, and obviously the commensurate awards as well. Let's see if Karandeep Kochar can be awarded here for his valiant approach shot just over the flagstick. Seems to be on track. Beautifully done. Very well calculated. He'll make his par and remain at 9 under for the tournament. 2 behind the leaders. Kapil Kumar has emerged as the leader as he's 2 under for the day and 11 under for the tournament.
Pawan Kumar would also be making 2 putts on this final hole, saving par. Pawan would stay at 3 over for the day and 1 under for the tournament, keeping him at the tie for 18th spot currently. A couple of under coming up tomorrow could help him catapult up further up that leaderboard. I think Kapil Kumar has also taken solo lead now at 11 under. M. Dharma and Ranjit Singh, the 2 veterans on tour, now trail Kapil Kumar. Karandeep Kochar finishing off with a 4 on the final hole. With 3 players walking off all smiles. Amardeep Malik shooting 2 under and a total of 7 under par for the tournament. I think anyone who is within 5 shots of the lead right now has a realistic chance at this tournament.
Absolutely, especially with the degree of difficulty of this golf course and knowing where the flagsticks might be tomorrow. And you can see The flag is fluttering there in the background. It's definitely not an easy golf course by any measure. And if today's scores are to tell us anything, it tells us that tomorrow is going to be equally, if not more, difficult because the final day, the nerves are a little bit more flared. There's a little more fatigue that sets in because, mind you, that a tournament, there's a practice round, there's a pro am most of the time. So by the time the players get to the final day, they're playing the sixth consecutive round. So it's not only is it physically tiring, it's also mentally draining. So these things sort of add on. So there's an accumulation of fatigue on the final day. The flag sticks are a little tougher. The golf course feels a little longer, if especially if you've not taken care of yourself that week, or something is off. So it could be difficult. Of course, there are other players who really shine and excel on the final day, and that's where fitness definitely has a big role to play. I think to play good golf on 4 days requires a certain level of fitness and peak performance.
While we wait now for the third leader group to come in, Rohan Dole Patil, Sunil Chaurasia, and Yashash Chandra, the three gentlemen who had been warned by the referee as well for a little bit of slow play, seem to be lurking slightly behind as we wait for them on the 18th green.
A look at the leaderboard, which is showcasing the top 10 players.
Yashash Chandra on the tee box. Yashash from Mysore coming up onto this 18th hole fairway now. Yashash is playing alongside Sunit Chaurasia and Rohan Dole Patil. The course at Kalahar Blues and Greens provides quite a formidable challenge to the players, not only to the conditions on the golf course in terms of the undulations, the bunker placements, the water hazards, and Also, the undulations on the greens, which are quite huge, play a very difficult part for scoring. And on top of that, when the course tends to become very windy, it becomes even more difficult and challenging for the players to be able to control the golf ball and be able to do good scoring on it. Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022, ladies and gentlemen. We are at Ahmedabad, just outside of Ahmedabad at Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Club, one of the finest golf courses in the country. It's great to see that government organizations like the Incredible India, the Gujarat Tourism, as well as the Sports Authority of Gujarat coming to the fore to support golf and think of golf as something that can help develop tourism as well as to support the tour to come into their state to have a golf tournament where professionals can play and showcase their skills and the locals from the state can actually come out, watch them, and learn a lot more about another sport, which also can be a great career option for the players.
I think you've touched upon a very good point. I think not just a career option. What is important that you're bringing a culture of sport, a culture of sport to the youth. And obviously, it's an international game. It's an Olympic game, and it's a game where a lot of our players, Indian players, are attuned to success. So they already have somebody to emulate, and there are already heroes who've, like we have our Olympic heroes. The same way there are heroes in golf who already achieved a lot of things, so the youngsters can look up. And I think the youth to be positively engaged in sports is a very good thing. It's a good, sport is a good hobby to have alongside studies. So and each state, the great thing about the PGT of India is that it travels from one state to another. So obviously there might be a few states which have yet to host a professional tournaments. I'm not too certain, maybe a few here and there. So they can also pitch in and have the youth of their state actually engage in this game, which can be a great addition to the other games because it gives an opportunity for their state to actually have athletes to represent the country on an international stage. And in addition, also, I think the development of golf courses and real estate. It's also a very good thing because it brings in economic activity, and golf even as a social leisure activity, it's good because it gives a different perspective. Obviously, the most important thing is the youth of the nation, but even otherwise, as a hobby and obviously as a professional career, because let not to make light of that, it's so important that so many good players have brought laurels to the country and done so well. So from that perspective, I think it really helps in holistic development of the youth and even the other people because they have a hobby on the weekend. I think it really adds a more dynamic angle to all of the population in a state when they have something more to sort of take part in. Like in a country, we have many public golf courses, and what a public golf course does is that it makes golf more accessible. Uh, you could go to oh, what a brilliant shot, just to interject. A public golf course, you can spend as less as maybe 200 to 300 rupees in a day and go and practice and learn the game, see these players. So it's definitely something that, and golf is a game that can be enjoyed by people of different ages. You don't need to compete professionally to enjoy a game. You can just compete with your friends as a hobby, follow your favorite players, because golf obviously is still relatively a young game in our country, so to speak. People are now beginning to follow it because now we are live on VAR cricket, and this association is helping bring this game to the masses. So there'll be a lot of questions, confusion. There's also a perception that this game might be an elite game, but that's not the case. That's just the perception of the sport. So this is a game that is accessible to the masses. There is sponsorship, there is support from the government. As you're seeing, tournaments like this are only able to happen because of the support of the government. It plays a big role in developing the sport and the youth. And this is definitely a harbinger for change, and for a very positive, vibrant future.
Absolutely. The number of junior golfers in the country have been growing tremendously over the past couple of years. And, golf has only been going from strength to strength. In fact, the number of club golfers as well as, any other recreational golfers have tremendously increased, especially over the last 2 to 3 years. Yashash Chandra from Mysore. Let's have a look at where his ball goes. It's luckily, that seems like it's taken up the slope, but should be fine. Shouldn't be able to reach the drink from there. Yeah, so coming back to the point of how golf has been growing as a sport, and considering that the growth of sport has been going on for the last couple of years, the recreational golfer has grown since the pandemic started, and before that also the recreational golfer was growing, but not to the extent that it is today. Moreover, the number of junior golfers, upcoming players that are there in the country, it only goes to show how the game is actually becoming more and more widely accepted as a sport and also as a career option. That's why we have so many players now competing and vying for the top spot on leaderboards. And this is the showcase that really comes to the fore as we talk about the PGTI and golf in India in general, and we see that the tour actually goes from place to place, from city to city, and from state to state. In fact, the fact that so many players come from abroad to compete in India, and so many of Indian players go abroad to compete, really goes to show that the number of golfers within the country are changing, and that's why we are seeing a lot more cream rising up to the top now. Yashash Chandra's ball has actually not gone into the hazard. It has stayed up on top, caught by a slightly bigger grass on the side of the green. Rohan Dhole Patil now lining up for his birdie putt on hole number 18. Rohan Dhole Patil, not having the best of days today, has gone up to a total of +1 for the tournament. 70 and 69 were his first two rounds, and today is not the best of showings for him. Maybe showing a little bit of fatigue from playing the qualifying over all these rounds and then competing in the main event this week. Seems like he might have overread that speed a little bit and leaves himself a tad bit short of the hole,
Not
but
too
shouldn't
bad.
be a problem to save par from there though.
Seems to be a steep slope, so it's very tough for the players to navigate the speed and get the direction right. So, all things considered, I think he has done all right.
Sunil Chaurasia. Has he been able to get that right? Sunil Chaurasia would be having to settle for par on that hole. Pretty good attempt though from where he was. He shows a fine touch that he has. Yashash Chandra has chosen to go with the putter from just off the green. The closest one of all of them.
Back in the 18th hole.
Yashash Chandra is currently at a score of -4 for the tournament.
Oh, that ball really popped up. That's strange. I think they were sitting down.
Seems like not the best choice to be hitting a putter from
Yes.
thick grass.
That's something that I haven't really seen the ball. It was almost surreal, to be honest. He hit that and it popped up like it was sitting in a divot.
Yeah, that's probably why the ball stopped anyway, because
Yeah.
it got caught in some sort of a tough lie.
So I think sometimes it's important to understand the lie. Just don't go with the putter off the green unless you have a plain, smooth surface. Then maybe chipping is always the best option. But as they say, hindsight is always 20/20 vision,
Absolutely,
and that's the luxury that we have here in the commentary booth.
couldn't agree more. It's always different when you're there on the ground trying to execute and plan both the things together. Yashash Chandra unfortunately would come up shy of that hole for his par, and he would have to settle for a bogey today on hole number 18. That would be a round of 3 over par for Yashash at a total of 3 under on the leaderboard. Yashash opening this tournament with a 65 and not capitalize on it. In fact, shot a 73 yesterday and a 75 today. Well, we look at Rohan Dhole Patil, who has a putt for par. Saves par from that spot. Pretty good two putt for Rohan Dhole Patil. Have to settle for the round today and hopefully can come in recouped and refreshed to a better day tomorrow.
As we look at the 18th hole, the group of Arjun Prasad, Ranjit Singh, and Shankar Das. And in our view is Ranjit Singh on the 18th hole tee. Oh, that seems to be some sort of a miscue. Took one hand off the club. And let's see where the ball is. No clue. We'll find out soon enough. Ball. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are just joining us right now, the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism being played at the Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Club right here in Ahmedabad. And the tournament is the first tournament on the PGTI 22 calendar, and it holds prize money of 40 lakh. And at this point in time, leading the proceedings is Kapil Kumar at 11 under par for the tournament, M. Dharma at 10 under par, and Ranjit Singh at 9 under par, who we just saw on our screens. And in our view, is the magnificent, stunning 18th hole. Ranjit Singh walking down the 18th fairway. Ranjit currently at 9 under par after 17 holes, seems to have dropped a couple of shots, and Kapil Kumar is the leader at 11 under par. M. Dharma having the round of the day, a beautiful round of 7 under par on this very difficult golf course. It's fair to say this is one of the highlights of the tournament so far, a 7 under par on this very difficult day. Fantastic by Dharma, who is at 10 under par. You have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who shot 1 under for the day and is 8 under for the tournament. So very good scores by the top of the leaderboard. Tapi Ghai not having the greatest of days at 4 over for the day and 7 under for the tournament. You can see the flag has been peppered by this group. Three fantastic shots. I think that cannot be repeated. This kind of performance on this hole is just mind-boggling. What amazing quality by this group.
Oh, wow. Superb shots by the three players in this group, Arjun Prasad, Shankar Das and Ranjit Singh. Ranjit Singh has dropped a couple of shots and is now at 9 under par for the tournament. Ranjit made a bogey on hole number 16th, while he did make birdie on 10, 12, 13 and 14 to grab some ground on the leader, playing alongside Shankar Das. Shankar is not having the best of days himself. He's at 4 over par with a total score of 2 under par. And Arjun Prasad currently at 1 under for the day and 7 under for the tournament. So within striking distance of a victory is Arjun Prasad as well. So a lot of players out there this week have a chance to win this tournament. I would think that from 11 under all the way to 7 under, anyone within these numbers has a very realistic chance of winning this tournament. And that would be about 8 players have a realistic chance of actually grabbing the title of this week's Gujarat Open 2022, presented by Gujarat Tourism, Incredible India, and the Sports Authority of Gujarat. And of course, we are watching PGTI live on ABP VAH Cricket. ABP and PGTI have come together to bring a live telecast of golf tournaments, professional golf tournaments held across the country, hosted by the PGTI and planned by them. And PGTI does a phenomenal job in bringing professional golf to the fore for all of the people in various states to come and witness some of the most stellar golfers in the country, and of course some of the best golfers in the entire world. In fact, PGTI also not only hosts tournaments in India, it also hosts tournament in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, as well as in Nepal. And most importantly, PGTI is an open golf tour, which basically enables players from across the world to come and participate in golf tournaments over here. And that's why the PGTI not only has a lot of Indian players, it also has a lot of international players who actually come in and participate in these tournaments. Arjun Prasad, the super putt there, saves birdie on the final hole of his third round. It would take Arjun Prasad up to 8 under par for the event, and adding to his total, and he'll be only 3 shots shy of the lead. Kapil Kumar still leads the way at 11 under par, and M. Dharma has dropped off, is at 10 under par, and Ranjit Singh has dropped off a shot and gone down to 9 under par. And Shankar Das now putting for birdie. This putt would take Shankar from 2 under for the tournament to 3 under for the tournament, giving him a realistic chance to be within top 10 or maybe even top 8 going into tomorrow. Of course, I mean, if he can shoot 10 or 12 under, no one can stop him. Shankar would have to settle for par on this hole. The wind seems to have picked up once again. Ranjit Singh now coming up for birdie. This would help Ranjit catapult himself to 10 under for the event and leaving him only one shot shy of the lead. Angat Chima also giving a good performance today and shooting 4 under par alongside Manu Gandas. Both players have shot 4 under par to be at a total of 3 under par for the tournament, jumping up 14 positions each. Ranjit Singh, veteran golfer from Chandigarh.
Oh, brilliant birdie.
Ranjit would make birdie and go to 10 under for the event, leaving him only one shot shy of the lead. A very realistic chance of getting his maiden title on the PGTI.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the moment that we have all been waiting for. Is the final group, the leader group, will be coming down the 18th hole.
That's our leader, Kapil Kumar, in the fairway as we speak. Looks like Tappy Guy has put himself into the bunker on the right side of the fairway. That's a difficult spot to put yourself. Seems like his caddy is looking anxiously if he can find the ball. Seems like the ball has run through the bunker and into the hazard. We will only know in a moment or so what the verdict is. The player gets only 3 minutes to look for the golf ball, actually. Not more than that. Anything past 3 minutes, the player must declare the ball as a lost ball and play from there. I wonder what Tappy's caddy was looking at. Can't really point our finger at if that is his drive or has he taken a penalty in that spot. Tappy Guy going first. Our leader from the first 2 rounds. It's a brilliant shot by Tappy Guy from that location. Leaves himself just 4 feet or so shy of the hole. Should give him a good opportunity to make that putt. We will only update you on the score because we aren't sure whether he took a penalty drop or what was that his actual ball. Looking at our current leader, Kapil Kumar, playing steady golf at 2 under for the day and 11 under for the tournament. Keeping his foot on the gas only as much as required. That's a little bit of a miscue and leaves himself in the slightly tough spot on the left side of the green. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh, winner on the PGTI last year in Dig Boy.
That's coming in with a little different angle from the left-hand side. But knowing his prowess with the irons, look for this to be close. And he's a very aggressive player. And from the fairway, he's able to generate a lot of spin. I don't think he'll have anything more than about 130, 35 yards.
No, it should be more than that. It seems like he has something like an 8 iron or so in his
So
hand.
170 yards.
Yep, approximately about 160 to 70 yards, I think is what it appears to be. Yep, that definitely is more than a pitching wedge. Plus, the wind's also from the front, so you don't know what the yardage is, but that's the club that he was hitting.
So two shots ending up in a difficult position in the bigger hole. That's the drainage hole. He'll get a free drop from there. Seems to be quite a few divots there. So obviously, quite a few balls have.
It's sort of like a collection area, of sorts on this hole. You miss anything to the left, you're probably going to be around that spot. You have more and more birds over there. It seems like Gujarat does have a lot of flora and fauna. In fact, Nal Sarovar is near one of the other golf courses on the other side of Kalahar, and that golf course, that Nal Sarovar is just about a half an hour drive from there. In fact, photographers and tourists from across the world come to that area just to see the birds that come, the migratory birds that come to Nal Sarovar. In fact, it is famous for migratory birds.
It's a beautiful sight, nevertheless.
We appear to be wearing the Tigers combination, red on top and black at the bottom.
Absolutely.
But it's only penultimate day.
I think that's the penultimate day clothing. But in all seriousness, what a lovely setting. A beautiful golf course, grandstand finish. The only thing difficult is that the hole is very difficult. You can see the steep embankment. So even a weak shot will roll back in the water. A tough, if you hit it too hard, like Yuvraj has, then you go over the green. So it's a difficult hole. The last group was almost an anomaly with everybody in close proximity of the flag. It's a very, very difficult hole. That's as evidenced by the scores here. So let's see if the two players, Kapil and Yuvraj, are able to salvage par from behind the green.
It appears to be the new clubhouse at the Kalahar Blues and Greens golf course, showing at the back of the green. I think Kapil is going to be able to get this ball really close to the hole. Kapil does possess all of that skill set. It appears to be going with a chip and run approach. Personally, I have my doubts if a chip and run approach can work for so much of slope. What do you think, Shaurya?
I don't think so, because it would be virtually impossible to control the speed of the ball at the apex. You
Yep.
need something that spins and then releases.
Yes.
So it's only possible if there was a little bit of a flat area somewhere. But this, I think you would have to generate some sort of spin. So it is a risky shot. The thing about a chip and run is that it's a little bit of a hit and miss.
Yeah.
So if it catches the slope in the right spot, you could maybe get to about 10 feet. But if not, there is a danger of either ways being short at the green or going in the water tank. So I would think maybe just just bounce it up once and try and just get to about 15 feet should be the aim. If it rolls down, it rolls down. If it doesn't, you just take your bogey.
Absolutely. In fact, sometimes I think we might not even know the complete story, right? Because what the lie is like, we have no idea about that.
Seems he's going with some sort of variation of a lower shot, like just maybe
Yeah,
look at that.
that wasn't a
See,
good
this,
choice of club.
We've seen a lot of players do this, and these are phenomenally good players with a short game. So this makes you understand that hitting it over the green. I mean, you don't want to hit it in the water either. I mean, it's unfortunate. Once it happens, then maybe you think that a chip and run would have been a better option because the grass is also growing against them, which is not perceptible on screen. It's like the grass is actually going against the players. So when the club is approaching the ball, it gets stuck between the blades of grass and you end up hitting a shot like this. So what will be important here, we'll see where Yuvraj takes a drop because that's going to determine what kind of lie he'll get. So maybe he could have gone a little further back or to a flatter area. So he's also going to have his work cut out because you see the grass is very tightly cut.
Sometimes it's also possible that the grain is against the player, and getting a
Exactly.
wedge under is very difficult at that situation. And then the
And
player
then with
takes
the
the
water
call
hazard-
that he does.
and the water hazard right behind, and there's no escaping this shot, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think the players never really play for bogey, but on a situation like this, they should try and just hit it to about 15 feet and maybe make the putt. And if it gets closer than that, so maybe a higher percentage, lower is short. Uh,
I think a lot of it depends on the lie that, like as
The lie is,
players.
I think if you can see the lie, it's very tight. It's a very tight lie. So there's no space under the ball. If you try to get fancy and hit a high shot, you could easily end up sculling it in the water. So you don't want to do that. I think he's going with a higher approach, one that spins a little bit.
But I think a spinning approach is the way to go over here. And again, depending on the lie. And if, of course, a player feels comfortable in doing it, that's also another thing which really plays a very important part. Sometimes situationally, or you're not most comfortable to play that shot, and I think that's when the player has to really take a softer approach. Let's see how
He's
has he
done
done.
really well there. What a beautiful shot by Yuvraj. Wonderful.
Lovely shot by
Fantastic.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. That gives him a very realistic opportunity to save his par from just outside of 3 feet.
So not just the short, long game, he has the short game dialed in as well.
Absolutely. In fact, he's played the shot very well. He's played a conservative kind of a shot. Hasn't really flopped it. Has kept the ball flight pretty medium and let the ball release after it dropped on the front edge from on the edge of the green from where he was. Kapil has a little bit of work cut out for himself because he's current leader at 11 under par. He's a cool customer. Should be able to get through from here. A lot of room just before the green where these players were, and so the player has to really get the right yardage and the right speed to be able to get this ball close to the hole. Kapil Kumar, has he judged the speed well? That should give Kapil a chance to shoot to make a five on this hole, and he would end up dropping one shot and get tied for the lead with M. Dharma and Ranjit Singh. Karandeep Kochar and Arjun Prasad, as well as Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, are at 8 under par, trailing now by 2 shots. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu now putting for par on hole number 18. Yuvraj currently at a score of 8 under for the tournament and 1 under for the day.
Oh, unfortunate miss for Yuvraj.
Looks like he just either overread or just overhit that one. The ball
Seemed
does
like he
curve from the right
overhit
side.
it.
Yeah. The ball does curve from the right side though on this hole.
When the greens are slick, the margins are even smaller. A slight miscue can actually make you miss a putt.
Kapil Kumar would have that for his bogey and stay in the lead, but he would be now in a tie for the lead with Ranjit Singh and M. Dharma. That would be an absolutely interesting group to be watching tomorrow when these three gentlemen play together. Followed closely would be another group of stalwarts at 8 under par. So looking at a very, very interesting day coming up for all of you who have been watching the live telecast of the Gujarat Open 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in Ahmedabad at the Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Club, just outside of the main Ahmedabad city. Kapil Kumar. Kapil would make bogey and finish at 10 under for the tournament. We're looking now at Tapi Ghai, who is just about finishing his putt on the final hole. Tapi Ghai, of course, has been our leader after 2 rounds and is still at 7 under par for the event, and it's not over for him yet. He can still campaign to win this tournament.
Very important part for Tappy Guy coming up.
Nice putt there by Tapi Ghai. This would conclude our live telecast for the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022, presented by Gujarat Tourism. We are hoping that you will be joining us tomorrow for the live telecast of the final round. Our leaders are going to be Kapil Kumar, M. Dharma and Ranjit Singh. We are here at ABP News, live from Ahmedabad at the Gujarat Open from Kalahar Blues and Greens. This tournament is co-sponsored by Incredible India as well as Sports Authority of Gujarat. The sponsors and the partners of the PGTI are Tata Steel, Rolex, American Express, and Amrutanjan Fruitnik Plus. We hope that you'll be joining us tomorrow for the final round telecast on the same channel, War Cricket, by ABP News on YouTube, as well as on the ABP News page and War Cricket page on Facebook.